This story was posted by a user named OKMeal in the advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My Past Infidelity Has Came to Life. I need advice on saving my relationship with my husband and sister. These are not real names. A long time ago, after dating for years, my now husband Stuart and I got married. It was his first deployment and I didn't know how to handle not seeing him. I have developed better coping mechanisms since then. He is leaving active duty now, but I understand the importance of having a friend group and even got a dog to help when he's away. He only deployed one more time after that and has been home for the past 2 years. Now, with him leaving active duty, we are finally about to get settled and move to DC, where we both have jobs. I am ashamed to say that during his first deployment, I was unfaithful to him. I was in a vulnerable state, and my sister's husband drove 3 hours to help me repaint the patio. I had always had a crush on him, but never thought of acting on it. Selfishly, we started hooking up, and it haunts me to this day. We would find excuses for her to come down here, and my sister Jane had to watch the baby. Well, my sister found out he was cheating because he gave her chlamydia, even though he was supposed to be hooking up only with me. I usually take my sexual health very seriously and had never cheated before. I realized I was risking my marriage, my health, and my husband's health, so I cut things off. Since then, I have made sure to be the perfect wife and sister, but my sister recently filed for a divorce because he kept cheating on her. I guess he realized that she wasn't taking him back, and in an effort to hurt her, he told her about our past. It's just evil. I can't believe he would say something just to hurt her because she won't tolerate his cheating anymore. My sister told my husband today and everything blew up. He got a hotel and my sister cursed me out and has told me I'm dead to her. She blocked me on everything. I have received calls from family members. My mom sent me a nasty message, my brother, almost everyone. My dad has been very sympathetic and I appreciate him for that. I told him I'll call him tomorrow, but right now I just feel like my life blew up and I have no one. Update. I have gotten a lot of angry comments and rightfully so. There is no way to justify what happened and I will not do that. All I can say is that I deeply regret my actions. It was hard looking myself in the mirror. My dad has been my rock throughout all of this. I cried when talking to him, but he let me know I am not a bad person and he understands why I never told anyone. He also talked to my husband and convinced him to have a conversation with me. He tried to convince my sister, but she said no, and I told my dad we have to respect that. My husband and I did talk. He asked if there was any other time I cheated on him, and I told him absolutely not. He is hurt right now, he said, and he needs space. He thought we had a great marriage before this and now does not know what we have. That really hurt. Thankfully, he will not make any rash decisions, he said. He is going to take some time for his mental health so he can think clearly. Then he wants us to go to counseling, and after counseling, he will make a decision. I told him I would love to do counseling and I am ready whenever he is ready. I am still sad, but I am feeling better. My dad said he will come visit me next weekend and is reminding me that I am not a bad person and we all make mistakes. He let me know it is what we do moving forward that makes us who we are as people, and those words are helping me move more than ever. Update 2. I know I'm not the most popular person on Reddit, but I am really trying to save my marriage. I'm extremely nervous about Tuesday, which is our first session. I told him I'm committed to regaining his trust and putting our marriage back to where it was before everything came out. He said he will try to reconcile, but made no promises. He is trying, but not handling it very well. He doesn't know how to feel about my guy friends and said he's suspicious and wonders if there are more people I cheated with. I didn't and never cheated other than the situation we all know about. I do not see my guy friends that way. As for my sister, I still haven't heard from her. My dad said once things settle down, he will try to help mend things between us. But right now, the only thing I can focus on is rebuilding my relationship with my husband, who is actually talking to me and trying. Any tips on rebuilding this relationship and getting ready for therapy on Tuesday? Zookeeper Gamewise said, I mean, it seems as though the only reason she stopped the affair was because he gave her a sexually transmitted infection, and she realized he was sleeping with other people too. Nothing to do with morals, sisterly feelings, or common decency. To this Null Binding said, yeah, when she said that he was only supposed to be sleeping with her and his wife. The gall, seriously. Papa Berto said, oh, so her former affair partner is evil for telling her sister about the affair. That's not how it works. It takes two to tango. I hope the marriage counseling helps the husband realize he's better off without OP. To this comment, Ramp Scamp said, also, telling about the affair is the least evil thing that cheater did. It was downright honest and commendable. This next post was made by a throwaway account in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, I lied to my boyfriend about my match day. So I and my boyfriend have been together for 4 years. Our relationship has been amazing except for when we have special occasions or gatherings. He is a really sensitive and emotional type to the point that it gets awkward and embarrassing. Match day is the day when medical students find out where they will do their residency. I have been extremely stressed because I was hoping for my first choice and didn't need any extra stressors. My boyfriend asked what time the event that my program was hosting to reveal the match day results would be, and I just knew he would be over the top with emotion and cause me embarrassment. So I lied and told him a time well after I'd find out. Match day was Friday and I got my first choice. My boyfriend arrived an hour before the event ended and was visibly upset with me. He went home afterward and won't return my calls. Edit, thank you to everyone who has commented and given me advice. I'd like to preface by saying I love my boyfriend and know what I did was wrong and could have been avoided by a conversation. That being said, he did text saying he wants to talk. I'll update when I can. Update. So, wow, the response I got back from this has been pretty massive. Unfortunately, I cannot read all of the comments, but I'm surprised not to be automatically shunned as the asshole. I know what I did was not only messed up, but lacked consideration for my boyfriend. He texted me last night and said he wanted to talk about what happened. My stomach dropped like that feeling you get on a roller coaster. We met this morning at our favorite little bakery and I got him his favorite macarons and breakfast sandwich. At first, I was really nervous and anxious that what I did was irreversible. I, of course, told him not only that I was sorry, but also explained why I did it. We hadn't really had this kind of conversation, so he was pretty taken aback by why I didn't want him there. Fortunately, he said he understood but was really hurt that I didn't talk to him and found a reason to lie to him instead. He said that he still wanted to be with me but that we should try counseling, both together and separately. He was concerned that his many emotional bouts caused attention to be taken away from me and placed on him whenever we went to any special event. After breakfast, we just walked around his neighborhood and held hands. He invited me back to his place to see the dog, and now I'm just writing this lying in bed. I might have another update, I don't know. Thank you to everyone who said I was the asshole and anyone else who did not. Thank you for your comments too. Update 2. Many of you were spot on about my boyfriend not only being amazing, but also sensitive and thoughtful. As soon as I typed up the first update, I went to take a shower. Upon getting out, my boyfriend was in a suit and there was an envelope in his hand. Yes, I think now would be a cause to cry. He said that we can do our own match ceremony. Inside the envelope was a paper saying you match with insert hospital and OP's boyfriend. Yes, I did tear up and my boyfriend absolutely cried, but my god, he's a pretty crier. And yes, we have made sure we are on the same page. Update 3. Hello everyone, I decided to make this final update for anyone who has questions as well as those just wanting to see how my boyfriend and I are doing. Firstly, we're doing great. He started his individual therapy 2 weeks ago and seems to find it really helpful. We had our first session together last Monday. I obviously won't go into detail, but I realized further how my actions really hurt my boyfriend and am doing everything to not only make up for it, but to never make the same mistake again. Secondly, some people were asking about how our relationship will handle my residency. He actually works remotely, so we agreed to move together. I'm really looking forward to this next chapter, even though I have a very grueling residency to begin. We have found a place that we like and have been steadily moving down there. I actually told him about the Reddit post not too long after, and he was very chill about it. We went through a lot of the comments together and just talked about it. I am thankful for all of the honest commentators, even the ones who believed I should be dumped, because it's nice to have an outside look at a situation. That's pretty much it, really. We have our anniversary soon, and I want to go all out before my life becomes too hectic. Let me know if down the line you'd like another update. For now, that's it. Thank you. Macaroni Rascal said OP definitely went about things the wrong way. However, I do empathize that overly effusive people and reactions are just not what the doctor ordered sometimes. You have to read the room and be socially conscious to an extent, and when someone can't do that, it's rough and awkward all around. I'm glad they could talk and work it out. Terracotta Tile Fish said, I can see why OP didn't want his boyfriend there. Match day has the potential to be awful or wonderful, not only for you, but for the whole rest of the class. There is basically zero chance that someone doesn't end up disappointed. If OP was concerned about not matching at his first choice, having to manage his own reaction and his boyfriend's outsized reaction, knowing that other people were likely also having intensely emotional moments of their own at the same time, I can see why OP would rather just rip off the band-aid by himself. Like, it's one thing for your partner to get all choked up at your wedding or on your birthday or another day when you're the focus, but if they're doing it in a dramatic and loud way when dozens of your friends are having their own personal, emotionally fraught moments, it just seems really self-centered. It was unkind and cowardly to lie about it though. My school's match day event was just for the students for the first hour so that everyone could get their news, and families and friends were invited for the party afterward. This final post was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named Super Donut. The post is titled, I don't let my roommate's boyfriend shower at our place anymore. So I live in a 2-bedroom flat with my roommate. We've lived together for a little over a year and mostly things have been fine. We split rent and bills evenly and we're friendly, though not super close. We respect each other's space and it's been good up until recently. About 6 months ago, she started dating this guy. He was around once or twice a week at first, but now he's here constantly, literally sleeping over 5 to 6 nights a week, sometimes full weeks in a row. He's not on the lease, doesn't pay rent, doesn't bring shopping, and doesn't help with anything at all. Nothing. I've never said much because I get it. It's her boyfriend and I didn't want to start drama, but what's been bothering me lately is the shower thing. He showers all the time, like twice a day minimum, sometimes more. And every single time he uses my stuff, my shampoo, conditioner, face wash, razor, deodorant. I didn't even say anything the first few times because I thought maybe she let him borrow something once. But this is just ongoing now. I've moved all my things into my room and carry them back and forth like I'm at a camp or something. I brought it up to my roommate a while ago and she just said he probably didn't realize and didn't do anything about it. Last week, I finally said something more direct and told her I wasn't comfortable with him showering here constantly, especially since he doesn't live here, doesn't contribute anything, and uses my stuff. I told her I'd feel differently if he at least bought his own stuff or chipped in somehow. She got super annoyed and said he doesn't have any money right now, so it's not like he can buy his own things, and that I was being cold and controlling. She told me I was overreacting and that it's just hygiene. I snapped and said it's not about hygiene, it's about boundaries and respect. For what it's worth, I wouldn't have even minded grabbing him some basics if she just asked, but she didn't, and neither did he. They just assumed I'd be fine with it. And honestly, I don't even really like him. He's not awful, just kind of moochy and not self-aware at all. So maybe I'm being harsh because I already find him annoying. Now my roommate is barely speaking to me and told one of our mutual friends that I'm being weirdly territorial and passive-aggressive over a guy taking a quick shower. I don't know. Part of me feels bad because he is broke and maybe I'm being too harsh, but I also feel like I'm being walked over in my own home. I just need unbiased advice. So am I the asshole? Update. So I ended up having another conversation with my roommate after she got home, mostly because I couldn't keep walking around like everything's fine when it's really not. The comments I read from my previous post helped me come to that conclusion. I told her as calmly as I could that this situation is seriously getting to me. I get that she's in love, but I'm not just some side character in her life who has to deal with her boyfriend constantly being in our home. I told her flat out that it's been months now of him basically living here, eating, showering, lounging around, sleeping over 5 to 6 nights a week, and it's crossing the line. She just kind of blinked at me and said I was being heartless, literally said those exact words, saying I had no compassion for her relationship or for him, or the fact that he had barely any money and needed somewhere to stay most days and needed food, etc. She accused me of being dramatic and of caring more about shampoo than a person who means the world to her. I just snapped. I told her this is not about shampoo, it's about the fact that her boyfriend, who doesn't pay rent, doesn't contribute to bills, and isn't even on the lease, has been using all of my personal stuff for months without asking. Like, literally never asked, not once, and neither did she. He just started helping himself to my shampoo, conditioner, razor, face wash, and deodorant, like I'm running a free hotel hotel and he's a guest. The worst part is he barely even talks to me. This man's been living in my space for months, and I swear we've had maybe 2 conversations ever. Half the time he doesn't even say hi when he walks in the door. He just walks straight past me like I'm invisible and hops in the shower with my products like it's no big deal. I can't believe I have put up with it for this long. I told her if either of them had asked even just once, I probably would have been chill about it. Like, yeah, he's broke. I get it because times are hard. I would have even offered to grab him a few basics if he was short on cash, but no one said anything. They just silently decided it was okay for him to mooch off me, my stuff, and my space without so much as a conversation. Like, I don't get a say in any of this. She got super defensive, arms crossed, and full of attitude, and said something like, well, he's my boyfriend and I'm allowed to have him over. It's my home too. I said, yeah, you are allowed to have him over, but let's not pretend like he's just here sometimes. He's always here. He's been here more nights than not for the past few months, and when he's not sleeping over, he's still around. He's basically moved in without actually moving in, and if he's gonna act like he lives here, then he needs to contribute like he lives here. She just rolled her eyes and said, and I quote, get used to it. He's my boyfriend, and as I said before, he has barely any money, so wouldn't be able to contribute anything. That was it for me. I've been so patient. I have tried to be understanding. I've given them the benefit of the doubt over and over again. But at this point, I feel completely disrespected and walked over in my own home. I've realized I'm not overreacting. I'm reacting to months of not being heard and being treated like I don't matter. I'm calling our landlord tomorrow morning. I'm going to explain that this guy has effectively moved in. He's been staying here for weeks on end, using the amenities, taking up space, and not paying a single penny toward rent or bills. If he's going to keep staying here, he needs to start paying his share. I didn't want it to come to this, but I'm not going to keep carrying the weight of a third person in this flat just because my roommate's in a relationship. She made it clear she's not going to do anything about it, so now I have to. Thank you for your responses on the previous post. They really helped me come to terms with the situation. Update 2. So, like I said I would, this morning I spoke to my landlord. I was so anxious before calling because I didn't want it to feel like I was tattling or trying to blow things up, but I also knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. He picked up quickly and was actually really calm and professional about everything. I explained the situation as clearly and fairly as I could and told him that my roommate's boyfriend has been staying over 5 to 6 nights a week, using all of our utilities, taking over our shared space, and even using my personal things like it's all free, despite not paying a single penny toward rent, bills, or even any shopping. The landlord paused for a moment and then told me that it wasn't okay. He said that technically under the lease, guests are allowed for short stays like the occasional overnight or weekend. But then he said that's very different from someone effectively living in the flat, and that if someone is staying over more than a couple of nights a week on a consistent basis, that counts as an unofficial tenant. He said that if my roommate wants him there full time, he needs to be added to the lease and start contributing to rent and bills immediately. Otherwise, he said her boyfriend will have to seriously cut back on how often he's staying over, and if my roommate refuses to cooperate or tries to keep things as they are, it could result in her being in breach of the lease agreement. He said she could face consequences, including possible eviction if this continues without resolution. That honestly shook me a little, but also validated that I'm not overreacting. Now on to the more awkward part. A few hours ago, around 5 p.m., her boyfriend showed up again. As he came in and went to walk past me like usual, I stopped him and said I needed to talk to him. He looked caught off guard and kind of gave me that fake confused about what expression, but I stood firm and said I just needed to clear the air. I told him I'd noticed he's been staying here constantly and using all my stuff, such as my shampoo, face wash, razor, deodorant, all of it without ever asking. I said I was really uncomfortable with it, especially since he's not on the lease or contributing anything. That's when he got defensive. He didn't yell or anything, but his tone immediately turned snappy and kind of guilt trippy. He said something like he was sorry he didn't have somewhere else to go right now and that he was in a deep place. He then said that he wasn't trying to make my life hard and that he was just trying to survive. Then he launched into this whole monologue about how he's unemployed, struggling with his mental health, that his family all cut him off, he can barely afford food, let alone shampoo, and how my attitude is just another example of people turning their backs on someone who's already at rock bottom. He even asked if I think he wants to be in this position or if I think he feels good about the way he lives, like I was supposed to feel guilty for bringing it up. I stayed calm and told him that I wasn't trying to kick him while he's down and that if he had just asked me, I probably would have said yes and might have even bought him some basics, but he didn't ask and just started helping himself like it was owed to him. He didn't really have a response to that other than shrugging and muttering that he didn't think it was a big deal and that my roommate told him it was fine. I said it is a big deal to me. This is my home too, and he has been treating it like a free house that he's allowed to live in, and that's not sustainable anymore. I told him my landlord's going to get involved now and things will have to change. Either he gets added to the lease and starts paying his share, or he stops staying over all the time. And if neither, my roommate could end up being evicted. He got quiet after that, gave me some annoyed half apology, and went into her room. Honestly, I think he was more embarrassed than anything. But I'm not backing down now because I've done my part and I've been patient. I've communicated like an adult. So what happens next is on them. No word yet from my roommate after her conversation with the landlord, and she still hasn't come back home, which leads me to believe that she's furious. That said, I'm done prioritizing her comfort over my own peace of mind as I've been more than fair. I will update again if or when my roommate says anything to me. Also, I've officially locked my shower stuff away and the snacks that I had previously bought, which were my snacks I bought with my money. I went to Argos this morning and got one of those little lockable storage boxes and slid it under my bed, as some of you suggested. I made a very unique 4-digit code for it too, so hopefully my roommate's boyfriend doesn't go to the extreme of trying to open and snoop through a locked box. Update 3. Anyway, my roommate came home about an hour ago, just before 12 p.m., and it was obvious from the second she walked through the door that she was furious. She slammed the front door shut, slammed her keys a little too hard onto the side table, and threw her bag down. I was in the living room at the time, and the energy shift was instant. I waited a moment, then came out from the living room, said hello, and asked as gently as I could if everything was okay. She didn't answer right away and just stood there with her jaw clenched before blurting out that she couldn't believe I actually called our landlord. Then she asked me why I was being so dramatic. I stayed calm and said that I had already told her I was going to if nothing changed and that I didn't go behind her back. She gave this bitter laugh and said something along the lines of, "Yeah, well, now thanks to that, our landlord told me in no uncertain terms that he is not allowed to stay more than 2 nights a week anymore unless he starts paying rent." She was absolutely livid. She asked me if I even understood what that meant. Then she said he literally has nowhere else to go right now, and he's been staying here because he doesn't have a home, not because they were trying to take advantage of me or something. She kept telling me he was struggling and would have no money to pay rent or bills, and now what? Is he supposed to just wander around in the cold at night and freeze to death while you sleep soundly, knowing your shampoo's safe and sound? That last line was so sarcastic, it would have been funny if it wasn't so frustrating and guilt-tripping. I took a deep breath and said that it was not about the shampoo, it was about how he's been here constantly, literally living here without ever being asked to contribute anything and had barely even acknowledged me. I mentioned that I tried to talk to her about it twice and she blew it off both times. What else was I supposed to do? She crossed her arms and looked at me like I was the most cold-hearted person alive. She told me he was her boyfriend and of course she would want him here, that he's going through so much and now I've made it so he feels completely unwelcome. She told me his family just cut him off one day with no reason, and all of his friends stopped talking to him too and apparently treated him awfully. Apparently, he called her after I confronted him earlier and told her he's going to stay at a friend's place tonight. He sounded like he was about to cry before he hung up the phone, then said this was just another example of people not giving a fuck about him when he needs it most. I literally didn't even hear him leave, so he must have crept out. I could feel the guilt tripping in every word, but honestly, I have reached a point where I'm done letting it work on me. I said that I was sorry he's going through a rough time, but this is my home too. I pay rent, I pay bills, I keep this place going just like she does. I'm not an extra in her relationship. She brought someone into this space without asking, let him treat it like it's his, and didn't lift a finger when it started affecting me. That's not okay. She went quiet at that, still clearly annoyed, but with nothing left to say. That wouldn't sound like more of the same. After a few seconds, she just said, "I hope you're happy," and walked off into her room, slamming the door behind her. I'm not happy, I didn't want it to come to this, but I'm also not sorry. I've been way more patient than I should have been, and I've tried to handle this like an adult. I don't think her boyfriend feeling unwelcome is because I'm cruel, it's because they've both acted like the rules don't apply to them, and that's not my fault. So I guess this is where things stand for now. Tense, awkward, and probably about to get worse before they get better. But I feel like I can see the horizon of no more stolen shampoo, and hopefully this will all be over soon. Thank you for all of your comments, they mean a lot to me. Update 4. I just wanted to say thank you again for the incredible support, advice, and unbiased opinions you've given me throughout this whole mess of a time. I've read every single comment on my last few posts, and it's been genuinely eye-opening in a beautiful way to realize how many people have been able to offer advice when my head was spinning. So it's been tense but quiet since my last post. My roommate has barely spoken to me, and things have mostly been awkward silence or heavy sighs. I've kept my boundaries up and stayed polite, but we both clearly needed space. Yesterday, my roommate and her boyfriend had a huge argument. I wasn't eavesdropping, but it was loud enough that I couldn't not hear it, as our walls are thin and they were yelling. He was accusing her of being a bad girlfriend for not sticking up for him when I talked to our landlord or sticking up for him when I raised an issue. He actually said that she let me humiliate him and that she didn't even defend him, and said I have made him look pathetic. He went full guilt trip, saying she'd betrayed him and that real partners are supposed to protect each other. He said he felt humiliated, abandoned, and that she clearly didn't care about him at all. It was like watching someone weaponize hurt feelings just to control his narrative. She was crying and trying to explain, but he kept cutting her off, and then suddenly, boom, he slammed the door and stormed out. She followed shortly after. I thought that was probably the end of the drama for the night. I genuinely felt bad for her in that moment. But then at like 2 a.m. this morning, she came stumbling in tipsy and immediately started shouting at me. She slurred something about me just being jealous and mad because I don't have a boyfriend. I literally couldn't be further from being jealous of her and her boyfriend, as he seems to be so cruel and guilt-tripping towards her. Then she said it's because I can't stand seeing her happy, so I ruin it for her. Then she called me bitter, pathetic, and said I was sabotaging her relationship because I'm lonely. I didn't even say anything. I just sat there stunned. She then stomped off to her room and passed out cold. This morning, I woke up to find her sitting at the kitchen table looking rough. She was hungover and clearly very low. She mumbled something about how she doesn't know what to think anymore, and then said she thinks that her boyfriend is only with her for her money. I was genuinely trying to be kind, as I felt bad for her and it must be a tough situation to be in. I told her I was sorry she felt like that and that she deserves better if that's how she's feeling. I thought we were having a real moment. But then she looked at me dead in the eye and said literally, and I quote, "This is your fault." My jaw dropped. I literally said, "Excuse me," and she repeated it. She said if I hadn't blown everything out of proportion and gone to our landlord, none of this would have happened and her boyfriend wouldn't be angry with her. Then she said I ruined everything. In that moment, I realized this wasn't fair. I've been nothing but fair, and I've tried so hard to set boundaries respectfully, communicate like an adult, and not cause drama. I've gone out of my way to make this place livable and still got blamed for everything. Now I'm being guilt-tripped because her boyfriend treats the flat like a free hotel and she's too far gone to see it. Which brings me to the next part of this post. Our lease is up for renewal on August 1st. Our landlord emailed us both yesterday with a standard renewal reminder and asked us to let him know by July 1st if we're planning to stay, so he has time to prepare the paperwork or start listing the flat. I've thought long and hard about this and have come to the conclusion that I don't want to live with her anymore. Even if her boyfriend disappears tomorrow, the trust and respect are gone, and the ability to feel comfortable in my own home is hanging by a thread. I won't be renewing my half. Whether I find a new place alone or with someone else, I'm not staying here. I haven't told her yet because I'm not in the mood to get screamed at again, but I'll be giving proper notice soon and reaching out to our landlord to clarify the process. I'll do it properly and respectfully, but I know that I will no longer live here. I have mentally committed, and this weekend I'm going to start the house share search. I'm equal parts nervous and excited. Nervous because I'm in a very good location right now, and the rent isn't cheap, but reasonable for what it is. I know I might not get quite as lucky again, especially solo, but I'd rather pay a little more than keep sacrificing my sanity. I'm still sad that it came to this because this flat could have been a dream, but I know I'm making the right decision. I deserve a space that feels like mine, or at least one I'm not constantly being pushed out of emotionally. So yeah, wish me luck. And if anyone knows of a spare room in a chill flat with non-toxic housemates and boundaries that are respected, feel free to manifest it into the universe for me. Ha ha ha. Thank you to everyone who's commented and supported me through this absolutely bonkers situation. You made me feel sane and reminded me that I deserve to feel safe, respected, and comfortable in my own home. Unknowable Duck said, "This girl is a lot more patient than me. I am absolutely not a welfare office for someone who can't even do the damn dishes now and then, and certainly not for some hobosexual asshole who's mad the world isn't taking care of him. Has he tried to get a job, going down to get unemployment, or whatever their country's equivalent is? Like, girl, no dick is worth this." To this, Aquino Idea said, "If I were ever in the position of needing to stay with someone for free for an extended period and I was unemployed, you can be damn sure that I would ask before using anything of theirs and make looking after that place my full-time job. All the cleaning, all the chores, everything. I don't think I could look myself in the mirror if I didn't do everything in my power to help make the life of the person who is sharing their home with me for free as easy and pleasant as possible." What a fucking freeloader. Ugly Mate said, "Best for OP to get out of there, not renew her lease, and keep it quiet. The roommate will be insufferable until then. Chances are the roommate is planning exactly the same thing." Melanistic Mermaid said, "I'm sorry, but if the boyfriend is the roommate's world, she can pay his damn share of expenses. It sounds like she works, so expecting her roommate to pick up the slack for her boyfriend because he's going through it is so entitled." This story was posted in the What Should I Do subreddit by a user named Sort Revolutionary. The post is titled, "My boyfriend bought concert tickets for him and his female friend." Hi, my boyfriend and I have been dating for almost 3 years. One of his favorite bands is coming to town next year, and with Christmas approaching, I decided to buy tickets for the concert for him and me. I had a feeling he might have already bought tickets, so I asked him if he had purchased something for himself recently, and he said no. Today, at date night, we were outside a restaurant talking, and I asked him again, and he again denied it. He opened his phone, and I saw that one of his friends had texted him. Keep in mind that I don't like this friend. I asked him if I could see his phone, and he said yes. I went through their conversation and saw that he bought concert tickets for himself and his girl best friend. This ruined date night, and now I'm crying and feeling dumb. I already bought the tickets to surprise him on Christmas, but that's already ruined. What should I do? I think that this is on the stranger end, and it's not something I would be okay with if I were in OP's position. I'm not completely against the idea of your partner having friends of the opposite gender, but when it's just the two of them, especially in a concert setting, I wouldn't be okay with it. This is amplified by the fact that OP has already stated that she doesn't like this friend in the first place. User No Self JJW said, "Sell the tickets or find someone better to go with and leave him. The fact that he didn't ask you first if you wanted to go, or at least check if you were okay with him inviting her instead. He didn't even tell you after the fact that he got them, even after being given 2 prime opportunities to mention it. And lastly, having to go through their conversation for any reason means the relationship is already on the edge. A lot of these friendships that may make you uncomfortable as a partner, like your man having a girl best friend, can be platonic. However, usually at some point, one of them has had feelings for the other and has been put on the hook. They remain in this friend zone where they will keep dreaming about the day they get to be with this person, and any partner they have in the meantime is just to fill a void until they can be with that person. Alternatively, they may have tried a relationship at some point and it just didn't work, which creates a dynamic that would be hard for you to fully accept as the new partner who clearly doesn't come first in all situations. After 3 years, you still haven't worked this out to a point where you are fully comfortable with her. If that indicates anything, it's that you will never reach a place of comfort with their relationship, and this will continue to be an issue. Either get comfortable with it or move on. At this point, it's not changing. Either you change or you leave. I'm sorry you're dealing with this right at Christmas time too. That's a difficult place to be in. Regardless, I hope and believe that by this time next year, you will be in a better place than you are today. I hope that for us all. User Dear Parsnip said, if you actually stay with him after this, tell him you bought him tickets for Christmas and give them to him. It's up to him what he wants to do with them. It's not your problem that he wasn't honest with you. Don't buy him anything else. If you decide you deserve better than someone who lies and goes on a date with his girlfriend instead of you, sell the tickets and buy yourself something nice. I would seriously reconsider the relationship though. It's odd that he hadn't considered taking you to the concert and is taking her instead, and he doesn't bother to tell you about it. That's a big red flag I wouldn't ignore. User Specialist Bai said, one word, communication. You two need to sit down and have a conversation about this situation and what each of you really wants out of your relationship. Tell him your true feelings about it and express openly what your deal breakers are and stick to them. Find out his deal breakers and give yourself a few days to reflect on them, think about them, and decide if they are things you will be willing to accept. Most relationships don't last or work due to poor communication between the two people. Life is short and there is no reason to waste it with someone who just isn't compatible with you. If the other person isn't compatible, it doesn't necessarily make them a bad person. They just might not be a good fit for you. I lost a woman that I thought meant the world to me when I was in my late 20s. And it wasn't until I got older that I realized our biggest issue was that we didn't communicate with each other like we should have. Don't listen to all the negative people who say to leave him, only you know if the past 3 years are worth fighting for or not. Update. Before I tell you what happened, let me give you some backstory on why I don't really like my boyfriend's girl best friend. My boyfriend and she have been friends since they were in middle school and high school. They became friends because she was dating my boyfriend's best friend at the time. Unfortunately, my boyfriend's best friend, her boyfriend, passed away, which led to them getting close. When my boyfriend and I started talking, I actually met her and we all hung out together. She was really nice and cool to be around. I even told my boyfriend, hey, I really like your best friend. This all changed when my boyfriend and I started dating officially. She would start blowing up his phone, blowing up his phone. She would send him about 10 text messages in a row, start calling him, and leave voicemails if he didn't pick up. At first, I thought, okay, maybe it's an emergency or something, but no. All she wanted to do was hang out with him alone, go to bars with him, get massages with him, and have him come over to her apartment. I obviously started to get suspicious because not once did she consider inviting me, knowing that my boyfriend was taken. Over time, I began to feel suspicious and jealous, not because I'm insecure even though she is a pretty girl, but because I felt disrespected. Eventually, I confronted my boyfriend and asked him if they ever had something going on or if he ever had any feelings for her before. He denied it, telling me he would never do that to his friend who passed away and that he only saw her as a sister. I told him he needed to talk to his friend and tell her that he is not single anymore and that he isn't going to be free for her whenever she wants. She needs to learn some boundaries. Obviously, that did not sit right with her, and she continued the same behavior. My boyfriend has always been there for her whenever she needed something, but now that he is taken and can't be there for her, she gets upset. I won't make my boyfriend choose between his friend and me because I would hate to be put in that situation too. I trust him not to mess things up, but if he ever does, then that's on him and his loss. He has distanced himself a bit from her for my sake, but he says that she is still his friend at the end of the day. Now, an update about the concert. Yes, I did talk to my boyfriend about it. Some of you are asking why I didn't tell him that I was buying the tickets. Well, it was supposed to be a surprise. The whole point was not to tell him. No, I am not a die-hard fan of this band, but I do listen to their music here and there. Apparently, his friend texted him about the concert and asked if he could go with her, which he agreed to. He bought the tickets for both of them, and then she will pay him later for hers so that the seats would be together. Now, don't get me wrong, I still think it's messed up that he didn't care to ask me if I wanted to go. He said he didn't know that I liked the band. If he had known, he would have asked me. I did ask him why he kept saying no when I asked if he had bought himself something recently, and he said it's because the concert is months from now and he thought I was talking about something related to his fish tanks or his truck. He said he didn't expect me to buy concert tickets, and if he had known, he would have never bought them. Also, the only reason I went through their messages is that I saw she texted him, "Let me know when you get the tickets." That's when it hit me, and that's why I asked to go through his phone so I could double check. After having a long talk, he did offer to go with me instead. I told him to talk to his friend and let her know ahead of time so she can find someone else to go with her. I guess we will have to see what her reaction will be once she finds out he won't be going with her anymore. I feel like it was a big miscommunication on his part for not telling me. What do you all think? This next post was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named Neat Entrepreneur. The post is titled AITA for not wanting to give my friend her key back. I became friends with a couple when they moved to my city about 3 years ago. I met them together and am closer with the wife, but I am also still friends with the husband. About a year ago, the wife moved to another city for her job while the husband stayed behind to finish his master's degree. I got a call from the wife in September. She was inconsolable and said that she had a brief affair with someone but called it off because she wanted to focus on her marriage. The other person did not take it well. They found the husband and told him everything in painful detail, complete with screenshots and photo evidence. The husband was obviously blindsided and devastated. They are still in 2 separate states, and the husband has gone low to no contact with the wife, asking her for space. She has been incredibly emotional since this happened. I've been in contact with her multiple times a day, even just to check in and let her know she's loved and important, but she's understandably been a mess. I've seen the husband a few times. I let him know that the wife told me what happened and that I just wanted him to know that I'm here if he needs anything. My goal is to just be there for both of my friends and not get in the middle. To me, it comes down to some bad decisions that were made that had really painful consequences. There's no villain in this story. People are not the sum of their mistakes. Fast forward to the present day where the wife was served with divorce papers. She wants to talk to him in person, but he doesn't. He agreed to FaceTime only if they do speak. She wants to fly here without telling him and show up on his doorstep to fight for the marriage. They have a door code to their apartment that they use every day. They also have a key, which they gave me about a year ago when I was watching their pets. When I went to give it back to the husband, he said just to hang on to it. He let her know that he has changed the code to the door, so right now she has no physical way to get into the apartment if he's not home. She's also concerned that he won't let her in if he knows it's her, which I don't think would be the case, but who knows. She asked me to pick her up from the airport and give her the key so that she can get in. I said I'm really not comfortable with it because I don't want the husband to feel like I've betrayed him or was part of some sort of ambush. She's also walking in at 10 p.m. when he is not expecting anybody. I'd be really spooked if it were me. He's former military, but I just think it's not great to surprise anyone that late. I know this sounds stupid, but I suggested that if she takes an Uber to the apartment and he won't let her in or isn't home, I can drive over and give her the key then. But she said no. She is on the lease, so she can still legally enter the apartment, so I've reluctantly agreed to give her the key up front. So am I the asshole to him if I give her the key, or am I the asshole to her if I don't give it to her up front? Edit 1. I should have clarified that they were still together when they gave me the key, which is part of why I'm conflicted. She technically gave it to me with him there. She had already moved for her job when I went to give it back, and he told me to just hang on to it. Edit 2. This is a difficult situation because her mental health has declined significantly since this all occurred. There have been episodes of self-harm and suicidal thoughts where she was actually making a plan and reached out to me. I was able to coordinate with one of her friends there and convinced her to admit herself to the hospital for a 48-hour hold. So her mental health has been incredibly fragile. That doesn't excuse the choices she's made in any way. During those episodes, she asked me to reach out to her husband to tell him about the state she was in, and I told her no because I felt like it was manipulative. I also felt like whether he responded or not would only impact her negatively either way, and she needed to work with her therapist to help her through this. The support I've given her has been solely regarding her mental health. I haven't engaged in any conversations with either of them about the other. She has mostly vented to me about her deep regret, remorse, guilt, and lack of self-worth because of the choices she's made. As her friend, I've really tried to support her as a vulnerable human being by reminding her that we are not the sum of our mistakes. While this is painful and has some deep consequences, she still has so much to live for. I say all this because I'm seeing a lot of comments saying that I inserted myself into the middle of this, but this all just happened today. She asked me for the key, and I told her I wasn't comfortable with that for the reasons stated in my original post. She is obviously emotional, and again, she is technically the one who gave me the key, which is why why I reluctantly agreed. But then I came here because my conscience is telling me that's not the right decision, even though I feel like I'm trying to balance a sensitive situation that has been really intense. Edit 3. Wow, what a jolt this has been in such a short span of time. First, I do want to say that I absolutely think the choices she made were wrong, and so does she. She knows that she messed up and has been torturing herself over it in some really intense ways that I am absolutely not qualified to help her navigate, but I have tried to be a supportive friend through it because of the immediacy and severity of the help she needed at the time. Thanks to everyone for their perspective. I think I have been so worried about her emotional state over the last few months that I've been too close to it to see what some of you are saying. That she's being a bit manipulative with me, especially when I told her I wasn't comfortable giving her the key. I'm going to call her tomorrow and let her know that I'm not giving it to her. I really appreciate the snap out of it slap a lot of you provided. User Ickle Bunny Kin said, do not get involved. Your friendship with both of them will irretrievably be changed. She lives further away and will more than likely not come back. He lives locally, so it's nice to have a friend you can trust. I would just tell her that she is putting you in an impossible situation and that it isn't fair. You've been there for her throughout, but this is one step too far. Let her know that you gave the key back if nothing else. Good luck. User JEJS said, congratulations. You took a situation where there was a villain and an innocent party, which did not benefit from your intervention, and you convinced yourself there was no villain. You decided you wouldn't get involved, but because you're not honest about things, you've tricked yourself, got right in the middle, aided the villain, and made everything 100 times worse. You must be super proud of yourself. I hope someone warns the husband about what kind of friend you are so he can avoid you and change the locks. User Feudal Pancake 79 said, I don't think you understand just how devastating it is to discover that your spouse was having an affair with someone who is not you behind your back, with photographic evidence no less. The fact that you're giving the wife a pass says just as much about your moral failings as it does about hers. Cheating is a lot more than a mistake. It's a betrayal on the deepest levels. The husband has made it crystal clear that he isn't interested in repairing his marriage, and he is well within his rights to do so. And here you are encouraging this woman to essentially break into his private space without warning. Are you really that naive to think this is a good idea? What if he shoots her? What if she shoots him? Do you really want to be a party to something like that? He gave you the key, not her. Mail it back to him and stay out of their marriage drama. Update. I let her know this morning that I wouldn't be giving her the key. As many of you predicted, she instantly responded with complete vitriol. No discussion, no please reconsider, none of that. Just straight to I can't believe you right now. I can't rely on anyone. Thanks a lot. Fine, you will regret it. I probably would have been shocked if I hadn't read the feedback on this post beforehand, so I was honestly unfazed and just responded that I don't support what she's trying to do. Like a few people mentioned, if the roles were reversed and the husband was asking me to do this, I would absolutely be saying the same thing, and she needs to respect my decision because it wasn't going to change. Among other things, she told me I was ruining everything. I let her know that unfortunately, she is the one who has ruined everything with the decisions she's made in the past, and that it's time for her to start taking accountability and stop looking for people to blame. I also told her that I would be giving the key back to the husband and letting him know what she was planning. She lost it, lots of swearing, lots of self-pity, threats of self-harm, and then said I wasn't a good friend to her. That's when I had enough. I told her I was done being a punching bag for her and that I know I've been a good friend to her when no one else was supporting her, and I saw her through some dark times. I said her selfishness had finally crossed a line with me. I ended it by saying that she's in a dangerous state of mind and that she should reach out to her therapist and share our conversation so she can get an objective view of it. I let her know that she needed help that I can no longer provide and that I was done. She sent me 2 apology texts about 5 minutes later, but I haven't responded and don't plan to. If she somehow shows up at my door if she flies in tomorrow, I won't be answering. Update on the husband. I let him know everything this morning. We're good and we made plans for me to give him back the key. She's supposed to fly in tomorrow night and leave Saturday. He actually won't even be in town this weekend. This last post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Acceptable War. The post is titled, I think this woman is using me for free childcare. I teach boxing in my spare time and 1 day a week I teach it to kids. There's a mom who I'm starting to feel is taking advantage of these classes. She's increasingly late in picking up her kid after the session. To give some context, this is a wealthy woman. It's not that she's out working a job, she is a stay-at-home parent with no other kids. She told me all this because another thing she loves to do is have really long conversations with me on top of already being late. She's been late most of March. I talked to her about it at the end of the month and she apologized and said it wouldn't happen again. It did, twice now, so I started timing her. During the second week of April, she arrived 45 minutes late and then spent maybe 20 minutes talking to me. The other day, I timed her again. She got there around the 1 hour mark. I made a point to show her my timer and gave her a warning that I would remove her kid from my class. She still tried to argue, at which point I raised the timer and turned it on again. She said I was being unjustifiably rude. I explained politely that I have other obligations and that her consistent lateness throws my schedule off. She became furious and stomped to the driver's side of her car. Her kid rolled down his window to say thank you and goodbye to me. I told him goodbye and added, "Tell your mom to stop being late." She reported our conversation to my boss, saying that I told her kid he would get kicked out of the program. I didn't say that. My boss still gave me a lecture about how I don't have that power and can't make the statements I did. He went over professionalism and how I'm being too hard on this mom, who could have other circumstances going on. I do have a bit of a cold vibe and I'm working on that, but I'm not getting paid for the hour after this class that I spend hanging out with her kid. The kid's great, but I have things to do. For people who work with kids, what's the etiquette here? Do I give parents grace? Update. I appreciate the advice I received on the post I made. I learned a lot from you. A little bit of background on me. This is my first time working a job that involves kids. My actual profession is unrelated to boxing. This was mostly something I picked up spontaneously because I saw the merit in it and wanted to do my part to help. The program itself is very new and disorganized. Due to differences of opinion about how it's run, I doubt I will stay with it. Here's the update. I took various notes from the people who gave me tips here. I wrote a detailed email to my boss and CC'd other people who run this program, including co-instructors. I did this for transparency, accountability, and to put pressure on my boss to provide a policy around the issue instead of dealing with us all individually or case by case. My boss didn't respond to the email. Instead, he called me in to see him. I kind of had a feeling he would. He asked me why I sent the email CCing everyone and was clearly not happy about my approach. He kept trying to minimize the situation and make me feel that I was in the wrong. He told me that I'm being greedy, that my attitude about one parent being late is exaggerated, and that I'm looking for problems. He suggested that I should essentially just wait around after hours if I need to sometimes because it's a program for kids, and I should do it with some heart. Do it for the kids. I had to turn my face to hide the fact that I wanted to laugh in that moment. Having proper policy in place not only protects the staff, it protects the kids, not to mention his business. After I made my perspective a little clearer, he came around a bit. Unfortunately, he flat out told me he would not back pay me for the time I've logged waiting for this mom, but he will implement a late policy moving forward. He has followed through on that. He tried to throw in other incentives for me, but I didn't accept them. That mom wasn't late this week. She did try to catch my eye when she picked her son up, and I ignored her. She ended up getting out of her car and asked me if I saw her waving. I kept ignoring her. She wore me down because she kept following me around while I locked up. I informed her why she was getting the silent treatment. She apologized and also tried to write me a check on the spot. I didn't take the money. I told her honestly that I might quit instead. I'm not sure about it though. I'm on the fence about just letting this go and playing it by ear class by class. Maybe the program will get smoother with time. It's not that much money anyway. Update 2. The short of it is, you guys were right. This woman had a crush on me or some kind of interest at the very least, and I was too angry at her and the situation to notice. We're seeing each other now. I won't get your hopes up because it's probably just temporary. Longer story. Towards the end of last year, she approached me. She said she was separating from her husband and hinted that the marriage was abusive. She mentioned that her reason for getting in touch with me was to take me up on my offer to teach her how to box. I told her I was only offering so I could make her suffer. The thing is, I don't think joining a combat sport immediately as a means to process abuse is always the best course of action. I understand why it's empowering, but if you're not doing therapy or something alongside it, it might frame things for you in an unhealthy way. So I think you need both. That's just my personal opinion. I felt ill-equipped to be the starting point of her healing or whatever, even though she was reaching out to me so sincerely. So I redirected her to someone else. She started going to those classes I connected her with and occasionally texted me about them. The texts were straightforward, questions asking for my opinion, etc. We'd have short exchanges, a few texts back and forth with no pattern and a lot of gaps in between. About a week ago, I ran into her in person and she convinced me to have coffee with her. I don't know how to explain it. There is some kind of intensity between us and we decided to see where it leads. User Sweet and Nasty said, I'm convinced that this woman was cheating on her husband and using her son's martial arts practices as an excuse to cheat. That's why she was always so late. It probably explains why she separated from her husband now and is willing to date so quickly afterward. OP is a damn fool. User Zool said, I hate to say it, but he's going to be the next boyfriend she claims was abusive to whatever guy comes around after him. She's a mess and he's even more of a mess for ignoring all these red flags. This story was posted in the What Should I Do subreddit by a user named Bell Swords. The post is titled, My uncle is acting strangely with my sister. To be blunt, I noticed that my uncle has been paying a lot of attention to my sister. It's not just that he gives her more gifts or prefers her. Whenever we show up at his house for a family event or something similar, he always talks about how she looks and is always doing things like patting her lower back, rubbing her shoulders, or grabbing her waist without warning. His gifts for her are also more expensive. It was fine at first. He was at my sister's birth and was one of the first to hold her, so she has always been his favorite to an extent, and he's always spoiled her. But it's like I blinked and he's suddenly acting like this. I don't know exactly when he started acting differently with her, but I noticed it a week ago and we haven't been to his house since then. I've tried talking to my grandma about it, but she just brushes it off and my parents are always too busy. I'm also scared of telling our other extended family because my grandma brushed me off the first time. What should I do? I don't want to just ignore it, but I'm also scared of telling anyone else in case I'm overreacting. Edit. This isn't really an update, but for the comments who asked, I haven't talked to my sister about it yet, but I'm planning to do so later. We're at our grandma's house right now, and considering my grandma brushed off what I said, I don't want to cause too much of a fuss if she ends up hearing me bring it up again. I'm also planning to talk to our parents as soon as we get home. All your comments drilling it into my head that I need to tell them helped. Thank you for helping me not be a coward and for your support in general. Obviously, none of this is okay, the guy is a weirdo, but I understand the sentiment that the rest of the family might not immediately get on board with OP's opinion. I think that OP should first talk to her sister about all this and how it makes her feel. Even if she says that she isn't uncomfortable, don't drop it just yet. She's only 14, so it's entirely possible that she doesn't even know that this behavior is crossing the line. Afterward, tell the parents. If they aren't immediately concerned and brush it off, at the very least, the possibility of the uncle being a predator will be inserted into their minds. That way, they will subconsciously be on the lookout for anything suspicious. User Zykic said, you should tell your parents using specific language about how he is engaging in inappropriate physical touch. Mentioning the gift thing first could come off as jealousy if your parents are oblivious to what's happening. If they don't take you seriously, tell your counselor or a trusted teacher at school. School staff is obligated to report any student mentioning inappropriate physical touch. To this user, Careful Trifle said, this is good advice. Mention the things you have witnessed, focusing on the touching. All of it is concerning. Gift giving as a way to initiate compliance, but the touching is the line that is being crossed. Once the parents are notified, they can put the rest together as needed. User Jug R Not said, there is a small chance you might regret saying something if there isn't anything inappropriate happening. However, there is almost a guaranteed chance you will regret it if you don't say something and she is being abused. Talk to your sister, your parents, and the counselor at school. The counselor will hopefully do something. Your parents deserve to know, and your sister can be more aware to avoid his advances. User OK Spirit said, rarely are our instincts about this kind of thing wrong, and the behavior is making you uncomfortable. Tell your parents you have something important to discuss, and when you see one or both of them, say, Uncle is giving a lot of attention to my sister, including touching. It may be nothing, but it makes me uncomfortable and I'm worried about it. I do not think he should ever be alone with her, and we all need to pay attention to this. Update. I'm not sure if I'm doing this correctly, but I've seen people do updates this way before, so I'll just do it this way. First things first, thank you everyone for your comments and for giving me advice. Second, I talked to my sister as soon as we got home from our grandma's, and it turns out she's aware that it's weird, but actually liked it at first. She said that our uncle is nicer to her than our parents and that the gifts are nice. She mentioned that she only started feeling uncomfortable when he began to touch her, but because she's been accepting all his gifts, she thought it might be rude to start saying no now. I asked her when it started, and she revealed he began touching her in that way when she turned 12. She said that he only did it when they were in her room, and that was the reason why she has no locks on her door. She also said that she was scared of telling anyone that she was weirded out by his behavior because both our grandma and aunt brushed it off when she was 12, saying that she's always been his favorite and that she was probably just misreading everything he was doing because she's a teenager now. I showed her your comments. She had never heard of the word grooming before, so she was pretty shocked and a little angry, saying that our uncle would never do something like that. But I managed to convince her to tell our parents about our uncle together, even if it was just to ask them to stop him from touching her. I've also sent texts to our parents about it, detailing that my sister is uncomfortable with how our uncle behaves with her. However, our parents have yet to respond to any of the texts I've sent about our uncle and have just texted that we'll talk about it when we get home. They're both working late today and probably won't be home by nighttime. Update 2. Our parents got home an hour ago and my sister and I talked with them. In short, my mom was furious and my dad was surprised, but he also revealed something. It turns out that he knew our uncle had been acting weirdly with my sister but didn't do anything because he didn't think he'd ever try anything with his kids, and that he thought he had changed. He said that our uncle had done something with one of my cousins a few years before my sister was born. My grandma was the one who caught him and got him into therapy. Our dad said that our grandma made our uncle promise not to do it again in order for them not to report him. Our aunt is also aware of this, but according to our dad, she said that our cousin had tempted him with how she dressed around the house. Our dad said that's why that specific cousin doesn't talk with the rest of the family. My mom apparently didn't know this and they argued. She threatened divorce and a restraining order against his entire family if our dad doesn't only tell our uncle to back off, but also report him to the police. Our dad doesn't want to, and last I heard, he's calling our grandma. Sorry that this is a complete mess. I don't know what else to do, and I'm stressed out of my mind. My sister looks okay right now though, so that's all that matters to me at the moment. It feels like my life is falling apart because of our uncle, and at this point, I'm starting to feel like beating him up is the only way to fix everything. I know that it's not and that it's irrational, but I'm just so angry. I also mentioned telling the police or counselors at school like you guys suggested, but she doesn't want to. She says she's embarrassed about it and that they just blame her because she let it go for 2 years. Even though I told her that she didn't do anything wrong and was just scared, she wouldn't budge. Update 3. Sorry I haven't updated for a bit. A lot has been going on and I've been a little out of my mind trying to remember everything so I could put it down here. In short, my mom and dad are divorcing, and my mom brought me and my other siblings, including my sister, back to her parents' house for the time being until it goes through. My mom's parents are really old, but they're really fun, so my sister and other younger siblings like being here even though everything's a big mess right now. Nothing too big has happened, but I want you guys to know that my mom signed my sister up for therapy. I told our mom about the fact that my sister doesn't want to tell the police or anything, and our mom is planning on telling the police herself. Our mom is also trying to go through with the restraining order, but it's taking a while, so she's trying for a temporary one for now until she can file for a permanent one. Our mom and dad both worked full time, but now that my mom is taking care of 5 kids by herself while working, she's been really stressed out and tired. Her parents help, but like I said, they're super old and can't really do much on their own. There's no information on our cousin at this point since our mom is super swamped. Sorry this isn't a good update. I don't know what's been going on with our dad and his side of the family, but our mom told us not to worry and that she'll handle it. Thank you again to everyone who took the time to read my posts and give me advice. I think I'd be pretty helpless without it, so thank you. This is just more of a life right now kind of update than anything too big. I'm not too sure what to do right now since our mom is trying to handle everything on her own, so I'll edit this post if anything comes up. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named EdisCrad. The post is titled, "Woman Wants to Give Birth in My House. This is one of the stranger things that has ever happened to me. To set the scene, I, 26, bought the house I'm living in 2019 from this lovely older couple. I thought, as I'm sure anyone who has been in this situation might think, that the signing would be the last time I ever saw them or had anything to do with their family. I was wrong. Yesterday, I got a knock on my door. I opened it to find a young couple, probably my age or maybe a bit younger. The woman was pregnant and looked like she was going to pop any day. I asked who they were and if I could help them. The woman replied that this home used to belong to her parents and that she was born in this house. I asked again what it was that they wanted, since that didn't really tell me if they needed anything from me. She told me that her mother had also been born here in the upstairs bedroom. For context, this is now my bedroom. She then asked if I wouldn't mind letting her bring the things needed to give birth in the same spot where she and her mother were both born. I said no, keeping in mind that this isn't her or her parents' house anymore, and that the bedroom in question is my bedroom. Now, I thought that this was as normal a response as possible given the strange question, but when I was telling my friends about this later, one of the girls in the friend group said that it was pretty cruel of me to tell a pregnant woman where she can and can't give birth. I didn't think that what I had said was all that strange, considering I had never met the couple before and I don't exactly want a stranger giving birth where I sleep. However, my friend insists that I could have come to some sort of arrangement, so here I am asking you guys, am I the asshole? Edit. So I would just like to add that my friend isn't an idiot. When we were having this conversation, we were, let's say, having a fun time with some substances. When I asked her about it today, she genuinely thought she'd imagined the conversation. Obviously, she thinks it's a horrible idea for liability and health reasons, aside from it being weird. And for those concerned that she's getting high as a nurse, she's off for the next 2 weeks. She's flying home for the holidays, so we were having a little get-together for those of us who are leaving for home. For those saying that I made this up, I wish I had an imagination that good. I'd start writing if I did. I couldn't have predicted or come up with something like this in 100 years. Edit 2, I got an email back from the previous owners. I managed to get their contact info from the realtor who sold the house. It turns out that yes, they have a daughter, yes, apparently she is actually pregnant, and they have cut her off for being a bit on the crazy side. So yeah, I asked for anything that might be helpful for getting any kind of protection order for my house, but the police have said that unless she actually tries anything, there isn't anything they can do. So I guess on Monday I get to talk to someone in my county's court system to deal with this. Update. Well, I didn't think I'd be updating, but this got crazy. So if you remember from the original post, the apparent daughter of the previous owners of my house came to my door a little while ago and asked if she could give birth in my bedroom. Honestly, it's as crazy as it sounds. Reading my original post won't make it make much more sense. A couple of things before I get into it. Some friends have shown me that the post has indeed broken Reddit containment and pointed a few things out to me. So I'm going to set a few things straight. Most other websites assume I'm a woman. I am non-binary and will not elaborate further on that point. I'm not being snippy about it. I just wanted to set the record straight on that point. The second thing is that some people have assumed this was fake and that I probably made up the scenario because they think I think it's hot. No, I don't. I think the entire scenario is creepy and off-putting. And lastly, yes, I know that 21 is pretty young to be buying a house, which makes the whole thing seem fake. I live in the Midwest, which is pretty cheap to begin with. It's not a huge house, and I received a small claim after an incident at work, so I used the money from that for my future. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I say. I know some people will still assume I've made the whole thing up or used ChatGPT to create it. That said, if you don't think this is real, just move on with your day. I truly wish it wasn't real. Last note, there were a couple of people asking why I got the police involved with the original incident. I only got them involved when the original homeowners told me that the woman was a bit on the loose screw side of things. When you are told that the person who came to your door might be a bit unhinged, you take that step for your own peace of mind. Anyway, last Friday at about 1:30 a.m. I heard a knock, a heavy pounding at my door. I went to answer it, wondering just who the hell would be visiting me in the middle of the night when I saw a familiar face at the door. It was the pregnant woman with her husband or boyfriend, along with 2 women who I assumed were midwives. From what I gathered, the woman went into labor earlier that day and was hoping I had changed my mind. I hadn't and asked them all to leave. The woman started having either a breakdown or a contraction or something because she just began screaming in my driveway. One of the other women in the group explained to me that they drove 4 hours to get here and asked if I wouldn't mind letting them set up. She told me that the woman had said she had arranged for the house and that she was nearly ready to push. From what I understood, the woman had lied to her midwife about me agreeing to this and had essentially tried to trick her into forcing me to let this happen in my house. I told her a firm no and that if needed, there's a hospital only 5 minutes away from where I live and asked them all to leave. The woman started screaming and crying about how I was ruining this for her, but between me closing and locking the door, her partner and her midwives got back into their van and drove off. I don't know if this was a guilt trip or if they were delusional or what, but here's the thing about me. I am an absolute pushover. I probably would have just pretended to be asleep, not even opened the door, and waited them out. But here's the thing. I had a different friend, her wife, and their highly autistic child spending the night on their way back home after the holidays. All the noise and commotion, plus the unexpected midnight visitor, severely triggered the kid, and it took nearly 2 hours to calm her back down enough to get her to sleep. She's a good kid and means the world to my friends, so having someone else who would have been severely affected by this helped me find a bit of my spine. That's why I wound up opening the door to ask them to leave. Honestly, I shouldn't have even opened the door and should have just called the police first thing. But the good news is that after a couple of minutes talking to the midwife, she agreed to take the whole show elsewhere. After they all left, I did call the police on the non-emergency line to update them on what was going on and gave them footage of the previous incident as well as the latest video I have of this incident. I'm really hoping that now she has given birth, she'll leave me alone. Either way, in addition to my Ring camera, I've asked my neighbor to keep an eye out and call me if anything happens while I'm at work. I also got deadbolts to install for all of my exterior doors. I changed the locks when I bought the house, which honestly seemed like a good idea, but this is just to make me feel a bit better about the whole situation. User Lefty Trash said, "This immediately brought to mind the episode of King of the Hill, where that old lady wants to die in the Hill's house, and all their neighbors look down on them for saying no until Hank lets her into their Christmas party. They all realize how awkward it is standing around while there's this person in the corner waiting to pass away." A deleted user said, "Those commenters aren't joking about delusional midwives. For my sister's first pregnancy, she tried to do a home birth, and after 50 hours of labor, my mom finally insisted that the situation wasn't safe for my sister or my nephew. The midwife wanted to take my sister to Long Island, where she had privileges. My sister lived 10 blocks from Columbia Presbyterian Hospital at the time. That was the night my mom almost punched a midwife in the face. My nephew was born after 50 hours of labor by emergency cesarean section. That was also the day my mom made me promise never to have a home birth. That said, I also know and have worked for a brilliant midwife who has delivered many healthy babies and is phenomenal at her job. So you get all kinds." This story was posted by a throwaway account in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, "My doctors told my husband and I that our baby has many birth defects. I want to abort, but he doesn't. My doctors told my husband and me that our baby has many birth defects. I want to abort, he does not. This was a planned baby, and I'm absolutely devastated. My husband and I met in college and have been married for 6 years now. We have one son who is now 4 years old. I know some people are going to wonder, but yes, we did discuss our moral and political views before even getting engaged, and we're both pro-choice. When we were 21 and 20, we made a stupid mistake that ended in a pregnancy. We were both flat broke and not at all ready for kids. I decided to terminate, and he fully agreed with and supported me. He loves our son so much and is an amazing father. He confided in me that he loved the idea of having a daughter as well. Luckily, we're in a good financial place, so I agreed and we started trying for a second baby. We conceived fairly quickly and were overjoyed. We also soon discovered that we're having a girl. My husband was so excited. As soon as he was told, he went all out and started to plan her nursery. He asked our son to help him pick which shade of pink he wanted, which crib to get, what the theme should be, etc. It was all so adorable. I don't want to reveal any personal medical history, so forgive me for being vague with the descriptions. At our last doctor's visit a few days ago, we were given the news that our daughter has severe birth defects. They think that she could possibly survive the birth, but any life that she gets to experience will be painful for her. There have been medical cases of babies with the same conditions who survive from early childhood to even the teenage years. Rarely. These poor children suffer with so much pain and are uncomfortable of their entire lives. They are very low functioning and need around-the-clock care as well as several uncomfortable surgeries to try to give them a better quality of life. We were both heartbroken and cried for hours together in the car. Then we drove home in silence. Neither of us said anything until my husband began to quietly mumble his thoughts. He went on and on about how we needed to schedule another doctor's appointment so we would know what medical equipment we'd need to buy for her, and that we should renovate the nursery again so we could care for her more easily. He said that he'd definitely have to talk to his boss so he could take a longer paternal leave. He wants to be by her side in the NICU until we can take her home. He talked about how we'd have to ask his mom to babysit our son more often while she's a newborn. He even said that maybe we could sell one of our cars, move to a smaller house, and take our son out of private school so we'd have more money to pay for our daughter's care. I was silent until he asked me what I thought. I was blunt and said that I think we should terminate the pregnancy. Now I feel bad for saying it that way, but I was still frazzled from the news. This made him very upset. He began to cry and ask why I don't want our daughter, even with disabilities. I mentioned our previous abortion. He said it was different because it was unplanned and we had no way to take care of the child. Now, we're in a pretty good place financially, so theoretically, we could shoulder the cost of our daughter. I have a bit of personal history with this type of situation. My best friend in high school was at my house all the time because her parents were way too busy with her severely autistic older brother. They did love her, but she was pushed to the side her entire childhood. I told him the story. He said that we do better by our son and daughter. My best friend's parents were foolish for having a second child after they already had a disabled one. He then seemed hopeful for a minute and asked if I was just afraid. He promised that he'd be by my side the whole time and that we could do this together. I told him it's not about fear. Our daughter will be in pain constantly if she's born alive. It would be a short and painful life for her. I love this baby so much already. I don't want her to suffer like that. He began to yell that even if she doesn't live long, we could still pour our hearts and souls into making her life as fulfilling as possible. I didn't respond and he stormed inside. It's been a couple of days now and he won't even look me in the eyes. He sits in the new nursery for hours. Our son is very confused. I know he's grieving, but I really don't want to continue with this pregnancy. I love him so much and I have no idea what to do now. This is nothing short of straight up tragic. Regardless of the decision, I don't think I could judge either way. I understand both sides, but personally, I think I'd lean more toward OP's way of thinking. The child's existence is just going to be nothing but pain according to the doctor, and I'd feel a bit selfish if I wanted them in the world just for my own satisfaction. I'd feel even worse and more upset if other people were to judge my child because of birth defects. No matter how much you love your kid, if they are being judged by the rest of the world, it will have an effect on them that you as a parent can't fix or heal alone. But again, it's such a tough decision to make that I don't know what I'd do if I were really in the same situation. User Head Swill Roll said, as someone with chronic pain, you are being a responsible parent for considering your daughter's quality of life. Too many people bring children into the world for selfish reasons, and it's not wrong to spare a human being a life of suffering. If we were discussing an animal and not a human, we'd be talking about compassionate euthanasia. To this user Seafair, Ral said, I worked with a guy who had a severely disabled son. They found out fairly early on and were offered a termination. He wanted to terminate, but his wife didn't. She was in her late 40s and thought it was her only chance for a child. She was probably right, but she was completely in denial about how hard their life would be and just how disabled their son would be. It completely wrecked their marriage and their son had an awful life. Their son could not do anything and was often hospitalized. He couldn't express any emotion except unhappiness. His dad was just a shell of a person. His life was work, then back to the home life he hated with a wife he clearly resented. They got 1 week of respite a year through a charity, but they couldn't always take the full week because their son would become so distressed in the care facility. I had a few honest chats with him, and he said that every time his son was hospitalized with pneumonia, he would wish that it would end his son's life so that it would put all three of them out of their perpetual misery. That man was so tortured, and he wasn't a bad man. He never left his family no matter how much he hated his life. It's so true that we wouldn't put animals through that kind of pain, so I never understand how people will knowingly put a child through a lifetime of pain when there's the option to ensure that they will never have to feel pain. User Mammoth Basket said, my daughter has a 20-year-old autistic and bipolar daughter, my granddaughter. There are 3 daughters in total, one older and one younger. The autistic child cannot self-entertain and will always have the mentality of a 6-year-old child. My daughter's marriage fell apart and the ex-husband wasn't around to take any responsibility. Additionally, my daughter was rarely reimbursed for medical and dental out-of-pocket expenses. The oldest daughter, the glass child, was parentified so her mother could work nights. She has now gone no contact with her mother and blocked her everywhere due to her childhood losses. The younger child has lived in the shadow of her autistic sister and has many issues of her own. My daughter can't leave the two of them at home because the older sister becomes violent. When they were toddlers, the youngest had to have her hair cut short because her autistic sister would pull her long hair out by the roots, ripping her scalp and leaving it bloodied. It was awful. My daughter is movie star beautiful, but men who have professed their love for her wanted to marry her but not the disabled daughter. My autistic granddaughter cannot self-entertain and is a Velcro person, so she is always there. It's been a family tragedy. My daughter is a prisoner in her own home. My ex-husband would not help. I work full-time and have gone to school at night, so I am pretty much depleted. Additionally, my autistic granddaughter is hard to manage. I love my granddaughter, but I would not wish her life or my daughter's life on my worst enemy. It hurts me to say this, but it would be a mercy to not bring this severely disabled child into the world. What a cruel thing it is to bring this unborn child into the world. The husband is out of his mind with grief and cannot see the whole picture. The wife needs to make up her own mind, even if it comes to the sad choice of divorce. To the haters out there, unless you have walked in another person's shoes, you cannot understand this catastrophic situation. User Highland Dame said, "Do not have a baby you don't want to have. So many parents end up single when caring for disabled children." Edited to add, "I wouldn't stay in a marriage with a man who is willing to throw away the child he already has." To this user teacher, Patty said, "I've been a special education teacher for almost 20 years. I can probably count on one hand the number of kids who had dads in the home. The vast majority were raised by moms who were divorced or whose dads otherwise took off. They couldn't date, often couldn't work, and just had lives where everything revolved around changing the diapers of a child who was 12 or 13. I am sure there are statistics on this somewhere, but in my personal experience, divorces and abandonments are very common." Update. Thank you all so much for the advice and kind words. I'm sorry I haven't responded to many chats and comments. I've read through them all. The empathy and compassion shown are truly touching. After I made my original post, my husband and I rushed to get a second opinion. Nothing changed. It was still our original diagnosis. Once I learned that, I scheduled the termination for as soon as physically possible. I didn't tell my husband at first. He kept raving about how we could give her as much love in her life as we could. I feel bad for this now, but I snapped and angrily told him I was terminating the pregnancy. I know how he feels, but I will not allow my daughter to suffer just because he wants to love her. He was very angry with me after I put my foot down. Once he realized his pleading wouldn't change my mind, he didn't speak a word to me. It was as if he refused to even acknowledge my existence. I was terrified that he would leave me all alone with the scraps of our family. I tried to explain it to my son, but I think he still doesn't understand. Then, the night before the procedure, he stepped into my room and apologized for everything, promising to be more supportive of me from now on. I was so happy and relieved that I started to sob, and he held me all night. My original plan was for my mom to drive me to the hospital, and then once it was done, a close friend would take me home. Since it was only the night before, he said he couldn't miss a full day of work, but really wanted to drive me home. I agreed to let him, and then the procedure was done in the morning. My son is having a long sleepover with my best friend's family. I don't want him to see me like this. The next morning, the termination was done. It went fine with only minor physical pain, but the emotional toll was crushing. After I was done, he didn't show up to get me. I waited for hours, and he wouldn't answer any of my calls. I ended up having to call a friend from work to take me home. When we got there, I saw just one note on the counter saying he couldn't do this. A few of our daughter's special toys were removed from her nursery. My entire life has fallen apart in a matter of days. I asked my mom to watch my son for a little while. I still can't contact my husband. Everything feels so pointless. User Turbulent Tank said, "What an incredibly hard thing to go through. I absolutely applaud you for doing the right thing for her. She didn't deserve a life full of pain, no matter how short. You poured your heart and soul into making the hardest decision any mother could make, and I'm so incredibly sorry for you, for her, and for your husband. As a mother myself, I couldn't imagine the heartbreak you're feeling right now. You are an amazing mom to both your children. Your husband might not see it that way, and he may never understand, but you did the best thing for her, and that's what matters. I have never been in a situation like this, but my advice would be to give yourself time and space to heal and to seek out grief counseling as soon as possible. Sending all of my love and prayers." User Excel Pager said, "I am so sorry. An abortion isn't an easy thing to go through, especially when it involves a wanted child. Be kind to yourself. If this man walked away from the stress and grief of a medical abortion due to health issues, then now you know for sure that the stress of dealing with a significantly disabled child would have led to the same outcome, and I can't do this note on your table. It's worse that he made you change your plans and made himself your pickup support person just so he could deliberately abandon you and your family at your most vulnerable moment. Your husband is a deeply selfish man. One day you may look back and be grateful that his true colors have been revealed. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Assignment United. The post is titled AITA for ruining my family's New Year's Eve by refusing to join the fun. It's because I don't want to be the DD again. Hey, Reddit, I need some serious perspective. I'm starting to think I might be the asshole, but I still feel like I'm in the right, LOL. Every New Year's Eve, my family has a big party at my aunt and uncle's house, and every year, without fail, I end up being the designated driver. Don't get me wrong, I love my family, but it's starting to bug me. It's been like this since I was 19, even before I was legally allowed to drink. I don't drink much, maybe a glass of wine or a beer, but I don't get plastered. I'm fine with driving people home if they need it, but for the past few years, everyone expects me not to drink so I can drive them back. Every year, it's the same. Oh, can you drive? You're not drinking anyway. I always say yes because I don't want to let anyone down. Fast forward to this year's New Year's Eve. I told my family ahead of time that I wasn't going to be the designated driver anymore. I just wanted to enjoy the night, have a couple of drinks, and not be responsible for getting everyone home. I even told my cousin, who usually gets really sloshed, that I wasn't driving this year and she was fine with it. When I got to the party, it was the usual chaos. People were drinking, laughing, and having a good time. I was enjoying myself, but around 11 p.m., my cousin came over and asked if I was ready to drive everyone home. I reminded her that I wasn't driving tonight. I was there to enjoy the party. She looked at me like I was crazy and said, "Come on, you always drive. Don't be a bitch." Which, like, what the heck? I tried to explain calmly that I wasn't being a bitch, I just wasn't going to be the chauffeur anymore. Then my aunt overheard and pulled me aside. She lectured me, saying, "We all agreed last year you'd be driving. You know how much we rely on you. Everyone else is too tipsy and Ubering is so unsafe. Just drive this one time for the family." I felt a ton of pressure but refused. I told her I'm not their chauffeur and wasn't going to do it again just because no one else could figure out their own ride. My aunt got upset, saying I was being selfish and that we're family. She said I'm the only one who doesn't get too drunk, so it makes sense for me to help out. I told her I had already had 3 beers, so I wasn't even legally supposed to drive myself. That's when I snapped. I told them it's not my job to be their designated driver every year just because I'm the only one who doesn't get blackout drunk. They needed to figure out their own rides this time. Then I got up and left. I felt bad walking out, but I didn't want to be a doormat anymore. I spent the rest of New Year's Eve at home watching Netflix and eating leftover pasta with my boyfriend. My family texted me, calling me dramatic and selfish and saying that I ruined the night. They said I was being super sensitive and that everyone was disappointed in me. Everyone's demanding an apology from me even now, and by the way, I got home perfectly safe by Uber. But anyway, Reddit, am I the asshole? Update. Before I get onto that, I want to address some popular questions from my last post. Some people got confused and asked similar questions, so I thought it might be nice to answer them here. How do I give everyone a ride home? My family lives about an hour and a half from my aunt's house, so I'd fill my car with everyone I could and take them home. The next day, they'd take their spouse's cars to pick up the ones they left. Stupid, I know. How did I get home? I Ubered. Why was my cousin asking to leave at 11? She was drunk and probably had no idea what time it was. My aunt overheard me getting a little upset and pulled me aside, which sparked everything. I ended up sending a text to our family group chat, including those who didn't make it to the party but heard about what happened. I'll copy and paste what I said here. Hey everyone, I'm not going to apologize for what happened on New Year's Eve. I told you all well in advance that I wasn't going to be the designated driver this year, and I expected you to respect that. I'm not anyone's personal chauffeur, and I'm done being treated like I'm responsible for everyone else's lack of planning. When cousin called me a bitch for not driving, that was uncalled for. And aunt lecturing me about being selfish and ruining the night because I chose to enjoy myself instead of taking on that responsibility again. I love you all, but I can't be your punching bag anymore. I'm not going to keep letting myself be the one who sacrifices for everyone else's convenience. I've done it for years and I'm done. Next year, I think I'll be spending New Year's somewhere else. I wish you all safe rides home and hope you'll be able to figure something out. I'll be taking some space from everyone and hope you will understand. I then made the painful decision to block my parents, who have been calling me terrible names and making me feel like complete crap since this happened. I never realized how dark my childhood was with all the gaslighting. My parents are probably the reason I have such severe anxiety. My sister and brother are on my side and equally pissed off at our family. So at least I've got them. I really do want to thank you all. I've always known something was off with my family, but I never realized how much I was taken for granted or how unloved I felt until now. Thank you for helping me realize that I'm worth more. And to end on a positive note, my boyfriend is now my fiance. A few days after my post, he proposed. His original plan was to take me to see some cute light displays in our town after I got home and propose there, which made my heart melt a little since I knew he was so tired after working. But when he saw me walk in crying, he read the room and switched things up. When I was feeling better, he took me to dinner and proposed there. I have no idea how the wedding will go or if my parents will be there, but I'm excited to spend it with the people who love and appreciate me. This last post was made in the What Should I Do subreddit by a user named Crystal Wurlitzer. The post is titled, "Got broken up with unexpectedly and I'm still devastated 2 years later. We were in a long distance relationship and used to meet each other every couple of months. I had just graduated while he had been working for a couple of years at that point. He would usually visit me in my city since I wasn't earning enough to fly to him and would sometimes even stay over at my parents' house while visiting. I had just gotten my first big girl job in my city and was ecstatic since I felt like my life was just getting started and I finally had the financial freedom to support the lifestyle I wanted. I decided to fly down to his city to spend time with him for a week before getting started. We spent the entire week together as he showed me around the places he grew up and had been visiting for a huge chunk of his life. On the last evening of the visit, he took me out to one of his favorite cafes, and we had the most magical time. After we headed back to the hotel where I was staying, he told me how he didn't see a future with me. He explained that with us living in different parts of the country, he didn't really see any point in keeping this going. He did sound unhappy with how things were going, but I didn't want to give up yet. I felt like the relationship we had built was worth saving. I explained my side and told him how I didn't want to give up just yet, because I genuinely saw how we were just getting started, and I was hopeful things would get better with me being able to visit him more frequently. Heck, I was even open to moving to a city later down the line if I got a job there. From our conversation, it sounded like he was losing patience and that the wait was too long. I spent the night trying to convince him to give it some time. The next day, I had to fly back home as it was my first day at my job. I was a mess, but I made it to work somehow. We had no contact for a few months, and I blocked him a couple of weeks after he broke up with me. At the end of the year, I was starting to move on, but he reached out to me via email. The message stated how sorry he was and begged me to give him a chance to be a part of my life again. After a long conversation with him begging me to take him back and me stating how I didn't trust him anymore, I slowly tried to let him back into my life. Mind you, I was cautious this time. I was terrified, but deep inside, I was still hopeful that he wouldn't disappoint me like last time. After all, he promised not to. After 8 months and countless nights of trying to make it work while balancing my demanding job, he gave up on us one more time. The next week, he was with another girl. I really should have known better after how he treated me the first time we broke up, but I guess love makes us do stupid things sometimes. I haven't gotten over it yet and still break down every time I think about the situation. I really don't think I'll ever be able to trust someone the same way again, and it breaks my heart because I feel like I have so much love to give. I hope to heal in 2025. I don't know what to do moving forward and would really appreciate some tips or steps on how to heal and move on. User Wellness Hippie said, "I'm so sorry this happened to you twice. It sounds like he's either afraid of commitment or just really not ready to truly be in a relationship. He likely had real feelings for you but doesn't know what to do with them, so he repeatedly comes back to you and promptly shoots himself in the foot. This is not your problem, it's his. It makes so much sense that right now you don't see yourself trusting anyone ever again. Feel what you're feeling and give yourself space to grow and heal. You are not broken by this, you feel broken by this, and your feelings are valid. Accept how you're feeling right now and practice compassion toward yourself. I'm a therapist, and what I tell my clients is that wishing you were in a different place in your healing is exactly what keeps you stuck. Don't avoid your feelings. It's so hard, but let yourself feel the pain and sit with those difficult emotions. Remind yourself that you are actively in the process of healing and take good care of yourself. Eat nutritious meals, make time for sleep, visit friends, and keep up with your hobbies. Keep building your empire, and when or if you are open to it, other potential partners will reveal themselves. User Fluffy Vacation said, "As a guy, the first love is incredibly intense and overwhelming, and it hurts so much to think that you will not get an opportunity with this person ever again. I don't think you truly ever fully get over your first love. I was in love with my friend Michelle for such a long time. I think the biggest regret I have is getting involved with my psycho ex and staying for so long because I feel like there was an opportunity for me and Michelle to be together several years after high school. I think she actually came back to my hometown to give it a try, but I was with a violent, jealous girlfriend at the time. You never truly get over your first love. I'm thankful that she moved on with her life when she did. She actually married another woman several years ago, and I met the love of my life after I joined the military. I still think about her from time to time, but I also know that it would be the worst thing to do to pull that thread. You're never really certain what would happen if you attempted to get back into contact with them, and I have a life and children now. It would be impossible to make it work even if she were willing. The best thing you can do is try to move on with your life and start dating again. It is very possible that you'll find somebody you can love as much as your first, but the sooner you're able to do that, the more you will be able to accept things." User Pig's Feet Pie said, "You're so young. Focus on yourself, your goals, and the right guy will come. See a therapist if you need to. They can definitely help reframe your negative thoughts and help you see things more rationally. You're a catch and have a lot going for you, it sounds like. That guy couldn't see it and seems insecure about being alone, if I'm being honest. Since he got back with you and then entered a relationship right after, that's not a healthy habit, ALOL. You don't deserve an insecure guy like that." This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My boyfriend's family is upset with me because he cut them off. I've been with my boyfriend for a little over 5 years. We have a 3-year-old baby boy. He's a great guy and an amazing father. I couldn't have gotten luckier and I can't wait to marry him and expand our family. The one issue is his family and their relationship with his ex, B. My boyfriend dated B when he was pretty young, basically all the way through high school and into college. Their parents are best friends. They broke up because he walked in on B with another guy during a college party. Ever since the breakup, I guess there has always been an expectation from their families that they would get back together after they matured. He doesn't want to get back with her, and he's made it clear to both B and his parents. B moved away when I came into the picture, and his family and I had a good relationship, more so after my son was born. B moved back to town this past year, and it's basically wrecked my relationship with my boyfriend's family. His mom gushes about B and tries to get my boyfriend to go out and catch up with B without me. There have been numerous times he's gone to his mom's house where she is having coffee with B and leaves them alone together. He's made it clear he doesn't want B and is happy with me, but it falls on deaf ears. The breaking point was when we went over to his parents' house for dinner and B showed up. My boyfriend went to clean up our son after dinner and left me alone with B and his mom. His mom asked B why she wasn't wifed up yet, and B looked at me and said word for word, "I'm waiting for your son to get his priorities straight." His mom laughed and I felt sick. I got up to get my boyfriend to leave. He asked me why and I explained what happened. This led to a whole fight, and basically my boyfriend told his family to give up on him and B or they would never see him and our son again. His mom called me an overreactive bitch, and that was basically it. My boyfriend and I left and he blocked his parents' numbers. That was a week ago, and we've been getting calls nonstop from his siblings saying we were too hard on his mom and that dad shouldn't be punished for what his mom did. This has led to my boyfriend blocking his siblings now too. I feel so strange. I'm glad he stepped up and chose me and my son, but I hate that it's because of me that he cut off his family. I feel so much guilt about my son possibly not being able to see his grandparents too. I'm almost tempted to reach out myself to try to fix things. Has anyone been in a similar situation? I could use some perspective. Kudos to OP's boyfriend for not giving in to the expectations of his family. The worst possible thing he could do here is betray the woman with whom he already has a child. I think OP is misunderstanding that her boyfriend cut off his family because of them, not because of her. Unfortunately, there are far too many parents and families who impose themselves too much on their kids. I think it's best if OP allows her boyfriend to take the lead regarding his family. Whatever he feels is adequate for himself, she should support him in his choices. User Kushthulu the Dank said, "Not your circus, not your monkeys." He's cutting them off because they refuse to see him as his own person with his own desires or respect his choices in love. You don't need to reach out because you are the incidental catalyst for the fight. It was a fight that probably would have happened for him no matter what. Just focus on supporting him, the child, and yourself. Good luck. User DNA Rifle said, "Your husband is a keeper. Please, under no circumstances, try to facilitate mending the relationship right now. If you do, you risk getting your husband mad at you and him feeling betrayed because you'd essentially be going behind his back to try to fix something you can't fix. Let everyone cool off. Tell him that you really appreciate how he stood up for you and then ask him how he wants to move forward. Your relationship with your husband is more valuable than your son's relationship with his grandparents." User Bally Fast said, "I absolutely applaud your husband for setting a boundary and sticking to it. You're right that it's a broadly upsetting situation for everyone, but the one positive thing to come out of this for sure is that your husband is 100% in your corner. His parents and B were outright bullying you, which is an absolutely appalling thing for any grown adult to do to another, let alone for your in-laws to do to the mother of their grandchild. If your husband's siblings don't gain some perspective, then they can get blocked too. Give it some time, let everything cool down." But this really is the kind of situation that requires an apology, no matter how much time has passed. B sounds like a home-wrecking little hussy, as my mother would say, and it's horrible that she seems to have your mother-in-law wrapped around her little finger like that. Your husband did well by you. You don't deserve to be bullied, you deserve to be loved and appreciated for who you are. Focus on your family for now. Push those awful manipulative people out of your mind. They don't deserve to be there. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "I've been faking most orgasms with my husband for years. Now it's causing problems. I've been faking most orgasms with my husband and now it's causing problems because I'm selfish for finishing first." For some context, my husband and I have been together for 7 years and married for 3. Since the beginning of our relationship, I've had the bad habit of faking orgasms during penetrative sex. At first, I thought it wasn't a big deal, but as time went on, I felt stuck. I've never truly orgasmed from penetration alone. However, I orgasm regularly during masturbation or oral sex, often multiple times. For example, my husband usually stops oral sex after I come 3 times, but I've even hit 14 during solo play. So I know the issue isn't my ability to orgasm. The problem started because he seemed to take pride in making me come during sex. I didn't want to ruin that for him. It made him feel accomplished and confident. Sometimes I faked it just to relieve the slight awkwardness of him trying hard to make it happen. Over time, I fell into a pattern, 2 orgasms during penetration, then he'd finish. It felt easier to keep up the act than to address it. Honestly, this routine has worked for years. He seemed happy and I was okay with it. He's reiterated several times how proud he is in a humble brag, "Aren't you lucky to have me?" kind of way that he pleases me so much with penetration. But yesterday, everything changed. Out of nowhere, he implied that I'm sexually selfish because I focus on my pleasure instead of his during penetrative sex, coming twice before he finishes. I was shocked. First, because I faked those orgasms for his benefit, and second, because I thought it made sense for me to finish first since sex is essentially over after he comes. He suggested I focus more on his pleasure instead of mine. He said that by me usually finishing before him, it seems that I'm focusing more on my pleasure than his. His comment hurt. I've spent years faking orgasms to boost his confidence, and now he's calling me selfish for it. I wanted to blurt out the truth, but I couldn't. I feel like this is the final straw though. I honestly don't want to fake it anymore. Any advice on how to navigate this delicate situation? User Princess Pancake said, "The simplest solution would be to just stop faking orgasms from now on. The more difficult, but ultimately better in the long run, thing to do would be to have a conversation where you tell your husband the truth, figure out where his idea that you're sexually selfish is coming from, and discuss how your sex life can be more satisfying for both of you going forward." User Handcuff Mimi said, "Tell him you have been lying. He likely won't believe you and may be really upset and embarrassed. This is a mess no matter how it goes down. Also, the more women lie about things like this, the worse it is for women who don't. Men are always saying that all the other women I have slept with came easily. Then I have to explain that statistically, it is much more likely that they were faking. Please stop lying. This final post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Particular Anxious. The post is titled AITA for skipping my friend's birthday without warning because his GF calls me the typical girl best friend. Miles and I have known each other since we were 2 because our parents are best friends. Now, I would not say Miles is my best friend. He is a good friend and we do hang out on occasion, but we see each other on all major holidays because of our parents. We are in our early 20s. The problem started because of a dumb childhood memory. When we were 8, we had a wedding play at school after care. I played the bride and Miles played the groom. It was a play with horrible songs and uncoordinated kids. Of course, our parents made pictures and videos of that, and we each have one picture on our family picture walls. Miles is dating Lindy. They met 3 years ago and started dating last year. Lindy does not like me, so every time we coincide at a celebration, she makes a comment about me being the typical girl best friend. One time, she said that I secretly wanted to sleep with Miles. I have no clue where she got that impression from. Miles and I have different friend groups and schedules. Besides the monthly catch-up over food, we didn't really meet that much. Things got worse when Lindy saw the wedding play picture. The comments just increased. She even started messaging me on Instagram saying she knew what game I was playing. I talked to Miles once about this and he told me to give her time. So his birthday was on Saturday and I was invited. Lindy wrote to me saying something along the lines of that she was going to supervise me. This was their first birthday as a couple and I was not allowed to take up his time. I was honestly just fed up. I tried talking to Miles once more, but he said the same thing, so I just skipped out. When the party started, I wrote a quick message saying, sorry, I can't come, and told him my mother was going to bring his present. Now, he is upset with me for missing his birthday. Lindy is mad that I made it all about myself, and my parents are upset I missed a family function. Am I the asshole? Edit, I didn't show anyone the messages because I didn't want to make more out of this than it is. I didn't want to poison anyone against Lindy, especially not if she is a new fixture in Miles's life. That would make both our lives more difficult. I hope that just talking about it might be the more adult thing to do. My parents are not mad at me or blowing up my phone, a la Reddit fashion. They and Miles's parents were just bummed out that this was the first birthday that I ever missed. As for why she is jealous, I have no idea. Neither of our parents ever wanted us to get together. There were no jokes or anything about it. I think they also never would want that. The wedding play picture is in the living room because they loved the picture and it was our first play. Update. After my post, I talked to Miles. At first, he was kind of mad and thought I had been blowing things out of proportion. Some more details are in my last post. We came to the conclusion that we should take more distance while he figures everything out, mainly because I did not want the added stress of petty drama. Then I talked to my parents and explained to them what was going on. They were really upset by how Lindy treated me. Obviously, they weren't going to get involved, but it was nice to get that off my chest. Then nothing else happened until Tuesday evening. Wednesday was a holiday, so some of my friends took the opportunity to go to an Irish pub to do karaoke. At some point, my best friend and I went to the restroom to touch up our makeup. Then Lindy and some of her friends walked in and kind of cornered us. It wasn't pretty. They stared and loudly talked about man-stealing bitches and how some women were just born to be homewreckers. They imagined being pathetic enough to pretend to be a guy's friend just to sleep with him and how pick-me's are the worst. They kept edging us physically into the area where the hand dryers were while pretending we were not there. Finally, my best friend had enough and pushed through them while pulling me behind her. We were almost at our table when Lindy went right behind me and pulled my hair, causing me to fall backward onto a metallic piece where you were supposed to put your feet. It hurt so badly that I started to see white. Then a girl next to Lindy poured beer on me. I can't really tell you what happened after that, but there was a scuffle and someone dropped one of those heavy pint glasses on my head. Lindy and her friends were taken away by the police and I was taken to the hospital. My parents were furious, as were Miles's parents. They both came to the hospital. I was severely concussed, my nose was fractured, and the worst thing is that I have a hairline fracture in my back. I stayed in the hospital until yesterday morning. Miles did try calling me a bunch. According to my parents, they told him not to visit me right now. I did receive an official notice saying that apparently there is now a legal case open against Lindy and one other girl for not only assault but also public disturbance at the bar. So now I'll have to deal with all that legally. I finally talked to Miles, and long story short, those of you saying Lindy isolating him was a sign of an abusive relationship were right. He told me all the things she said to him to make him feel awful. She would freak out about anything in her life and take it out on him. She would scratch him and bite him when she was mad. Our talk ended with both of us crying and apologizing. We will be closer again, at least we can talk about these things more often now. He broke up with her and is hiding at my parents' house, so that is it for now. Update 2, I'll update immediately and go into details later. There has been an official court date set for my case against Lindy. It took 2 months to get and is another 3 months out, but something is better than nothing. Our lawyer said that Lindy is probably not going to jail since she is a first-time offender. If she does go to jail, it would be no more than 3 months. Most likely, she will have to pay a fee equivalent to 100 days of her income or something like that. I have let my father handle this 100% because I have no head for it. There is a second lawsuit going on at the same time as I am now legally chronically ill. The hairline fracture was not a passing thing. It has developed into something more serious. I am in daily pain. Not every day is bad, but not a day passes where I am not at least at a 2 on the pain scale. As a result, I have not been able to work. Right now, my insurance pays 75% of my former income and my workplace covers the rest. However, I am probably going to get fired, so my insurance has filed a claim against Lindy to cover my lost wages. I am currently not in contact with Miles. I tried to be supportive, but being disabled by his jealous ex-girlfriend has made me bitter toward him. He was a victim, but now I can't live my life, and I partly blame him for that. I am in therapy to work through all of this and have taken up some new hobbies. I have started to write more and am looking into courses or online classes. Miles's parents have been apologetic and have supported me a lot. His mother has been a saint. She volunteered to drive me everywhere and I have actually become friends with her. We even went to see Deadpool and Wolverine. She is a stay-at-home wife, so we have a lot of time together. One of Lindy's friends reached out through my lawyer offering testimony against her own friend. She also sent a letter apologizing. To make it short, Lindy had told them I was bullying her and that Miles had once already cheated on her with me. So that's where we are right now. Take care and watch your back. Update 3, hey everyone, so here we are again, and yeah, things have moved along, but honestly, I'm just tired. The first court date, it came and went. It was my insurance company versus Lindy, and she lost. She's on the hook for most of my lost wages, which is nice, I guess. I didn't have to be there the whole time, for which I was grateful because I've had enough of this mess. As for the criminal case, well, we don't even know if we'll end up going to court for that one. My lawyer is handling it, and I've handed the reins over to my dad because honestly, I've had it. I'm no legal expert, and after that insurance loss, Lindy's in a bad spot. Her legal team is apparently scrambling to do some serious damage control, but at this point, that's not my problem. More of Lindy's friends have crawled out of their hidey holes to give testimony. It turns out this wasn't her first rodeo. Another girl came forward with evidence of Lindy pulling similar stunts back in high school. This poor girl was just sitting next to Lindy's then boyfriend, being a normal human, when Lindy went off the rails, starting rumors and spreading literal breadcrumbs on her table to trigger her celiac disease. Yeah, she's that kind of psycho. No one could prove it at the time, but now, with all these friends popping up, it's all coming to light. And believe me, these girls didn't have some moral epiphany. They're just terrified of getting fired or having anything negative pop up in their records. The receipts are coming out and it's getting uglier by the day. Now, let's talk about Miles because that's a whole other dumpster fire. I'm still not speaking to him. It turns out he's known for a while that Lindy was threatening him with bad things if he didn't cut me off and make his parents stop talking to me. And this idiot laughed it off. He thought she meant breaking up with him or something. But no, she was dead serious. She even started stalking me and one of his cousins. She made some fake profile and was sending cryptic messages to his cousin. What did Miles do? He talked her down. Yeah, that's it. She kept giving him ultimatums and he just rolled with it. So yeah, I'm even angrier at him now. He knew she was unhinged and didn't do a damn thing about it. He let her spiral while I got dragged through the mud. His dad finally got involved and took him to the police, where they filed reports about all the crap Lindy pulled. They have evidence now from the stuff with his cousin and even photos from when Lindy got physical with him. So at least something's happening on that front, but it's too little too late if you ask me. As for Lindy, well, she's gone radio silent, except for TikTok, of course. My friends keep sending me her cringy videos, and it's honestly kind of disturbing. She's acting like nothing is happening, like her whole life isn't unraveling. She's got a new boyfriend now, and and they're making those awful lip sync videos together. I think she's living at his place, but who knows? Maybe her parents cut her off. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, and the guy? Yeah, one of my friends looked him up. Let's just say he fits right into her pattern. As my grandma would say, there's a lid for every pot. On the health front, there is still nothing good to report. My pain hasn't improved, and I'm now waiting for a surgery appointment, which looks like it will be early 2025. The pain is radiating to my left hip now, which is just great. I feel like that sad little dog from The Black Cauldron. But hey, silver lining, I've made friends with a few of the nurses who work with me. One of them braids my hair, which is kind of sweet. I'm also seeing a physiotherapist regularly, mostly for massages at this point. It helps, but some days I feel like I'm just patching myself together with duct tape. The therapist suggested I start doing pool exercises, so now I'm in an aqua aerobics class for seniors. No, there isn't a disability-specific class in my town, and frankly, I didn't feel like looking too hard. The old ladies are a riot though. Well, except for one who always looks miserable, but honestly, I'm not one to talk. One piece of good news, I finally got approved for a wheelchair. So at least I can go out with my friends without feeling like my body is falling apart after an hour. I've also been taking a few university courses for fun and playing way too much Fallout. So there's that. And that's where we are. It's still a mess, but I'm just doing what I can to get through it. Thanks for sticking around, I guess. Final update. Hi everyone, things have finally settled enough for me to share an update. The court case is over, Lindy was sentenced to actual prison time, and none of it is suspended. She also has to pay restitution for my medical expenses, lost wages, and pain and suffering. The court didn't miss a thing. They went through all the evidence, the testimonies, and even the messages, and it was clear who was at fault. I cannot tell you how much of a relief this is. During the trial, Lindy claimed I'd been bullying her and that I planned the pub incident to ambush her in the bathroom where there were no cameras. She said I struck first. Two of her friends backed her up, but the third one, who was also part of the attack, ended up telling the truth to avoid harsher punishment. It was obvious their stories didn't line up, and when the outside CCTV footage and witnesses from the pub were brought in, her whole narrative fell apart. The court didn't buy it, especially with all the messages Lindy had sent me before the incident. She could not explain why someone supposedly bullying her would also be the one receiving threats from her. It also came out that Lindy and her new boyfriend had been intimidating witnesses. He even messaged me on Instagram trying to get me to say something incriminating or admit to something I didn't do. At first, I didn't realize who it was, so I replied briefly, but once I figured it out, I stopped immediately. Thankfully, I had already handed over everything to my lawyer, so it was documented. Watching her lawyer try to frame her actions as acting out under stress while knowing she was tampering with the case was surreal. There was a moment outside the courtroom where my parents and Lindy's parents talked. It wasn't an argument, but it was uncomfortable. My parents pointed out how everything presented in court made it clear what Lindy had done. Lindy's parents didn't argue back, but they seemed completely out of their depth. They mentioned being shocked by how much she had escalated things and admitted they hadn't understood how serious it was. They've taken on the financial burden of her restitution, which means I know the money for everything will come through. It's hard to say if they are doing it out of guilt or to protect their image, but either way, it is one less thing for me to worry about. Adjusting to my new normal has been a mixed bag. The chronic pain is still there, and my surgery isn't happening for a few more months. I've also been dealing with the endless back and forth of German bureaucracy. My insurance keeps sending letters asking, "Are you still disabled?" as if chronic pain and an unhealed fracture could magically fix themselves. Every time I think I'm done explaining my situation, they send me another form to fill out. It's exhausting, but my doctors have been really supportive and always help me get the paperwork sorted. Some days are harder than others, and there are moments when I feel sad about how much my life has changed. A few months ago, I was stuck in that sadness, angry all the time, and constantly thinking about how unfair this all is. I think I was grieving the life I thought I would have. Now, though, I have accepted that this is my life, and even if I never fully heal, I know I'll manage. I'm not letting Lindy take up any more space in my head than she already has. I have started focusing on things that make me happy again. My friends and I started a Dungeons & Dragons campaign, and they come over to my place to play. They're so patient when I need breaks or when the pain gets bad. Through that group, I met someone. At first, I was nervous about getting close to him because I thought he might see my situation as too much to deal with, but he's been amazing. He drives me to appointments, brings me groceries once a week, and has never made me feel like a burden. I'm falling in love with him, and for the first time in a while, I feel hopeful. I've also been keeping my mind busy with the courses and finally rewatched all of How I Met Your Mother. Sometimes I catch myself comparing my old life to this one, and it makes me sad, but I don't stay in that feeling as long as I used to. I've started finding a balance between moving forward and letting myself feel everything that comes with this new chapter. I've distanced myself from Miles's parents. They were wonderful to me, but I realized he needs their support now more than I do, and it should be undivided. I still don't know if I can forgive him. To this day, I haven't. Thank you to everyone who has supported me through all of this. It has been a long road, but I finally feel like I'm on the other side of it. Take care of yourselves and hold on to the people who make your life lighter. They make all the difference. User Necessary Sir said, one day it was like I woke up and magically had back and neurological problems at a pretty young age. It freaking sucks adjusting and realizing you can't do what you once could. It takes time to adjust, but it did get a lot better with time. You seem to have such a positive attitude, and I'm super proud of you for that. Hang in there, OP, and I'm so glad there was justice. The girl is absolutely unhinged. User Alamix said, I'm genuinely happy for you. I wonder which Bundesland this took place in. 8 months is a long time, but still fast for the German system. Also, the issue with the insurance sucks, but it's on par with everything. I have been on a waiting list for a diagnosis for about 2 years. User Andravisia said, that was a rough read, OP, but I'm glad that you're taking care of yourself and that you have people to support you. As for you, whether you forgive him or not is a choice that only you can make. And if you do forgive him, that doesn't mean that you have to allow him back into your life. You're allowed to wish for him to eat, but that doesn't mean he has a place at your table. This story was posted by a user named Lonely Widow in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITA for walking out on a blind date my friend set up for me. It's been 2 weeks since my husband died. I just really need some clarity on this situation. I'm a 23-year-old female who lost my husband, a 25-year-old male, weeks ago in a car accident. He was the love of my life, and I'm still not used to waking up without him every day. We had big plans for our future, and it all came crashing down in a heartbeat. We met on his uncle's farm. He was a farmhand, and it was love at first sight for me. I'm also 4 months pregnant, but I haven't told anyone yet. I was planning on telling my friend when I was feeling better. My best friend Lee has been my shoulder to cry on during this time. She helped me with his funeral and anything else I needed, as I'm no contact with my biological family. Story for another time. She is currently dating Barry, and they usually hang out in a trio with Liam. When I first met Liam, he hit on me hard. He tried everything, including comparing himself to my husband and making weird comments like our kids would be cuter than if I had kids with my husband. He's also made strange remarks like, I need a city boy, while motioning to himself, even though I'm a country girl through and through. Typically, I would shut him down or ignore him, but I would always get dirty looks from Barry. Skip to Sunday night. I received a message from Lee begging me to come to dinner with her because she wanted to treat me after everything I've been through in the last couple of weeks. Feeling a bit better about myself, I decided to go. When I arrived, she wasn't there, so I texted her asking how long she would be. She told me 5 minutes. She was just running late and was around the corner. So I sat down and ordered a drink. 5 minutes passed and she still wasn't there, so I gave her the benefit of the doubt and waited another 5 minutes. Just as I was about to call her, Liam came rushing over and apologized for being late. I asked him what he was doing there since I was waiting for Lee at a 2-chair table. He smiled at me and grabbed my hand. I quickly pulled it away from him and told him that I wasn't interested and that I certainly didn't care about getting to know him, that I had just lost my husband. Without missing a beat, this man stood up and said, I know you're being overly emotional right now, so I'll forgive you for that. Sit down with me. I'm not saying we have to have sex right away or anything. I was disgusted. I shoved past him and went home as fast as I could. When I got home, Lee messaged me asking how dinner went with a smirk emoji. I called her, and when she answered, I didn't let her get a word in edgewise. I yelled at her and asked how she had the audacity to do something like this just weeks after losing my husband when she had been the one holding me together this whole time. I asked her what game she was playing and told her that the only reason I wanted to meet tonight was to tell her I'm pregnant. Then I hung up on her and texted her that I needed time and didn't want to be contacted by her for the time being. Last night, Barry came to my house and asked to talk. I said no, and that if he didn't leave, I'd call the police. He told me that I broke Lee's heart and deeply hurt Liam. He insisted that now would be an even better time to get to know Liam because he could raise my child with me. When he took my open door as an invitation to talk, instead of engaging with him, I hit him with my shoes and chased him to his car screaming. I'm actually embarrassed that I did that. All day today, I've been flooded with messages from friends and the trio themselves shaming me for pushing away the people who care about me most and saying they don't even recognize the person I've become. The thing that hurts me most is that my husband would know what to do. He would tell me how to fix the situation, and now I have no one to talk to. I'm just so numb inside. I have a therapy appointment tomorrow, but am thinking of calling my husband's mom even though we've barely spoken since the funeral. Any advice is appreciated. Please excuse any typos. I'm just so exhausted. I do not think OP is wrong at all for reacting the way she did. Perhaps I'm reading too deeply into it, but the vibe I'm getting is that OP's friend has a fantasy where she sets up her best friend with the guy she selected, sort of as an ego boost. I believe that this type of event is enough to warrant OP cutting off her ties to this friend group. User Roman 1969 said, "The real problem here is your friendship with Lee. She may have supported you during the first few weeks of your loss, but she's certainly not your friend now. She's pimping you out to any bozo who comes along, probably at her husband's insistence. If they and anyone else think you can get over such a profound loss with a cheap fling, then they need to be out of your life. The fact that they're all in on taking advantage of a grieving pregnant widow is beyond creepy. Of course you've changed. You've just lost your husband, which would deeply affect any normal person. Cut them out of your life. No explanation needed. You and baby are all that matter now. Friends have absolutely no place in your life now. I'm deeply sorry for your loss." User, if I were in your shoes, said NTA 1,000 times over. That is way too soon for any of that. I know women who have taken years to start dating again, and I am truly sorry for your loss. You need time to grieve. Take the time you need. There is no timeline for it. Take care of yourself and your child. User, my friends call me epic, said, "Freaking vultures. They aren't your friends. They're just vultures with a savior complex. They think saving you is their calling, and they don't care at all about your feelings. I'm so sorry for your loss. It's good that they are showing who they are now, though. It's time to trim the excess fake friends." NTA. Update. I just wanted to start off by saying that I called my mother-in-law Louise. After making the post, I felt it was important to tell her about the baby because, just like some of you said, she is overjoyed about the news. She didn't answer my call, but instead drove straight over to my house. I honestly didn't know what to say to her, but we just hugged and cried all night. I didn't have the best delivery about how I am pregnant, probably due to all the crying, but she just lit up and was so happy. It's the first time I've seen her this happy in all the time I've known her, so at least I have some support. My father-in-law came over after he finished work because Louise told him he needed to come to my house, and he was also overjoyed about becoming a grandpa. Louise offered for me and the baby to move in with her, and I agreed. She said that I can sleep in my husband's old room, which was a little bittersweet. When I told her what was going on with Lee, Liam, and Barry, she was furious and told me not to worry about it because they have my back. After a lot more crying, my father-in-law told me that my husband would be so happy to have this baby grow up on a farm like he did. Overall, our conversations last night were something I really needed. Now I'm just going to answer some comments. No, this isn't fake. If you choose to believe that, then that's fine. But don't drag my husband into it when you don't even know him. Liam didn't kill my husband. It was a car accident, and my husband died on impact. Nothing crazy went on, it's just awful, but it is as simple as that. Lee was my friend for a long time. She was genuinely there for me when I went no contact with my parents, and I thought she was a decent friend. Now, knowing the truth, there are many things I can think of that she did that were red flags. Personally, I think I ignored them because I had never been close to anyone like that other than my husband. Liam is a loser. From my chat with Barry, I learned that he's always had feelings for me and has never given up because apparently I'm his type. He isn't and never will be. Yes, I ordered a drink. I didn't think I needed to disclose that it was lemonade. It was simply soda, nothing wild. I know I'm pregnant and would never do anything silly. I'm not magically pregnant. My husband and I both wanted children young and were trying for about a year. We just didn't disclose that we were trying because we thought it was weird to tell people we were having an extra amount. My husband and I are very private people and kept a lot of it that way. As for the trio, I've blocked them. None of my family are reaching out because they simply don't know me anymore. The only friends who are reaching out are mutuals of either Lee or Barry and one of Liam's other friends. I was confused about whether I was an asshole for leaving Liam standing there and yelling at Lee. I was so upset and confused about the entire situation. Thank you all for your support. I will update on what happens because I know Liam will not give up until he's in jail. I seriously hope it doesn't come to that, but the fact that he drove past my house twice is unsettling. I'm hopeful that moving to my husband's parents' farm will put me and my baby on a better path. Mini update. Firstly, some good news. I found out that I'm having a little girl. I'm actually feeling a little bit better today and thought I'd update. I moved in with my in-laws the morning after they had come over. We went to the police and unfortunately, there is nothing they can do unless he trespasses or comes into physical contact with me, basically until the situation gets worse. However, I did take the initiative to move, so they think he will be less of a threat now that I don't live in that house. They did take screenshots of his weird, creepy messages and noted that he has been driving past relentlessly. After a few days, we came into town to go grocery shopping and saw Lee. She went to approach me, but my mother-in-law stared at her and yelled, "No!" Lee looked awkward as my mother-in-law continued, "Yes, I'm talking to you, Lee. Go bother someone else with your bullshit." Lee ended up walking away, which we thought was good. I was greatly overwhelmed, obviously, about seeing her, and my anxiety has gotten worse since the blind date. I think I was also anxious because Lee is never without Barry, so I was very worried. When we had finished shopping and were walking back to our car, Lee and Barry were waiting for us. Again, my mother-in-law started screaming. She was yelling that he was scum and they were trying to take advantage of a pregnant woman, basically doing anything to embarrass them and draw a crowd. Lee and Barry left again, not without looking scared. Since then, I moved to the farm and it has been drama-free. I had an appointment yesterday and found out about my baby girl and that I have high blood pressure, most likely due to stress. We'll have to watch it just in case of preeclampsia, as my biological mother had it. My husband has always wanted a girl, so I know she is a gift from him. Apart from the grocery store incident and the police visit, it's been very positive for me being with my in-laws and their dog, Spud. Thank you again. Final update. Thank you to everyone who helped me with my issues regarding Lee and the others. It's over. I was attacked and suffered greatly. I lost my baby a month ago and I will be logging off for a while. I wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you for your kindness. Enjoy your holidays. User Rawana133 said, "Oh shit. Not the update I was praying for. I am so sorry for your loss. Take all the time you need and may your ex-friend and her psycho friend rot in the deepest pits of hell. I'm praying for your healing and future happiness." User 1Yak said, "You have experienced more loss in such a short time than many do in a lifetime. Words will never be able to do justice or properly express what you must be feeling. I truly wish you the best, and I hope that with time, you find things that make you smile and bring you happiness. You have an entire world of people wishing the best for you. I hope you find an outlet for your emotions and give yourself space to be a little crazy for a bit because you've earned it. Sending all the love and hope I can from an electronic keyboard. Sincerely, a stranger who is also far too familiar with loss." User Blue Wolf said, "Oh, OP, this is not the update I had hoped to hear. I'm so terribly sorry this happened to you, and I can't begin to imagine how you feel. However, I hope this might bring you some comfort. The DNA from your baby will stay a part of you for decades. She will always be a part of you both in your heart and in your body. You'll be carrying a piece of her wherever you go for a long time." This next post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "My wife lost a lot of weight to gain the attention of her work crush. How do I move forward?" After we had our kids, my wife gained a lot of weight, like 80 pounds, and honestly, I was fine with it. I thought she was still hot, and my desire for intimacy never waned. So for a while, she was fine with her weight too. Fast forward 5 years and all of a sudden, my wife gets really into fitness and nutrition. She buys a Peloton, goes on a strict diet, loses all the weight and then some. She looks like she did when I met her in her early 20s. She looks great, but like I said, I thought she looked great when she was heavier too. Then one day last week, she comes home from work and I can tell something is really bothering her. I ask what's wrong, but she's just evasive and distant. This lasts a few days before she finally breaks. She tells me that the reason she was so determined to lose weight was because she wanted attention from a guy at work she has a crush on. She said that all the women have a crush on this guy and she just wanted his attention. Well, apparently she got too much of it on the day she came home, so upset. He had apparently been flirting with my wife for a few weeks, and that day he asked her if she wanted to have dinner with him after work at a restaurant that just so happens to be in a hotel. He heavily implied that they could get a room afterward or even skip the restaurant and just get room service. She tells me that to this point it was all just a fantasy in her head, but now it was real and she snapped out of it. She realized that she'd gone way too far. She declined his invitation, of course, and felt she needed to confess what she'd done to me. I was crushed and still am. First, I'm actually upset, she told me. I know this is some form of cheating, but I didn't suspect anything. She could have just kept this to herself and not passed her burden on to me. So the thought comes to my mind that maybe she wants me to dump her so she can be with this guy, and that's why she is telling me. So I ask her that and she breaks down crying. That's not what she wants, she says. She loves me and just wanted to be honest with me and apologize. Nothing physical happened, I'm pretty sure of it. I can track her phone and also have pretty free access to it. She never hides it, leaves it everywhere, and that phone never leaves work. I suppose she could be cheating on her lunch break and leave the phone, but I just don't think she'd leave the phone and not be available for the kids. So I don't think I want to divorce. I love her and we have kids. But it's just eating at me that she did all the work she did to be attractive for another man. I don't know where to go or even what to ask of her. I just need some advice. Update. I want to thank everyone for commenting on my original post. I received some good advice, but above all, I just needed to vent, so thanks for listening. I talked more with my wife after my first post in an attempt to understand why she did what she did. From what she tells me, every woman in the office swoons over this guy. They all flirt with him, my wife included, and he never flirts back. A few of the single ones have basically thrown themselves at him, but still got nothing. So my wife thinks that when she was younger and thinner, she could and did have guys that look like him chase after her. She wanted to prove to herself that she could still get the attention of a hot young guy if she wanted. To answer a common question, yes, she was very heavily flirting with him, but she says that he knew she was married, and since she didn't plan on ever being with him alone, it was harmless. Now that I think about it, she was in a great mood in the few weeks prior to her breaking down. She was kind of all over me as well. We hadn't had that much sex in years. She tells me that it wasn't so much the guy at work heating her up, but how his attention made her feel. Again, I always gave her plenty of attention. Why that wasn't enough to make her feel good about herself, I don't know. And that's really what hurts me most. What I thought of her didn't matter. She says what I thought did matter, but she asked me if she walked past me on the street at her heaviest, would I turn and look? I don't do that with anyone, but I would still have found her attractive. I guess I see the point she is making. When she was younger, she did get a lot of head turns and got used to that. She liked the attention, and when that all went away, it made her depressed. In the end, I think we will be okay. I'll get over this, but as of now, I'm not letting her know that. I told her she needs to go to therapy and work on why she needs this external validation from people she doesn't care about. She agreed to do that. Like I said in my original post, I don't think she did anything physical with him. We have Lifestyle 360 and I see where she goes. She goes straight from home to the office and back every day. She either brings lunch or gets something delivered. I just don't think anything happened. I acted cold toward her for a few days. It may have been a little cruel, but I wanted her to sweat a little and think I was questioning the relationship. Selfishly, I wanted to see her panic and try to win me back. I felt I needed to see that she cares what I think of her. She was a mess, bordering on desperate. She cried a lot, which eventually broke me. I love her and couldn't stand to see her sad. So in short, she is going to go to therapy and we will do couples counseling down the road. Thanks for all the advice, everyone. User Hooligan 8 said, not great, but not the worst. It sucks that the wife felt the need to emotionally cheat to build her self-esteem, and it sucks a little that OP was so intentional about wanting to emotionally hurt his wife to make himself feel better about a shitty situation. That said, I think they'll be fine long term. OP has clearly always been super into his wife, and the wife actually confessed on her own. Also, in this case, I think I believe OP's wife that this was more about an ego trip than actually wanting to sleep with a stranger. The fact that he can literally track where she is at all times, and the fact that she never got sketchy with her phone are important details in my opinion. To this user, Cat Psychological said, "I'm a woman in her early 30s who has gained a lot of weight after being thin and hot in my 20s. It's crazy how differently people treat you, and it really can hurt your self-esteem even when you have a loving partner at home. It's a weird mind realizing that the positive attention you were used to was just because of your appearance, and even more of a mind when you realize just how much of your identity and self-worth was tied to people finding you attractive. I'm not excusing her emotional cheating, but I can understand how hard it is to change your entire mindset about your self-worth." User Dave Kayao said, "It was sad to watch this guy pull the wool over his own eyes on this one, but it's his life. This wasn't a random approach from a sleazy man. She spent literal months of her life losing weight and flirting to catch this guy's sexual attention before succeeding. That's a lot of effort, all behind her husband's back." So how obvious did this guy's wife need to be before her coworker felt confident in making that offer? Way more than just flirting. Anything short of a "how about you book us a room so I can show you what I look like after losing that weight" would leave things open for interpretation, which might make him hesitate. But if OP doesn't want to see it, he won't see it, no matter how obvious. This next post was made in the relationship subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "Ex-friend asked me about our relationship over 10 years ago." So this will be a weird one. I made a throwaway for it as I think this is a pretty unique situation that the person in question could very easily figure out is about them, and I don't want them knowing my main, if they even use Reddit. I am happily married with 2 children. My wife and I have been together for 8 years, married for 4. We were out shopping in our hometown when we ran into my ex-friend, her parents, and her children. She moved out of state over 10 years ago, and I haven't seen her since, nor have we had any contact other than Facebook happy birthday wishes. She is married with 2 kids of her own. Anyway, on to the situation. My Phil and her father are friendly with each other, both retired military, and occasionally have breakfast together with their other retired friends. When we ran into each other, ex-friend's dad congratulated my wife and me. We figured my Phil told him we're expecting our 3rd child. I saw my ex-friend look at my wife's belly and then acted distant for the rest of the exchange, whereas she was friendly starting off. We trade pleasantries and say goodbye. My wife and I continue about our shopping. By the time we're done, I check my phone and see I have a Facebook message from ex-friend. XF, "It was good to see you again." Me, "You too. The family looks good." XF, "Yours too. Would you want to grab coffee and catch up? I'm in town for a couple more days." Me, "We're actually pretty busy, otherwise I would be down. I'm sorry." XF, "I understand, adulting. Can I ask you a question?" Me, "Sure, what's up?" XF, "Was I just not your type?" Me, "What do you mean?" XF, "I'm asking, what did I do wrong?" Me, "Didn't respond as this was out of nowhere." XF, "I pursued you for years. We were inseparable for years and you never gave us a real chance. I loved you. Our families loved us. Our friends loved us together. You just never committed all the way to us. You wouldn't even have sex with me, and I need to know why. Was I not good enough? Could you not see yourself married to me and having a family together?" I didn't respond and I showed the messages to my wife. She knows of this girl and my reasoning for her and I growing apart. My wife told me to be honest with her, but I'm not sure if that's right. It feels mean. I'm going to give my POV on our friendship, and I'm hoping I can get some advice on where to go from here. Basically, she and I met through friends in high school. I was very interested, but she was dating someone at the time. She ended up asking me out a month or so later, and we went on dates and kissed a few times, though we never had the conversation on being official. One night while riding in the car, her BF called her and asked when she'd be over. She didn't have it on speaker, but I could still hear the conversation. She told him I can't talk right now and he asked who she's with. She didn't tell him. He later figured it out and messaged me on Facebook asking if I knew they were still together. I apologized and said I didn't and would cut things off. I called her and she started crying, saying she didn't have the courage to tell me they were still together, but she liked me so much and was going to break up with him. I cut her off anyway. Fast forward a few more months and she reaches out and we go through the same motions. Her wanting to be with me but always having another guy messaging her that I would catch out of the corner of my eye. This lasted years. Throughout college and our early 20s, it was always the same. She'd reach out, we'd reconnect, and things begin getting serious again. I'd check her social media and see she just broke up with someone. We even went on vacation to the mountains together for a weekend, and the same thing. She had literally just been there a month ago with her ex. The worst part is both our families really did love us together. My parents were never rude to my girlfriends, but would ask me how XF is doing these days. Or snide remarks about how her parents miss me. Hell, even my now Phil at one point mentioned that X's dad brought up how he really thought I'd be his son one day. I confided in my friends years ago that I'm always just a rebound or backup plan, and that's why I could never commit or get more physical with her. They told me to just sleep with her when she comes calling and don't pursue anything more. The problem was I wanted more but felt used. Anyways, every time we would plan things out where was more than likely on the table, I'd see a guy message her or I'd see a post on social media, and it just killed my enthusiasm. When I say that, I mean literally. It crushed my confidence every single time. One of my best friends told me I didn't have to pay attention to all that and could have just had my fun with her. Didn't mean I had to chase a relationship with her knowing I was always a rebound. That felt shitty to me. I had other girlfriends here and there, but I wanted this girl. We just clicked, you know? But it's like some sort of goddamn mystical being was showing me a sign every single time things were going to progress our relationship. I just didn't want her to be getting over someone else or having someone on the back burner when we'd reconnect. Maybe that's my own insecurity, but I know how I felt and it didn't feel good. So I slowly distanced myself. After a short amount of time passed, I met my wife, she met her husband, and our lives moved on with little to no contact until the other day. I haven't responded to the message and it's been 2 days. I was thinking of just lying and saying it's not her fault or just not responding, but my wife is insisting I tell her the whole thing. I know this is a word wall, but I'm honestly conflicted. I told my wife I was going to ask others for their opinion, and I'm considering the internet as my others. User The Taco Life said, OP, she is doing exactly the same thing she always did with you. I would bet all of the cash in my wallet that if you were able to look into her life, her marriage is crumbling or her husband isn't paying enough attention to her. You were the great white whale that got away, and she is trying to test the waters to see if you're down to do the same old song and dance. Now, it's even more of a challenge since you have a happy family and marriage. Don't engage with her. This sounds exactly like the same cycle you described from your young adulthood. User Blue Eagle said, I think your wife is right. Something along the lines of, it all worked out for the best. I went on to meet the love of my life. But as for why we never really went out, honestly, I never got the impression you were ever really serious about it. It felt like you were always playing the odds. I didn't want to be one of many, I wanted to find the one. Luckily, I did, and we have a happy family. I wish you and your family the best as well. And then stop replying if she continues. User Jingoistic Bell said, don't respond, this is not something you want to engage with. It's opening a door to a pointless conversation, an effort at flirtation, and so on. Alternatively, you can bring the nonsense to a full stop and just tell her you haven't thought of her in 10 years and can't begin to answer the question. Update. Thank you everyone for your responses. I decided to listen to the majority and responded to ex-friend A. The response was well received and we chatted the rest of the week before meeting up on the weekend before Easter. The short of it is that we're both leaving our partners. A and I are going to try this relationship again now that we've completely opened up to each other about our true feelings. Thank you all for the encouragement to do this. I couldn't have done it without you. April Fools, I would never. The real update is pretty anticlimactic. Unfortunately, I ended up just never responding to A. It had already been 5 days by the time I read through every response, and I decided to just let it go. My wife was fine with that, but told me to block her if she messages again. We did a couple of Easter egg hunts with different family members yesterday, including at my FILs. They have a decent sized property and host quite a few people, so I wasn't surprised to see non-family members. I was, however, surprised when A's parents were there with her children. After all the adults scattered to hide the eggs and the kids started their search, A's dad came over to chat with me, nothing out of the ordinary, and we shot the breeze for a few minutes. Towards the end, I asked if the kids were staying with them for Easter, and he basically told me that A and her husband were having some troubles and needed some time alone to sort things out. He didn't go into specifics, so I don't know exactly what those troubles are, but congratulations to those of you who called that one. For now, this should conclude the story. If she does happen to reach out again and I feel it's worth letting you all know what it says, then I will. Otherwise, thanks again. This story was posted by a user named HFJ in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, I blew up my marriage believing my husband cheated when he didn't. Cheating is something that I have always had strong opinions about. I have been cheated on before and it sucked. Everyone knows that I don't forgive cheaters. so when my sister-in-law staged an elaborate scheme about my husband cheating, I ended the relationship. My relationship, unfortunately, wasn't the only one that was affected. My sister-in-law Lisa, her best friend Emma, and my husband Jamie were best friends growing up. Emma got married early when she was 20. Her husband was abusive. She has 2 children with him. She got divorced 10 years later and was finally free from his abuse. She suffered a lot and was in therapy, her and her children. I met Jamie 4 years ago. We got married 2 years later. Everything was just awesome. What I didn't know was that Emma wanted Jamie, and Lisa made it her mission when Emma finally got divorced to bring her brother and best friend together. I didn't know any of this, so I never knew there was a hidden agenda when a few months into my marriage, I overheard Lisa talking about how Jamie was cheating with a married colleague of his. In hindsight, I can tell it was staged because she was saying unnecessary details and was very loud. She meant for me to hear it. I confronted her then and there, and she played very flustered and apologized. She begged me not to ruin my marriage. She told me Jamie loved me and she never wanted to lose me as a sister, but at the same time, she provided me with pictures and texts that were all photoshopped of my husband and his colleague. She begged me not to mention where I'd found out, and I was grateful for her support and promised her not to expose her as the source. I confronted my husband with everything and he adamantly refused to admit to anything. It hurt me more that he never admitted nor apologized, ever. He asked me where I got this information, but I kept my promise and told him it was an anonymous tip. I also went so far as to contact the colleague's husband. At the time, I thought it was the right thing to do. The colleague is this very beautiful woman that my husband worked very closely with many hours a day. I was a bit jealous of that and confided my fears with Lisa. She used it against me. I asked for a divorce and the colleague's husband did too. After that, Lisa, who I thought was my friend, who called me her sister, disappeared from my life. Like I never existed. Even when I bumped into her, she was short with me and indifferent. Months went by and I was still heartbroken, processing the separation. My husband stopped trying to make me see reason and agreed to divorce. He said he wanted to move on. I started having doubts. Why was Lisa doing this now? She was my friend and wanted the best for me, yet now she didn't even answer my texts. I follow both her and Emma on Instagram and started seeing how Emma and my husband gradually started hanging out. At least once a week, Emma or Lisa shared stories about my husband with Emma and her children. What I did next is very questionable, and yet I don't regret it at all. I was desperate and needed the truth. I was still very good friends with Lisa's on-again, off-again boyfriend Mike's sister. I told her my doubts and everything. I told her that Lisa was my source, that my husband was cheating, and that I was starting to doubt everything and needed their help to unearth the truth. Mike was easier to persuade to help me than I expected. He had Lisa's passcodes and went through her messages with Emma. And there was everything. They had plotted every detail. They used my idiocy and insecurity and made me throw away the best thing that had ever happened to me. He sent me all the proof I needed, even the original photos they used to Photoshop my husband with his colleague. My world was turned upside down again and I went down a deeper depression. I stayed in bed, called in sick for 2 weeks. I had not only ruined my life, but also another family. I don't know why I'm writing here, whether I want advice or just to vent. I don't blame anyone but my own stupidity for ruining my marriage. I should have trusted my husband and the love he's shown me. I should have been honest with him about everything and where I got the news that he was cheating from. I should have not gone to hurt the colleague and her family just because I thought her beautiful. She has since quit her job and moved, but I still had her husband's contact information. I had to at least apologize. We met and I told him everything. He was so angry with me. He was crying and yelling at me, and all I could think was that I deserved every insult he threw my way. I found the colleague on Instagram and messaged her everything and a long apology. She didn't answer me. I don't know if I should tell my husband too. I know I don't deserve him at all. And I know that he doesn't want me anymore, but maybe he should just know what Emma is doing and what she's capable of doing. He deserves to know the truth. Maybe I could start with reassuring him that I'm not trying to win him back. I'm just trying to help him understand and apologize. I need to apologize for everything. I don't know. Update. I have an update. Thank you for being so supportive. I honestly didn't expect that, given how long and boring my story was. I remember being so desperate and wanting to tell everything from the beginning and put it out there, maybe to try and make excuses for myself and for what I did. I appreciate that you wanted to help. I decided not to meet up with Jamie. Every time I tried to text him and ask for a meeting, I panicked. That wasn't a good sign at all. I wanted him to know everything in detail, but I tend to be all over the place when I'm panicking, so I decided to email him instead. I made a lot of drafts, cross-checked all the information, and waited a whole day before sending it, adding some details here and there that I had forgotten to include. I sent him all the manipulated pictures and the originals, along with every screenshot Mike sent me from Lisa and Emma's conversations. I made it clear, however, that I wasn't trying to manipulate him into taking me back because I knew that what I did was unforgivable. I wanted to warn him about who he was dealing with. I told him that I had been watching Emma and Lisa's Instagram and had seen that he was getting cozier with Emma. I wanted him to know all the facts if he was dating her. Just the thought of him dating Emma, I can't. I texted him that I had sent him an important email. He didn't answer me. On Wednesday, when I came back from work, Lisa, Emma, and Emma's 2 children were waiting for me outside my building. When I let them in, stupid me, Lisa started yelling and threatening me. She told me to call Jamie and Mike to tell them that I had made up all of this because I'm a pathetic loser. She warned me that I didn't want her as an enemy because she would make my life miserable. Believe me, you don't want me to make destroying your already miserable life my mission. Emma just smiled the whole time. She later said that my husband always had a crush on her and that he wouldn't believe my nonsense because he could finally be with her. The thing is, it felt like Lisa was more angry that Mike knew what she did rather than about her brother knowing. She really was annoyed with Emma and told her to shut up all the time. I couldn't get them out of my apartment, so I just left and called Jamie. I told him that they were at my place and that I couldn't get them out. 15 minutes later, I saw them leave. Jamie then texted that he wanted to come over if I was alright with it. He told me that he was very hurt that I would doubt him like this and believe rumors. I told him everything again without panicking. I explained that I loved and trusted Lisa, she was like my sister. I asked him to put himself in my shoes. If he happened to hear Lisa talk about me being unfaithful, would he have any doubts about his loving sister's intentions? He stayed the night and left the next morning. We have been texting several times a day and talking on the phone and FaceTime every night since then. He says that he loves me but doesn't know what to do. He is very hurt by his sister and Emma, of course, but even by me. He hasn't talked about canceling the divorce process yet. I'll just have to wait, which is understandable. I've turned his life upside down twice in such a short period. On a happier note, my husband's colleague and her husband are back together. My husband met with them and apologized. I've already told them everything, but my husband felt the need to apologize personally. Mike has ended it with Lisa. Lisa and Emma's relationship is very strained now. Both have blocked me from Instagram, of course, but apparently Lisa is blaming Emma for Mike leaving her, while Emma has tried to throw Lisa under the bus by telling Jamie she was innocent in all of this. I really hope my husband forgives me, and I promise that I will make it up to him and love him. This happens too much on Reddit. I firmly believe that partners should trust each other over their friends 9 times out of 10. Of course, it's fine to feel somewhat uneasy when you hear things like this coming from your friends and family. However, jumping to conclusions and acting the way OP did is childish. That being said, the true in all of this is obviously OP's friend for orchestrating this plot. I don't blame OP's husband if he doesn't want to reconcile, since not having the full trust of your wife is definitely a big hit. User Bored German said, I understand that he was upset, but man, photos and texts and actual evidence are just really difficult to immediately discard. I hope if this is real that everything works out. User Grumpy G said, hope they find their way back together. To be fair, she even had pictures and a history with cheaters. Not everyone knows about the wonders Photoshop can do. I was surprised to see how much you can change and manipulate nowadays. The sister-in-law knew how to push the right buttons. This is the latest in a string of disagreements that we've recently begun to have regarding our son as he enters his teen years. I met my wife in youth group before eventually getting married years later, but she's been the stricter one between us. While I believe in being strict to a point, I think there are times when she's been unreasonably strict. Times when I've had to step in and put my foot down. I remember when our son asked to skip youth group on a Friday to go to a friend's birthday party, but she said no because God is supposed to come first. While I understand that, I told her she was being unreasonable and that missing an occasional Friday wouldn't hurt. A similar conversation took place on one of his birthdays when he wanted to sleep in, but she wanted him to come. I again told her that it wasn't a big deal, and although he was allowed to stay home in the end, she was upset in the car and most of the time at church. In addition to this, she doesn't want him to have friends who aren't Christians, and that was one of the bigger arguments we had. When I asked her why she felt that way, she pointed to many mistakes she made after drifting from God after graduating high school and thinking that she didn't need him. She said she was trying to help him avoid making the same mistakes. I told her that while I understood where she was coming from, forcing him to do or go to something he doesn't want to will not help him long term and will only make him resentful later on. But she's convinced that he'll turn to drinking and other things like she did, often saying those memories stick with her to the point where she doesn't want him ever having to live through her mistakes. The reason I'm writing this is because of our latest argument. She wants him to quit gymnastics because she thinks that being around a bunch of girls in tights is unhealthy, along with how God wants us to shield our eyes from things that could distract us from him. She also says the sport provides many easy opportunities for him to become lustful in an environment that seems completely normal. I already knew that trying to talk her out of this would be almost pointless, but I tried nonetheless. I told her that while she can think whatever she wants, it doesn't mean that others will think the same way. I also told her there's nothing immoral about doing gymnastics, especially since he's passionate about it, but she said she didn't want him around an environment that often harbored girls of different ages and that the last thing she wanted was for him to start looking at younger girls. This is where I snapped and told her that while I supported her desire to talk to him about purity, she was wrong for putting her religious bias into everything and assuming the worst for our son. I also told her she was wrong for assuming our son would think like that and for viewing gymnastics in such a negative light. She then told me that she'll no longer drive him or allow him to go at the end of his current class. I told her she's wrong and constantly over the top about everything, presenting a distorted example of Christianity to him. I went to bed since I had work in the morning, but the conversation took place right before I was heading to bed. She wanted to talk first. When I went to work today, my son called me and told me what she said, that she had told him this would be his last semester in gymnastics and that it is her duty to protect him while he lives under our roof. When I came home today, I wanted to talk to her over dinner. I told my son he could take his food upstairs, but she insisted we were going to eat at the table. After we were done eating, she said her decision was final since she's the one who has to drive him in the first place. When I tried to talk to her, she didn't want to hear it. Eventually, I told my son that I would talk to her and not to worry about anything. He looked a bit better after I said that, probably because he knew I usually sided with him, but I'm slightly torn on this one. She's the one who drives him, and she's the only one who can while I'm at work. I'm considering asking someone else to carpool him, but I'm disgusted by the fact that I even have to do that. My main issue is how she doesn't want him to continue after this semester. I'm considering using my own money to pay for it myself. However, since our finances are combined, I know she'll throw a fit about it, and there's still the issue of how he's getting there. I'm open to any advice on how to make this work. I believe she's wrong and that he shouldn't have to quit just because of her assumptions, but I also know that the real issue lies within our marriage. I've suggested counseling to her, but she refuses to go. So I went by myself for a while, which did some good. I want things to work out between us. I understand she's been through a lot, which is why she's so adamant about him staying close to God. However, I disagree with how she's going about it and am questioning whether I'll ever be able to fully get through to her. User Because Fun said, ironically, I think your wife is creating the very environment that causes people to leave the church once they're on their own. This sounds like religious trauma in the making. A deleted user said, wow, your wife seems very controlling. I can understand where she's coming from. She's had bad experiences that she doesn't want your son to endure, but that is part of life. He has to struggle with things at some point or he'll end up in the real world not knowing what to do or how to cope. She can't shield him from everything scary forever. On the topic of the gymnastics thing specifically, I don't know your son, but you do. Is he the type to lust after girls? Based on your description, it sounds like he isn't that kind of boy. Men and boys aren't animals purely driven by sexual desire. There's such a thing as self-control, and self-control starts with good values, which, like I said, sounds like your son has. If he knows his values, chances are he won't lust after the girls in his gymnastics class. User Life is Pass Fail said, your wife is creating an angry adult who will resent all the grief she's causing him. He won't be some slick-suited Christian leading a chorus on Sunday morning. He'll be an angry young man who doesn't tell his mother anything about his life so he can bulletproof himself from her. I know because I lived it. My mother interfered with my interest because of religion and it hurt my life. My uncle introduced me to martial arts when I was 8. I loved it, and it was good for me both mentally and physically. By 12, I started being invited to the adult class. I was good at it, but then my mother rediscovered her Southern Baptist judgmentalism, and I wasn't allowed to go anymore because there was a startling 2-minute meditation opening and closing the classes. Karate was a good example, but there were many things. She filtered all new information through this religious fear filter and was always hassling me over benign and ordinary rites of passage that every young person goes through. It was a frustrating childhood, and rather than being supported, she just made it harder. I couldn't talk to her about anything. You need to warn her about what she's doing because in her effort to protect her son from the world, she may make it harder for him to learn how to deal with that world. Parenthood is future adult training, and avoidance is a poor counterfeit for confidence. Update. It's been a couple of days since my original post, so I'll get right into it. The short version of last time was that my wife wanted my son to quit gymnastics because she thinks that being around other girls in gymnastics apparel would cause him to lust and be ungodly. This is in the aftermath of her talking to him about purity and whatnot. Over the years, I've been too passive about her ways. When she guilted him into wanting to skip a single youth group meeting to go to a birthday party, it was all under the impression that God is supposed to come first in everything. She also doesn't want him having friends who aren't Christian because she thinks that will push him further away from God. I consider this a contradiction to the Great Commission in the New Testament. Not that I'm someone who advocates trying to bring religion into every conversation or comes off as that weird person, but Jesus spent the majority of his time around people who weren't perfect saints, which is the opposite of what she's mandated. When she tried to force him to skip the party to put God first, I overruled her, taking the easy way out. When he wanted to hang out with friends who weren't necessarily Christians and she threw a fit, I wanted to tell her that that's a form of prejudice, judging someone based on an imaginary image in our heads that has nothing to do with their actual character and before even meeting them. But I took the easy way again and just told him he was fine to keep those friends, even though I believe that shouldn't have been an issue in the first place. I did the same thing regarding the purity talks she wanted to have with him. I agreed and let her have them, although I was rather quiet during those talks. Now I regret that and realize just how much of a mistake it was for these reasons. Being completely honest, this whole situation that has been brewing for years has made me grow tired of her religious nonsense and somewhat of religion as a whole, since it can sometimes become a scapegoat for petty beliefs that people want to promote under the guise of something noble. I think it's very manipulative. For years, I did nothing because the thought of separation and the opinions that would follow from our church, parents, and friends would be overwhelming, considering how some really consider it taboo to get divorced, even if it's none of their business. But to be honest, I don't really care anymore. I've been growing more numb to religion over the past few years because of her, and after hearing her suggest that our son would look at girls in an environment he's grown up around for years in a lustful way, it just doesn't sit well with me, and that's putting it nicely. She's sexualizing a sport and suggested that our son could become a predator if he stayed, which has resonated more than anything else she's ever done. It also makes me wonder if she doesn't have that kind of mindset herself already. So what did I do? Before doing anything, I decided to talk to her one-on-one about the matter. I asked if she had anything against gymnastics personally, and I told her that trying to make him quit would only make him hate us. She replied with something along the lines of how the world has a habit of making everything that isn't sexual, and that the gymnastics environment promotes girls in clothing that can be easily looked at wrongfully. She then went on to say things about how God wants us to have clean eyes and similar sentiments. When I suggested that perhaps she was projecting her personal problems onto him, which I debated whether it would be too harsh to say, but chose to do anyway, she just said no and didn't want to talk about it. I eventually asked if she'd be willing to go to counseling with me, a professional counselor we could find in the area. She said no. Then I offered to talk to someone inside the church as a second option, but she became defensive and said that I was trying to embarrass her in front of her friends. I told her that wasn't true and that she wasn't cooperating when a marriage is supposed to be about working things out. She then got upset and said that I'm wrong for allowing our son to stay in an environment where he'll grow older as younger girls keep coming in, and that it says a lot about what I'm comfortable looking at by allowing him to do so. At that point, I was done because I felt she was accusing me of being unfaithful simply because I don't think he should quit gymnastics. Sure, I could talk to other parents and try to arrange a carpool, and I could drive him myself if I could get off early enough from work on some days, but I can't control what she does at home when I'm not there. She has already talked to him behind my back on numerous occasions while I'm at work, trying to explain why she wants him to quit and whatnot. If she doesn't want to talk or cooperate with me, then what more can I do? I talked to my son and told him that we'd be going up to my parents for the weekend and potentially a bit longer. I was direct in telling him why. I reiterated that I'm on his side and that she is sexualizing a sport and minors in a way that is very inappropriate. The last thing we need is to deal with that as he goes into his teen years. I also apologize for enabling her for so many years while being afraid of the idea of separation. While I heavily debated whether or not I should be this direct about explaining everything at his age, I chose to do so because I didn't want him to feel like I kept things from him as he grew older throughout this situation. I also told him how it was making me stressed at work and unable to focus on my job, which allowed him to open up and tell me that he feels guilty about wanting to go. I told him that's wrong and that he has nothing to feel guilty about. The fact that she made him even have these doubts is something that didn't need to exist in the first place. My parents are helping me look into a lawyer and other ways to support him. A lot of this is on me for allowing it to go on for too long, but I just want to know how to help him with the guilt he voiced in the aftermath of her words. Besides telling him that I'm on his side and that she's wrong, she's already implanted doubt whenever he's in the gym now, and I just want to help him navigate it as best as I can and undo the damage her behavior has caused. As for my wife, she didn't know we left until after we got there, but I told her exactly why we had left, and she was slightly apologetic on the phone. I asked her again if she'd be willing to go to counseling, but she accused me of trying to manipulate her into going, so I told her to call back if she had a change of heart. My main priority remains undoing the damage she's done to our son while recovering mentally myself and potentially working through a separation unless she shows she's willing to change. Which I have my doubts about considering we left and she still wouldn't consider counseling. Just being up here is more peaceful and needed after the stress of work and being in that home. Final update, it's been almost a month, so I wanted to come back to this. I'm not going to lie, I'm really tired at this point. I wrote a lot the last 2 times, but I don't think I will this time because I'm really losing my energy about it. Basically, when we were still staying at my parents', I told her why we left and that I'd return if she had a change of heart when we first talked. However, she refused to budge on her stance that it is inappropriate for him at his age to be in the same gym as little kids, preferably girls from a purity standpoint. She believes that the world has a habit of turning everything that isn't sexual into something sexual, and she thinks that the sport just serves as eye candy for lustful people who can watch girls run around in leotards, as she often points out. She's told him this nonsense while I'm at work and it drives me crazy. I couldn't focus knowing that she's at home telling him things I'll have to undo later. I've stated in my updates that a lot of her behavior is on me for being lax over the years, but I'm trying to do better. It's been really stressful and it still is almost a month later. While we were at my parents', she began telling her parents and mutual friends false things about me to the point where her parents and some of them started calling or messaging me on her behalf, calling me a bad husband along with other things. Apparently, she told them that I kidnapped our son and made other claims about how I'm this horrible person because of her lies, not to mention something about me putting my hands on her, which I swear never happened at any point in our lives or even when we were talking about going to counseling. My parents told me that she was trying to guilt me into returning under her terms and that I should continue to stay with them because she has truly gone off the rails. We've been here ever since, but I've taken a leave from work because my mind hasn't been in a good place for over a month due to everything that happened at our house. The new lies, the stress my son feels, and finding a lawyer while researching other legal matters with my parents. It's taken a lot of time out of my parents' lives too, but they've been amazing, and I want to thank them when it's all over, and even before then. From talking to the police and organizing documentation for them and my lawyer, I'm tired right now, and my parents are too. We're still trying to figure it out and know that this will probably be a long process. I don't care how much it costs to debunk her lies and get us both into therapy. My son, however, does not want to go. I told him alongside my parents that he could go with me or alone only if he wanted to and that we weren't forcing him. He said he didn't want to at the time, so we've left it for now instead of forcing the issue. I've begun talking to a therapist in my spare time online as well, and my parents are helping me pay for it a little. However, my son doesn't want to do gymnastics anymore, and he's still hard on himself for everything that's transpired, despite the many times my parents and I have tried to assure him that nothing is his fault. All of it is mine for letting her go down this slippery slope for so long. He's had no desire to continue and has voiced guilt about being around girls and making them uncomfortable without even knowing he was doing so. I told him that was his mom putting that in his head and that it isn't true. I regret going along with her desire to teach purity and keeping us in a church that ostracizes people for having an abortion. Like one girl I mentioned in my second update, the same church where she has spread her lies about me. I have no intention of ever returning there again. In regard to his schooling, that's another mess at the moment. He hasn't been in class because she went to the school too, and my lawyer thinks it's best to hold off on that for now for his well-being and the fact that she could show up there herself. However, he wants him to go back sooner rather than later, and I do too. I'm trying to see if there's a way he can do most of his work online or something, but I'm still working on that at the moment. Most importantly, I'm trying to encourage him to speak to someone about how he feels, something far beyond what I'm able to help him with from a professional standpoint, and I'm standing by him until he decides to pursue anything else. From a mental standpoint, he feels guilty, not just for what happened with his mom, but also about the things she said to him regarding him lusting after girls without him even knowing it at gymnastics. I don't want him to develop a complex over her nonsense. My other main priority is getting a divorce after this last straw. I can't take it anymore, and I don't know how much longer this will continue. Probably a while. He's tired of gymnastics and not in a good state right now. My parents think it's best for him to see someone sooner rather than later, which is why I'm likely going to make him go at some point. However, I don't know the best way to approach that without coming off as forceful in a way that he'll resent. If anyone has any advice on how to encourage him to go in a way that doesn't make him upset or unwilling to potentially help us with some of the legal issues she might have brought up with him, I'd really appreciate it. This hasn't been easy on him, and I just want it to be over. I'm aware that this is the consequence of letting her get away with small things over the years that have boiled into this situation, but if we can come out alright, then maybe we can both somehow be stronger at the end of it. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Axel Barillas. The post is titled, "My GF rejected my proposal because it didn't meet her expectations." For context, my girlfriend and I have been together for 6 years, and over Thanksgiving weekend, I took her on a week-long trip to Hawaii with the intention of proposing to her. I even asked her parents for their blessing and showed them the ring a couple of days before we left for the trip. We have talked about marriage before, and we've both agreed that we want to marry each other, so the idea is nothing new and actually a frequent topic. The issue is that she wanted a grand wedding proposal similar to the ones you might see on TikTok or Instagram. Big "marry me" letters on the beach, rose petals on the ground, lights, mariachi, etc. I was absolutely on board with doing that for her if it made her happy, but that was something to be planned at a beach back at home since I wouldn't have the resources to plan it for a trip to somewhere we'd never been. We booked everything as a last-minute vacation just 5 days prior, ironically after she sent me videos of people vacationing in Hawaii. I believed this would be a great opportunity though. I planned to propose to her on the day we arrived. I carried the ring in my pocket all day, waiting for a good opportunity to ask her. However, we had some completely unnecessary arguments, and I decided to postpone because I didn't want to propose after a bitter day. On the second day there, we had booked a reservation to go parasailing. I didn't want to risk losing the ring, so I left it back at the hotel. We didn't get back to the hotel until around 5 p.m. and we started getting ready to go out in the city. By this time, it was already starting to get dark. She had said before that she wanted a sunset proposal, and knowing that I couldn't organize any of the other things she had in mind for a proposal, the sunset was the only thing I had. I missed my chance on that, but we still went out to dinner and drinks. We came back to the hotel afterward because she was tired. I let her rest for a bit, and around 10:30 p.m. I convinced her to go on a night walk with me at the beach. This was when I planned to propose. We got to the beach, the city was very much still awake, and the lights of the buildings and streets combined with the bright moon illuminated the ocean beautifully. We stood there hugging and kissing, both knowing it was a beautiful and intimate moment. I started telling her how much I love her and how I want to be with her my entire life. As I started to get on one knee and reached into my pocket for the ring, she stopped me. "I hope you're not about to propose to me right now. This isn't what I expected." My heart dropped. I got back up and stood speechless before starting to walk back to the hotel. I was in no mood to talk about the situation and told her we should discuss it tomorrow. We talked about it the next day and she insisted that I do it again, but this time the right way during sunset. I told her I couldn't do that because she had already rejected me. She said she didn't reject me, she just felt it wasn't how she would have wanted it to happen. We spent the next 4 days in Hawaii in a very tense state, but had to deal with it until we got back home. We lived together, but for the first night after returning home, she went to sleep at her parents' house. Now she's back, but I don't want to be home with her there. What can be the outcome of this situation? I obviously didn't want this to happen during our vacation, but I can't see it any other way. Is this a valid reason for me not wanting to be with her anymore? I also don't think it's right for me to redo the proposal. Update. So, we had another conversation about it once she came back home from her parents. She's still adamant that I failed to meet her expectations. Admittedly, I understand I didn't do any of the things she had visualized. I want to emphasize that we're young, and the proposals she's seen on social media are nothing but trends. These proposals have become popular in maybe the last year or two. Prior to that, she told me she wanted an intimate proposal, especially away from the public eye. People are telling me I'm wrong because I knew exactly what she wanted and didn't do it. She also tells me that a proposal is solely about the female and what she wants. I think that's bullshit. I know I've told her that I was on board with doing her fantasy proposal, yet I changed my mind about that. I didn't want to plan this huge thing at my hometown beach just for the spectacle of it. I preferred to do it in a way that I knew we'd both enjoy, in Hawaii especially. Something that really bugs me is that she says I made the trip seem like just another trip, nothing crazy or out of the ordinary. This is literally our first ever vacation flight together. The same night that happened, we had brunch, went parasailing, and enjoyed a wonderful teppanyaki dinner. Am I selfish for changing the whole proposal without consulting her? I don't understand why some people say I'm selfish for not doing what she wanted. I still did something that objectively should make any woman ecstatic. My focus now is shifting from wondering if it's okay for me to break up with her for turning me down to wanting to break up because of her general ungratefulness. Another reason why she said it didn't meet her expectations was that we were both dressed casually. She wanted me to give her prior notice that something special was going to happen by telling her to get glammed up. Note, to those asking why I couldn't propose the next day at sunset, another requirement for her proposal was for her dog to be there, which she told me at the same moment after saying it wasn't what she expected. She absolutely adores this dog and has always told me she wants him to be the ring bearer at our wedding. Sure thing. If it makes her happy, I really don't mind. The issue is that she also wanted this to be the case for the proposal, which I was completely unaware of. She was just too focused on how she wanted the proposal rather than being excited about being with me. Update 2. We had the breakup talk. My girlfriend has always been a bit self-centered. I've known that and have been able to put up with it. About 4 months ago, she started having therapy sessions. I don't know how long they last, what days they are, or what they talk about. I do know that she has become an entirely different person. She's been more compassionate and cooperative with me. The things I've always wished for her to be more of, this has caused me to be fully ready to commit to a life with her, hoping this new mentality is permanent. Anyway, she talked to her therapist and told me that she asked her one question. Do you like surprises? She tells her, of course, she does. She explains to her that as her boyfriend, I most likely know that and was trying to do something heartfelt and unscripted. No mariachi, glamorous dress, or big letters, just the two of us. She further tells her that if she truly felt in her heart that she wants to live a life with me, all of the other superficial stuff shouldn't matter. She's apologizing to me, telling me she really regrets doing that, and assuring me she would have said yes anyway. My biggest regret is I'll never really know what she would have said, though in my gut, I'm not 100% sure she would have said yes. Her first thoughts when that was happening were completely dismissive of me and disrespectful, something that for once I feel like I can't take anymore. I'm standing my ground, telling her I've swallowed my pride way too many times in the past and we should go through with it. I'll be sleeping on the couch, she'll be packing her things tomorrow and going to live with her parents. User I am not that guy said, there's a chance you won't get past this. However, my first thought is that it foreshadows a very demanding partner. Does she have other unrealistic expectations about money, cars, vacations, clothes, etc.? Because those can be real detriments to living as partners together. User Rodent said, I'm very sorry, but this reminds me of several of my friends whose marriages and engagements broke down. She especially gives me the vibe of one friend's ex-wife, who went into a deep depression right after the wedding because, and I quote, she was living her biggest dream while planning the wedding, but now it was over. That was the point my friend realized she just wanted to be married, and it didn't matter who it was with. When the way the proposal is done is more important than the actual proposal for one person, that says a lot about that person's character and how they view the relationship. I suggest you move on to better people. User Potions to Pills said, my now husband proposed as soon as he had his hands on the ring. We ate a few slices of pizza at a park we'd never been to and couldn't find again if we had to. No connection to it at all prior to the aforementioned proposal. He got down on one knee and I thought he was tying his shoes. We had also been discussing marriage, so rather than saying, will you marry me, he said, let's make this official. No grand gesture, no planning. He had the ring. It was burning a hole in his pocket for the entire 2 hours he had it. I still said yes and married him, 15 years this year. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the Age Gap subreddit. The post is titled, my wife just found out she's pregnant. I had a vasectomy 10 years ago. I had a vasectomy during my first marriage. My ex and I had 3 kids, we were done, and it just made sense. I got married last year after 3 years of dating. My wife has never given me any indication to believe she is cheating. In fact, she is an extremely loyal and attentive spouse. To top it all off, I work from home. I literally don't know when she would have the time to have an affair unless she was doing it at work. We always have our locations on our iPhones, and I have noticed no secretive or suspicious behavior. When we first found out about the pregnancy, she was incredibly shocked but ultimately very happy. She said in between tears that she guessed the vasectomy had failed. I've googled it. We're looking at about a 1% probability that this happened. So basically, I have 2 choices. Ask my wife for a paternity test and either have my suspicions confirmed or shatter her trust in me. Or I say nothing and live with this gnawing suspicion until our child is born and I can quietly perform a paternity test. I am so torn up about this. My wife is already planning the nursery and I'm sitting here wondering if I should be hating her or myself. User Mr. Satch's friend said, call your doctor. They should be able to do a sperm count and tell you if you're even remotely fertile. Wait for those results before confronting her. To this, OP said, yeah, this is absolutely the thing to do. I've been so stressed out and shocked that I haven't been thinking clearly. A deleted user said, vasectomies can reverse themselves. I've had 2 friends have happy surprises after getting snipped. I have one too, and I know there's always a chance of pregnancy. It's not 0. Instead of sitting there worrying about paternity, your initial knee-jerk reaction should be that life found a way if you and your wife have a solid foundation. I don't know why this was even considered. I would never assume that my partner was cheating. Get an appointment with a urologist and have your sperm count checked. You may find a little surprise. Update. Hello all, a few of you might remember my last post. My wife found out she was pregnant unexpectedly, and I, having had a vasectomy 10 years ago, couldn't shake the suspicion of cheating. I took everyone's advice and got the vasectomy checked. Lo and behold, my doctor tells me my sperm count is very low, but there are still sperm present. This explains why we've been having unprotected sex for years without any issues, but also why my wife is now pregnant. I was equal parts relieved and ashamed of myself. My wife is a wonderful person, and she shows me every single day how much I mean to her, and I suspected her of cheating before I even considered an issue with the vasectomy. I have thought about coming clean to my wife and telling her what I did, but on the other hand, she is so happy and excited. She's showing quite a bit now, and everywhere we go, people tell her she is glowing. Our relationship is the best it's ever been, and I don't think it's right to burst her bubble to alleviate my own guilt. All I can do is be the best husband I can be to her through this pregnancy and get ready to be a dad at 46. Thanks to everyone for their suggestions. I just wish I had thought of it myself before jumping to horrible conclusions. I thought I should post an update. This next story was made in the relationship subreddit by a user named WhatDo232. The post is titled, My best friend's fiance is extremely inappropriate towards me. Throwaway because one of the people involved knows my personal account. I am at a loss for how to handle this situation in an appropriate manner. Any kind of advice would be greatly appreciated at this point. To make this easier, let's call my friend Kate and her fiancé, John. I met Kate during my sophomore year of high school through mutual acquaintances. We became very close, so naturally, I was devastated when she moved several states away after graduating. Despite the distance, we kept in contact and remained as good friends as ever. About 2 years ago, my family happened to take a vacation very close to her new home, so we excitedly planned to meet. It felt amazing to see her again. We both dashed out of our cars and hugged and squealed like stereotypical best friends. We hung out all evening and caught up with one another in person. I also had the chance to finally meet her fiancé of 1 year. I had heard only great things about this guy and he seemed very pleasant. Shortly after returning home, I received a text message from an unknown number, John. He thanked me for stopping by to see Kate, saying that it really lifted her spirits and he hadn't seen her so happy in a long time. Understanding the personal issues Kate had been struggling with lately, I told him I was glad to have helped. I assumed Kate had given him my number and didn't think much else about it. John would text me here and there about little insignificant things. He'd mention a movie he and Kate were about to see and ask for my opinion or suggest a fun new video game they had bought. I would answer his questions or respond to suggestions, but never carry on a conversation beyond the original topic. John would attempt to keep me talking, but I always dropped off due in part to not being very big on texting. More than a year after seeing Kate, I received a very late night text from John saying, "I miss you." Assuming he had sent this to me by mistake, I ignored it. Fast forward to a month or so ago, I took a weekend trip to visit Kate. We had been planning this get together for a while, and I was super excited to spend some much needed girl time with her. I had been anticipating a chill weekend with my best friend, but nothing could have prepared me for the Twilight Zone situation I was about to walk into. Kate and John picked me up from the airport, and I was made to feel uncomfortable almost immediately. John extended his arms for a hug upon my arrival, which I thought nothing of and accepted. He held me a bit too tightly and for a bit too long, then commented on how hot I looked. Not nice or even pretty, but hot. I sort of just laughed awkwardly and looked towards Kate, who seemed not to be paying attention at the moment. I pushed this aside, chalking it up to a social fluke on his part, and enjoyed the rest of my day with them. The daylight hours went smoothly, save for John suggesting several times that we all get drunk that evening. Not being a drinker, I declined only to have him get a little pushy about it. I politely reaffirmed my opinion, and he eventually dropped it. After returning to their home, the three of us hung out in the family room and watched a bit of television. We all began talking and somehow came to the topic of a pregnancy scare Kate had told me about a few months prior. John proceeded to tell me how stupid Kate was for worrying over a possible pregnancy. He said that he had told her several times that it was hardly possible and to stop being such a stupid spaz over it. He went on to say that it was her own fault for forgetting her birth control and that it was bullshit for her to then expect him to use a condom. I was entirely thrown off by the way he raised his voice and talked so rudely about my friend. I defended her, saying that it was entirely legitimate to worry about these things and that if she preferred he wear a condom to be safe, he should respect her wishes. He only laughed at me, and Kate stayed totally silent during the entire interaction. John then asked if I wanted to sleep in bed with him and Kate rather than in the guest room, which I found totally strange. I declined the offer and went to bed. The following morning, Kate and I had made plans to go shopping. She mentioned that John wouldn't be with us because he had to work, which I was very grateful for. Before leaving the house, however, John stopped me and said, "You're a heavy sleeper." Confused, I gave him a weird look and asked what he meant. He went on to say, "You're a heavy sleeper. You don't even wake up when people touch you." Normally, I would have interpreted this as someone possibly trying to rouse me earlier by tapping my shoulder or something along those lines. But the way John was smirking at me and the inflection he put on the word touch made me think otherwise. I asked John what the hell he was talking about, and he only laughed, saying it was nothing. Now, I happen to take some relatively strong sleeping pills, of which Kate is aware. These knock me out pretty hard, but I believe I would have woken up if someone entered the room or touched me inappropriately. So I highly doubt anything actually happened, but the possibility of him groping me in my sleep makes me sick. In fact, the fact that he would say that to me just to cause anxiety makes me sick. I tried to enjoy my outing with Kate, which unfortunately didn't offer much solace. While stopped at a red light, Kate and I sat quietly as a group of pedestrians crossed the street. Kate made a comment about how beautiful one particular girl in the crowd happened to be. I agreed that she was a very pretty woman, only for Kate to suddenly spout out, "I'm not attracted to men." She had said this as if the words had been dying to leave her lips for years. I was pretty dumbfounded and caught off guard by the sudden confession, as I had never entertained the idea of Kate being a lesbian. She had mentioned once a short fling she shared with a girl in middle school, but claimed it had been nothing more than a cry for attention. We joked about this here and there, but I never thought she could have been lying. I didn't answer due to lacking a decent response, so she followed up by bluntly telling me that she is a lesbian and that she doesn't love John. I asked Kate why on earth she would marry him then, and she only said, "Because I think it's what I should do." I tried to talk to her more about this, but she then told me she would prefer the subject be dropped. At this point, I was counting down the hours to my flight home the next morning, and after hearing that John would be joining us for dinner, I was even more eager to get away. After meeting up with him, the three of us began walking into the restaurant, only for me to catch John's hand veering dangerously close to my butt. I shifted away, and he moved very quickly in an attempt to grab it. Luckily, I managed to jump to the side, leaving him with only his fingertips brushing my skirt. I told him to watch his fucking hands, and he just laughed again and made some kind of comment about my appearance and how he couldn't help it. Dinner couldn't have gone by slower. I sat there hardly saying a word, wondering if I should just try to get a hotel room for the evening. However, my stupid self decided that I could make it one more night and save the cash. I told Kate that I was very tired the moment we got back to her place, but she insisted that I watch our favorite movie together before I had to go home. Unable to say no, the two of us headed up to her room. About an hour into the movie, John came in and asked to watch with us. Kate told him, of course, and hardly 10 minutes passed before he started attempting to convince Kate and me to kiss. I said no repeatedly and just kept looking at the screen. Kate wasn't saying a damn word about it, and John actually started pleading with us to just kiss really quickly, so I told him to shut up and that he was ruining the movie. A couple more minutes of silence passed until John outright asked if I'd like to sleep with him. The way he went about asking made it seem as if he had deluded himself into thinking he was irresistible to me. I told him no and pointed out that Kate was sitting right next to me. I looked at her expecting some kind of response, but it was obvious that she had totally spaced out at this point. John informed me that Kate was fine with sharing him. He continued to badger me and insisted that I show him some appreciation for allowing me to stay in his home. I looked at Kate and asked her, "How the f are you okay with this?" She looked as if she was unable to hear me, staring straight ahead with dull eyes. I got up to leave only for John to attempt to block the door. Mind you, I'm a 5-foot-tall, 100-pound girl being physically blocked by a very large man. I told John firmly to move, only for him to once again say that I owed him. I took my chances and shouldered my way past him. Luckily, he didn't do much but attempt to grab me as I exited the room. I gathered my things quickly and got a hotel room. Kate never even acknowledged what happened. I think she may be suffering from either John's abuse or some kind of mental disorder, which makes me feel bad for being angry with her. But I'm very angry that she sat by and did nothing while her fiancé was so aggressive with me. Kate is aware that I was sexually assaulted in the recent past, and therefore am sensitive to such pushy advances. I talk to Kate very sparsely now, and she doesn't seem to understand why. By coincidence, I happen to have accepted a role in an internship program close to the city where she lives. Within a month, I will be living in very close proximity to both her and John, and I need to figure out what to do. I want to help my friend. I'm afraid that she is experiencing abuse, living a lie by pretending to be heterosexual, and may possibly be suffering from some kind of mental illness. I have never been in a situation like this, and I'm at a complete loss. I don't want to see Kate after I move because that would mean I'll see John. Any advice on how I can help her and try to defuse this situation would be massively helpful. Edit, whoa, I just woke up and I had no expectations of this post blowing up so much. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of the advice and support. Seriously, you guys have no idea how much it means to me. I've decided to talk to Kate. I'm nervous as hell because I have no clue how she'll react, but I need to reach out to her. She has been there for me during trying times in my life, and I want to be there for her. I know for a fact that John works tonight, and Kate will sometimes accompany him and just sort of sit there and be idle all evening, but I don't know if she's going tonight. I asked if she'd like to Skype this evening, and she responded with, "Why do you want to talk to me all of a sudden?" I told her I'd just like to catch up and apologize for being so busy lately. I haven't received an answer just yet, but I'll try my best to update tonight if we get the chance to talk. Once again, thank you everyone. I'll try to respond to as many comments as possible. I'm not receiving any good advice from those close to me, so this is insanely beneficial. Edit 2, Skyping with Kate tonight. She agreed a lot more excitedly than I had anticipated, judging by her previous texts. We chatted for just a little bit afterward, and oddly, she brought up the fact that she had recently watched Rush and commented on how hot Chris Hemsworth is. I was a bit thrown off, for obvious reasons, given that she had not only confessed to being a lesbian, but also told me verbatim that she's not attracted to men. Maybe I'm reading too far into it, so I just agreed that yes, Chris Hemsworth is indeed gifted and told her I couldn't wait to talk tonight. I'm still very nervous. A deleted user said, the way he berated and insulted her over the pregnancy scare was abusive. The fact that he was so comfortable making blatant grabs at you in front of her makes me think she's been conditioned and scared into not reacting. I am very worried for her. I think when you see her in person next, you should speak to her alone and be very honest about how extremely messed up that visit was. Tell her you are very worried about her. Ask if there is any way you can help. Do you know her family? Would it be worth speaking to them about it? User RWM said, it sounds very abusive. He wasn't even trying to hide it from you. You may want to consider offering Kate a place on your couch when you move in a month, or even suggesting she move in with you alone. This may seem extreme, but if you're okay with it, you could be a tremendous help for her. I don't think she was being an inconsiderate friend. From the way you described it, she was in La La Land. She was trying to escape her reality. Her confession of homosexuality may be an attempt to find a way out of the abusive relationship. Her lack of reaction to her fiancé's attempts at a threesome seems to stem from fear rather than a pre-planned discussion about them sharing you. Everything reeks of abuse in your story, and I hope you can help her. I would strongly advise against dropping contact with her unless it puts serious strain on you to keep up with her. If anything, I would suggest more contact, alone and in person, so your friend has someone to help her get out of this scary situation. As always, I will suggest therapy if you can afford it. Not necessarily for this, but for your own issues. I hope you and maybe your friend can get away from this creep. Update. So I know my original post is super old, but I received an invitation to Kate and John's wedding today. It reminded me of this whole thing, and more importantly, the fact that I never really thanked everyone for all your supportive comments and advice. Thank you very, very much. Plenty of people had been asking for an update, but honestly, I became so busy prepping to move that Reddit was not on my list of priorities. So on to the update. I went through with the Skype chat as planned. Luckily, I had successfully caught Kate alone. We made small talk for hardly a minute because my nerves were buzzing and I wanted to get this over with. I jumped right to it and explained to her why I'd been distancing myself, that John's behavior was seriously concerning. I listed for her the exact events that had made me feel uncomfortable for both her safety and mine. She listened in dead silence, as I'm certain this had not been her expectation for our chat. After I'd finished, I asked why she would want to spend her life with this man, especially since she'd confided in me about her sexual orientation. Kate broke down pretty quickly, and to sum it up, she's been in love with me since high school. I can't put into proper words how I feel about this part. Yes, as some of you had suggested, Kate and John had been trying to set up a threesome the entire weekend I was there. I asked her whose idea it had been, and she said it was hers, but that John was incredibly excited about the suggestion. She admitted to having planned the entire thing out with John before even inviting me to visit. She said they planned to see if the intimacy would come naturally and then try to initiate it if that were not the case. I asked her why she was okay with John acting so coercively, and she said he'd promised to make it happen no matter what after I hadn't caught the hint the past 2 nights. She said she felt desperate to be with me intimately and would do anything for that to happen. I asked her even if it meant having to force me, and she said maybe so, but that I would enjoy it eventually, that I would probably have just given in and she could join if John had followed through. Not gonna lie, this made me feel sick, but I set those feelings aside and told her very gently that I don't reciprocate her romantic feelings but still care for her as a friend. I told her that I feared for her safety and happiness and only wanted to help. Well, that completely flipped a switch. Honestly, I've never seen Kate angry. She's a passive person to a fault, but holy shit, did she lose it on me. Kate made a total 180 and began making accusations that didn't make sense. That I was trying to steal John away from her and that I couldn't have him. That his sexual aggression towards me was directly my fault due to how I dress and present myself. That all her insecurities are my fault because she has to put up with John talking about how I look and asking why she can't act more like me. Anyhow, she ended her tirade by telling me to kill myself, so honestly, I hung up after that. I feel as though Kate is dealing with issues that are far beyond my ability to assist with, and I couldn't continue speaking to her. My internship is over now, so I'm home and away from both of them. During my internship, they both attempted to contact me multiple times, but I always deleted the messages. Kate simply ignored what had transpired between us and asked why I wouldn't speak to her. Then John made a few jokes about kidnapping me. I only saw both of them once during my entire internship. I had the chance to attend a large pop culture convention, and I was seriously so stoked about it despite having no friends to go with. Luckily, I found a couple of girls on Facebook through my internship group page who were also looking for people to go with. I knew for a fact that Kate and John would be going, as they attend every year. Plus, the costume I chose to wear was nearly unmissable, so I was certain they would notice me. But honestly, I was not about to let them spoil the event for me and went anyway. I gave the girls a rundown of the situation and they all assured me they had my back. Lo and behold, as I'm standing in an autograph line with my friend, John hugs me from behind. I basically went into spaz mode and flailed until he let go. The dick acted confused while Kate was right beside him, being quiet. I'd like to say that I told him off like a champ, but I didn't. I was scared, honestly, so I just ran. I was wearing massive heels, so I had to do that weird crouch move where you're not really running, but more so fast walking like a werewolf. A couple of the girls followed me to make sure I was okay. I never saw them again. I know the general consensus was to not cut Kate out of my life, but I honestly do not believe either of them is safe to be around. I feel that Kate is dealing with something beyond what I can assist with, and my personal safety needs to come first. Obviously, I'm not going to the wedding. Thank you for all the helpful advice and support I received on my previous post. This last post was made in the homeless subreddit by a user named Variety. Okay. The post is titled, 16 years ago today, my son died homeless in an alley. As the title says, I am very sad. I kept asking him to come home. His brother asked him to come home. His ex-wife asked him to come home. His daughter missed him terribly and absolutely wanted him to come home. But his ex-girlfriend, the mother of his youngest child, had completely cussed him out and told him to never show his face around again, so he refused to come home. I did not know this part of the story until 2018 when I was housing her because she was homeless with my granddaughter. She told me then. During the year or so before his death, Kamala Harris's district attorney's office put him on probation for selling a small amount of cannabis to an undercover cop and warned him that if he left the state, they would extradite and imprison him. As a result, he refused to come home at that time. I will say I detest Harris, and while I've been a lifelong Democrat, I am very upset that Biden chose her. I will never respect her. It took us over 2 months to find out he was dead. A friend of his discovered it through the Social Security Death Database registry and called his ex-wife to let her know. She notified his brother and then the message got to me. We found out in late July. He had been staying with this friend, but they had a conflict that put him back on the street. He only lasted a bit over a month before he was dead. I haven't slept at all last night. I am very sad. The year after he died, the family was going to Cracker Barrel for dinner when a homeless man outside the restaurant asked me for change so he could get some food. I welcomed him to our table and fed him whatever he wanted. I wished someone had done that for my son at some point. The workers at Cracker Barrel were concerned and appalled until my friend, who was working there at the time, told them why. Then they were very nice and we received good service. I told the man that the only thing I requested in return was for him to call his mom. I last spoke to my son on April 2nd, 2008. I am glad he called and I know he realized he was going to die. He had told me he would be dead by the time he reached his 30s. He lived to the age of 31. He struggled with mental illness and alcoholism. There is so much more I could say about my son. He was a very loving person. He enjoyed poetry and won a statewide award for poetry reading when he was in high school. He was a good person who treated vulnerable individuals with love and care. He respected women and helped many people. He had a really soft heart, which he worked hard to cover with a tough exterior, but he felt things deeply. He died from bleeding out in his sleep. Some friends of a friend of mine were travelers, and they told me that dying in one's sleep is the best way to go. I was always terrified that someone would light him on fire while he was sleeping. I am grateful he had a peaceful death. The last conversation I had with my son is something I have held close to my heart ever since. If you still have parents living, give them a call. Let them know you are still alive and hopefully doing okay. I realize some people do not get along with their parents, but if there is any chance for finding love and peace, please reach out. My tears are finally flowing now since I wrote this. I have felt so numb. If you have read this and listened to my pain, thank you. User Turbulent Art said, "I'm so sorry. I am reading this, fighting tears because I fear this is my future. My son is a fentanyl addict with mental health issues and is only 20. He got into trouble early on with drugs, and by the age of 15, I sent him to his father's, thinking he would straighten him out. That is my worst regret as a parent in my life. His dad let him have free reign almost immediately, and what was supposed to be a few months stay turned into him never coming back. He got into hard drugs, started stealing, and then things got even worse. I can't even repeat all he's done. It absolutely eats my soul alive. I took him to rehab 2 months ago with the agreement that he would complete a 3-month program, get on medication and therapy, then move home and work with his stepdad. He lasted 5 days before he called and told me awful things he's done, saying he just wants to be high. He doesn't care how or where he goes as long as he can get high. The last I heard, he's been kicked out of 3 friends' houses. The cops came looking for him a week ago. He's stolen from all the Walmarts within 50 miles. I was afraid they came to say he's dead. I don't see any other way out for him. I'm so sorry to go on when you are sharing your pain and story. I wouldn't have ever had kids had I known the heartache they can inflict. May the next life have mercy on parents like us." User Fox Ritual said, "I'm very sorry to hear that this happened. It's pretty rough out here. I admire your kindness towards people who are on the streets. I am also on the streets and have been for over 5 years. It seems to get worse the longer I'm out here. There is a growing shortage of understanding for the people subjected to this situation. I cannot imagine what you are going through. I wish my mom would be as caring as you are. Instead, she is fine with me being out here on the streets. There should be more people like you with compassionate hearts. It's never easy out here." This story was posted by a user named Economy writing in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITA for calling the police on my sister when she was just trying to help. I'm a 22-year-old female. My sister is 27. We had babies within 2 weeks of each other, and our sons are now 3 weeks and 5 weeks old. Her son is breastfed and mine is not. I needed to get surgery recently, and because my son's father isn't around, my sister and brother-in-law offered to babysit my son while I was in the hospital free of charge. When I came home today, I walked in to find my son on my sister's breast. I didn't have an issue with that initially because it was probably easier for her to breastfeed him than to make bottles. However, she told me afterward that she had thrown out all of the garbage I was feeding him and that she was going to pump and donate milk to him. I was kind of in shock, so I didn't react right away, but I went to the bathroom and called the police on her. Apparently, what she did wasn't a crime, and since the child is being fed, they couldn't do anything about it. My sister then blew up at me, saying it was completely wrong of me to call the police on her when she was just trying to help. I told her she dumped 14 cans of formula without even consulting me and currently had nothing to replace it with, just plans to do so. She now wants me to pay her for the babysitting she did, but I told her I can't even afford to replace the formula while I'm on maternity leave, so I won't be paying her for the babysitting. She ended up storming out and blocked me on everything. Our parents were able to replace 2 of the cans she threw out, but can't do much else. They also think I was a jerk for calling the police on her because getting a record could affect her government job and therefore my nephew. Am I the jerk? Edit, there's no way my sister would have replaced the formula. She is completely against it and has been vocal about her dislike for me using it. Edit 2. My sister did not have a supply already pumped, nor has she even used her pump yet. So not only did she not have anything to replace what she threw out, but she also had no idea how her body would respond to a pump. The only way she could have been feeding my son over the next few weeks would be to put him on the breast, which would take time away from me being with him. Edit 3. My sister went to my house for the child minding. User Drago the Dragon said NTA. She literally dumped hundreds of dollars worth of formula that you bought because of her own personal opinions on formula. I would have done the same thing in your situation. User Sug said NTA. That is a lot of wasted formula that she had no right to toss out. I am so sorry, OP. I will say my first reaction would not have been to call the police. Maybe you could have come to a solution together if you had talked to your sister first. This next post was made in the Surviving Infidelity subreddit by a user named Makers on the Rock. The post is titled, "My wife cheated on me without son's baseball coach. I've been married for 8 years and have 5 and 6-year-old kids. I've been madly in love the whole time as she's an amazing person and mother. She literally keeps the family together and is just spectacular, truly. She was showing me something on her phone when I saw a text come in that said, 'I love you more.' I asked who it was. She explained that it was a coworker she had been helping out, and I thought nothing more of it. That day, we had a lot of family over to celebrate our daughter's birthday, and it was a wonderful time. Some stayed overnight, so the next day, after a lovely weekend getting everyone out and putting the kids down, my wife said she needed to tell me something. Well, that "I love you more" was not from her coworker. I'm not sure because she's not sharing any details regarding the other person. She told me that 6 months ago, when I was in a dark place, she found love in someone else. Love I wasn't providing in our relationship. If I have feelings for someone else, I'm not sure that I should be married. It's not fair to you or me. I never planned for this to happen, but now that it's a reality, we need to deal with it. She explained that she wasn't looking for someone else. It just happened. A friendship that bloomed into more. She's also told me that they have not been intimate and explained that as a sexual relationship. She says life is too short and that she wants to be happy. She's proud of all the changes I've made, and I've always been a good dad, but I've grown into a great daddy, and my kids and I have never been closer. But she wants to be 100% happy, and the changes I've made haven't gotten her there, so she's seeking happiness elsewhere. She says this person may not be the 100% answer. She worries that I'm at my best and it's still not enough, yet she's not giving me specifics. We've had a beautiful, loving relationship. We are known to be well put together and have our lives in order. We'd be the last couple people would think this is happening to. So I'm devastated, absolutely torn apart, and I don't know what to do. We own a house together for which we're making payments. I carry no debt besides said home, and she's in the same position. We had a perfect life together, and I'm suddenly being blindsided by this 6-month relationship where she has feelings for someone else and thinks it's best we split. I have no idea how to move forward. I've told her she needs to let her family know what's going on so I can tell mine. It's her cat to let out of the bag. I'm just so sad for our kids. When we were dating and in marriage, cheating was the one thing that would break us. We both come from broken families, and it was something I never wanted for our kids. I just feel so hollow and broken. She was my everything, and I am so thankful for the 10 years we've been together. But I think the writing is on the wall, and I'm helpless. It's all up to her. I'm broken into a million pieces. Update. She was caught by me when a text came in at my daughter's birthday party that said, "I love you more." When I asked what that was about, she said it was from a coworker she had been helping. Because we had all our family and friends there, I didn't push it. Later the next day, she came clean and said that she had been in a relationship for 6 months. She refused to tell me who it was with or what they had done. I was devastated, absolutely destroyed. I still am. So we spent some time apart and she continued her relationship with him. In the meantime, I did some digging and looking at the phone records, I discovered it was our son's coach. I called her out on it and she still continued the relationship. I saw a lawyer who told me not to leave the house or the kids and to either try to work it out or consider leaving and seeing a therapist. My therapist says she's a narcissist and that I should protect myself, protect my kids, and run. Come December, she said she had cut it off with him and wanted to try again. I gave her all the effort in the world, but I don't feel like her heart has been in it. She's not overcompensating or has even truly apologized for what she's done. I've also gained access to her photos and she doesn't know that I've seen all I have. She framed a picture of him and had it on her desk. I found naked selfies she sent him that I haven't even received. I found a picture of his naked backside in our beach condo, which I thought was natural space since we weren't sharing it during our time apart. I slept on those same sheets. I know that she was at a fancy restaurant with someone else. She screenshots all these deep love quotes that I know aren't about me, so much of this lives rent-free in my head. She has a white bracelet with one black bead that she now wears every day. I've called her out on it. She lied once and said it was from her mom. Up until last week, she said her best friend has the matching one. However, her affair partner wears an all-black one with one white bead. I know what that represents. Again, she doesn't know I've seen all these things. So now to current day, I can't find anything that suggests she's still with him, but I know she uses Snapchat often and is secretive with her phone. Whenever I bring up the affair, it blows up because I said I'd try not to bring it up and get over it, but I simply can't. I'm not rubbing it in, but it does come up when we argue, which is almost every week. We do really well for a bit, including intimacy, but then something happens and we go back to being in conflict. She canceled our babysitter for trivia this past Tuesday and for this Friday when I got tickets for us to see a show. She doesn't want to go because I can't get over her affair. Her parents both cheated on their spouses for each other and support my wife. They both call and text me that it's unfair for me to bring up her affair. The pictures of him live rent-free in my head almost constantly. I can't get past what she's done no matter how hard I try. I don't know what to do as she's trying to make me the bad guy. I'm like, I've been here the whole time. I didn't fall in love with someone else, I just don't understand and am an emotional train wreck. Final update. Welp, long story short, I literally just caught her at the family condo with the affair partner and have photos and videos of his truck, his belongings in the home, and her coming out of the master bedroom while he stayed behind a closed door. I also went into our shared car that she drove. It was left unlocked in the parking garage with an open high noon in the cup holder and her wallet and belongings still inside. She came home and tried to talk. It was a calm conversation, but she kept saying it was my fault, and that if I had communicated with her last night, maybe she wouldn't have been with him. So I communicated that I would be home later this afternoon or evening, so she's unexpectedly watching the kids today. I wanted to spend time with them as she took them away from me yesterday to do activities. I plan to do separate activities today, however, I'm not emotionally able to give the kids the best of me right now, and I definitely don't want to be around her. I asked if she could sleep in a kid's room and she got upset, stating that our bed is her bed and she will sleep where she wants. I said, obviously. I have already been for a 6-mile walk and have been calling and leaving voicemails at all the lawyers around. I know I can't abandon the home, but I can't be around them after what I saw this morning. Thank you to all who responded earlier this week and suggested Grey Rock and 180 for me. I implemented those strategies and I guess it drove her to this, but I'm officially divorcing her and there's no going back. Thank you so much. Edit and update. Legal counsel told me to have no contact with her, so that's what I'm doing. She texted me last night about how she hasn't asked for a second chance, even though I've given them, and that she loves me. She now says she's willing to go to therapy, share her location, and give access to her phone. She can't see herself rocking on the porch with me at 80. When I got home last night, she was in the master bedroom, so I slept upstairs. This morning, there was no communication. She wouldn't even look at me. Yesterday, when I caught them on video, I saw his hat and noticed it was from a local landscaping company. So I called to see if he worked there. He does. Okay, thanks. That was it. This guy just called me saying if I want to talk to him, here's his number. Don't call my boss. I said I have nothing to say to you. He replied that he has nothing to say to me and hung up. Also, her mom reached out and said how devastated I must be and that she's so sorry. She told me to call her when I have a chance. I'm going to continue my no contact with everyone and let my lawyer do all the talking. This is so damn hard. User Bigwig Mike said, why would he give her a second chance after she left him for months to be with this guy? Also, why did she even bother coming back if she was still with the affair partner? User Not Your Mom said, this woman sounds insufferable. The beach condo, no debt, and other hints make me believe her attempts at reconciliation are about her wanting to maintain a standard of living she's been accustomed to. To be fair, he says they had the perfect relationship, but mentions a dark time where she claims the initial interest outside the marriage. This makes me wonder if we're getting the full picture here. A deleted user said, my guy handled it more viscerally. He went to a practice, called out the coach in front of his colleagues and a whole bunch of parents. The coach saw that his career was in jeopardy and reacted by throwing a punch. He was stretchered off and required physiotherapy. The coach was immediately terminated, tongue started flapping, and WW's life went down the shitter as well. The unintended consequence? She became a pariah, begging my guy to take her back to rehabilitate her image. Nope, he started dating. This last post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Ant in Agony. The post is titled AITA for taking my biological nieces on days out and excluding my adopted nephew. Throwaway. I have 2 nieces, Flo and Ivy, and a nephew, Ryan, through my brother Tom and sister-in-law, Kate. Flo and Ivy are biologically theirs, and they adopted Ryan 2 years ago after fostering him for 3 years. I live locally to them, we are super close usually, and I have my own daughter Ava who my nieces are close to. Before foster care, Ryan's life was awful, and he has some behavioral and developmental issues. He struggles to sit through long events such as shows or the girls' plays or recitals, so the girls rarely have both parents supporting them. His behavior is sometimes pretty unpredictable, and he occasionally has loud and physical meltdowns, so they have to be careful about where they take him. As such, whenever my husband and I take Ava to the theater or other activities that Ryan wouldn't enjoy, we bring the girls along too. Sometimes Tom and Kate pay for them, sometimes we do. We have never taken Ryan out without his parents and sisters because he has really different interests from the girls. I don't feel confident handling his behavior, and Flo and Ivy have expressed that they really value the Ryan free time. I've made extra effort to be there since then. Ryan's a great kid, but he needs a lot of attention, and my nieces need people who are 100% in their corner. Anyways, I am taking the girls to a Christmas theme park in London on Friday. It's quite an expensive one, and I have the joy of footing the bill for all three. On Sunday, I got a call from Kate asking if Ryan could come with us on Friday. He had seen advertisements and heard the girls talking about it, and he wants to go. She offered to pay for whatever he did. I told Kate no, as I didn't know how he would handle crowds. She said he went 2 years ago and loved it, and his sisters were there to help him if he struggled. I said that wasn't fair to them. I booked it as a girls' trip and it is supposed to be a treat. I don't want it getting cut short and I don't feel comfortable parentifying the girls. I know Tom is taking Ryan to London next week, so I told Kate to book tickets for that day. But by that point, she wasn't listening. She criticized me for insinuating that siblings caring for each other was parentifying me and accused me of being ableist since Ryan can't help his conditions and shouldn't be excluded, as well as being biased against the kid I'm not related to. It got very heated and ended with me saying to read the room. It's a girls' day and her hanging up. Anyways, she went to the girls and said either they ask me for Ryan to come or they can't go. Flo texted me begging me not to let him come and asking if they can still join us, while Ivy is more torn because she doesn't want her brother to be left out, but also doesn't want to risk her day being ruined. My mother, Tom, and sister have contacted me saying I should bring Ryan so as not to show favoritism and to be inclusive. My husband is on my side. Edit to answer a few questions. Tom, Kate, and my husband are all working the day of the trip. I took PTO while Kate and Tom had childcare arranged. I do spend quality time with Ryan. We live a 15-minute walk away, so we go to their house often. Ryan, Tom, and I build a lot of Lego together since it's a shared hobby. I get him a new set every birthday and Christmas. It's a running joke since he spends a lot of time guessing which one it will be. I enjoy this quality time as it's accessible with his parents around. However, I just booked days out around my daughter's interests, which happen to be the exact opposite of his. She's a really artsy girly girl who likes theater, shopping, museums, movie nights, and slumber parties while he's into Lego, video games, and anything martial arts related. Thank you to everyone who commented. I'm currently on a break at work, so I'm going to quickly update. Shit has hit the fan, basically. I removed the previous update as I was too sleep deprived to do the title properly. Your comments made me realize that I am right not to bring Ryan. It's not safe with just me, and especially after reading comments from people who have special needs children or siblings who have had to pull all their kids out of outings due to not having enough adults. I'm not doing that. The girls also deserve to do the things they want. I will also make a conscious effort to do things with Ryan. I'm going to suggest to Tom that he and I take Ryan to Legoland when it reopens in the spring. A recap of characters: me, my daughter Ava, my brother Tom, his wife Kate, and their kids Flo, Ivy, and Ryan. The new players are my husband Ben, our sister Mia, and my mum, who we will just call Mum. Because of the character limit, I couldn't elaborate on a few things. I do spend quality time with Ryan, I just don't take him on outings. We both love Lego, which Ava doesn't, so it's great to have someone to bond with over that. Since we live a 15-minute walk away, we see each other quite often, usually at their house as it's easier to shepherd one kid rather than three. Sometimes he'll choose to hang out with the girls where they will play an activity they all enjoy like Mario Kart, but most of the time he'll prefer to hang out with me. He is one of those kids who thrives when hanging out with adults rather than other children, which is why his parents endorsed the girls' days out. It meant they get 2-to-1 time with him. He gets along with his sisters as they are both super calm and kind girls. But most of his meltdowns arise from confrontations with other kids, or when his sisters want to do something he doesn't like. Some examples include Flo playing music in her room or them picking a movie he doesn't want to watch. Obviously, when they do a vote, the girls' picks usually win since there are 2 of them. He gets stressed out a lot by other kids at school. Kate and Tom encourage the girls to be empathetic and let him have his way, but I think this means the girls sometimes lose out. He has some friends at school with whom he has frequent playdates, especially when the girls are out of the house, and he's friends with Mia's 2 sons who are 10 and 8. He sometimes gets invites to go laser tagging with them, but they live slightly further away, and since it's on weekends, Tom or Kate are always there because they have to take him. Back to the story. Ben walked Ava to school today, and Flo and Ivy go to the same school. Flo was waiting by the gates and asked to talk with him after Ava went in. She basically said that she loves her brother but really values having days out with me, Tom, and Ava because it's calmer. When they went to Winter Wonderland 2 years ago, he was chill for about 4 hours, but they ended up leaving earlier than planned because he was starting to get cranky with all the queues, and they didn't want to risk meltdowns there. Although they started with the rides he wanted, they had only done 1 or 2 that the girls wanted and didn't get to do the ice skating, which is what she really wanted. She also mentioned that when the family went to a restaurant recently, Ryan threw a fit because the food was taking too long and he was hungry. Tom took him home, and while the girls were trying to chat with Kate, she was too busy on her phone trying to message Tom to see if Ryan was okay. I have also noticed that the girls are at my house a lot lately. Since they are responsible for walking themselves home, they will often come to my place to do homework as it's empty otherwise until I get home at 5:30. Ivy and Ava are in the same class, so they do homework together. Flo often chats a lot with me and Ben, usually about gossip and what happened at school. I thought nothing of it, but now I wonder if she even has those chats with her parents. While Flo and Ava are both pretty headstrong and confident, Ivy is sensitive, and I think her mom saying she's excluding her brother really gets to her. Ben relayed this to me, and I contacted Tom to tell him we need to meet. He works long hours, but agreed to swing by my place after work to hash out the issues. While Kate is lovely, she thinks with her heart. I think Tom is more level-headed. At the moment, he's on Team Ryan, but I hope that when I lay out why that is not possible, he will see the light. This morning, I also received a text from my mom and Mia, both on Kate's side. My mom has a history of favoring her son over her daughters, and she said that Tom was valiant for adopting Ryan and that it was my duty as the local family member to ensure he was accepted as much as possible. To those who said to send her along, I wish. I also found out that she and my dad booked a last-minute flight to get some winter sun for a few days. Mia was more level-headed but still on their side, saying I needed to keep the peace because we don't want a scrap just before Christmas. However, when I mentioned that she organized things without the girls, she got quiet. I also found out that she is the designated babysitter for Ryan that day, so I think she might be trying to pawn him off on me so she doesn't have to come over. She lives a 45-minute drive away. She and her kids are driving down to hang out with Ryan at his house and in the local area since Kate works in our town and is close by in case of an emergency. I was thinking about asking my sister if she and her boys wanted to come along, but since her boys are younger, I would be worried about the girls being overshadowed. I'm not sure we can manage 6 kids between the 2 of us at Winter Wonderland. Her youngest also does not meet the height requirement for many of the rides the girls want to go on since he's pretty short for his age. It would also take away from the girls' day. They've really talked a lot about it, and I don't want them feeling awkward about doing something because Ryan doesn't want to. Maybe we can come again next year when we have all 6 parents available for more flexibility, but for now, I think it's safest to go with the girls only. I am slightly concerned that with the way Kate is behaving, she might tell Mia not to come and drop all 3 kids at my place on Friday. However, Ben says he will babysit if need be. Ryan really likes him, and I think he would prefer playing on Ben's PS5 to going to the theme park anyway. I don't want it to come to that as it's cruel to tell the kid he can't come when he's at my door, but I wouldn't know what else to do. I am pretty nervous about how my brother will react, especially to Flo talking to Ben, as I really don't want to fight or for her to get in trouble. I'll mention what she said, but avoid anything that could start a conflict. Ben told her to speak to her parents too, so that may be happening, but I think it would just be her since Ivy is very timid and doesn't want to make her parents sad. I don't want to be cut off from my nieces, as I love them a lot and know they love their cousin. I really want to resolve this. Any advice would be appreciated. User Anne Boleyn said, I'm the eldest and parentified daughter with a profoundly disabled youngest brother, and I used to wish so hard for a family member to come and do special things with me and my sister so that we didn't spend every single day catering to his needs. Those parents are going to want to rely more and more on their daughters as they grow up, and they will be bewildered when the daughters don't want to be used. User Prancing Red Pony said, parents with special needs children tend to forget that their normal children are still children and have needs too. I mean the full range of needs any child has, which are no less important than the needs of the special kid. They forget that a special needs child has more needs on top of their own, not that the others have lesser needs. I volunteered to help with the organization of a special needs charity that offers family holidays to families with disabled children. The special aspect of this program is that there are experts organizing activities where medically and psychologically trained staff care for the special needs kids. allowing the parents to focus on their other children. Their time wouldn't be occupied with booking specific accommodations or separating because one parent had to stay or go back with the disabled child. This way, they could spend as much time as possible together. If the child with special needs had to leave early, the therapy nurse would accompany them back, and the parents could finish the planned activity so the other kids wouldn't miss out. It's important for parents to try as hard as they can not to burden their healthy kids, or they'll feel punished for being healthy. This story was posted by a user named Public Illustrator in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITA for not breaking up with my fiance after finding out he dated my cousin. A little backstory. When I was 10, my parents got a divorce because my dad cheated on my mom with his best friend, which resulted in my now half-sibling. During this time, my dad's side of the family slowly started distancing themselves from my mom to keep the peace and to be around my dad's new family. Ever since then, my relationship with my dad has soured. When I was 18, my paternal and maternal grandparents threw me a graduation party. I specifically told my dad that I didn't want his now wife or my half-brother to come. My mom had just healed and I didn't want any negativity. He gave me a hard time about it but eventually agreed. The day comes and what do you know? He brings them. I confronted my dad and said a lot of things that I do regret, and then I left the party. Later that night, I got texts from my dad's side calling me the asshole and disrespectful for what I said to him. I even got a text from my cousin who I thought I was close with saying it's been 8 years, my mom shouldn't still be upset about it, and I need to let it go. Ever since then, I've cut contact with a lot of people on that side of the family. Now, I met my fiance 3 years ago at a work event. We got serious fast and moved in together after a year. He proposed to me on Valentine's Day, and it was everything I could wish for. Since I'm not really big on social media and don't post much, I decided to post an engagement announcement on Instagram. After a few hours, I started getting angry DMs from my cousin. It turns out she and my fiance dated when they were 20 and broke up a year before I met him. I found out she cheated on him with one of his close friends, and that's why they broke up. I knew about his past relationship, but we didn't really talk about exes. If at the time I had known, I might not have entertained him, but we live together and are literally planning our wedding. Now my dad's family is trying to force me to break up with him because it's weird that we're together. I told all of them to f off. I haven't spoken to or seen them in 7 years, and I will not be ending my relationship. I don't think OP is really doing anything wrong here. For one, it's none of the cousin's business who OP dates. Second, her being the one who cheated and trying to end OP's relationship with her own ex is wild. It's even dumber that the father is getting involved and pressuring OP to break up as well. It's just a family of hypocrites. I'm glad that OP is standing her ground and making her own decisions. User Time Environment said NTA. I'm laughing because your dad's family only backs each other because they are all cheaters. Enjoy your life with honest people, and I wish you and your fiance a life of happiness. Block everyone who tries to say otherwise. The time to stand up for yourself is now. Don't let anyone say anything to the contrary. User Fantastic Bike said, that seems like a them problem. Her cheating doesn't justify you two breaking up, nor does it warrant any of your family's feelings about your relationship for that matter. Enjoy your future together, you both deserve a happy ending. NTA. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled AITA for canceling on our family cruise. So my parents wanted to do a cruise for the holidays. They invited me, my boyfriend, my brother, and his girlfriend. My brother has always been the golden child. Some backstory: back in high school when James was discovered to be selling pills, he was just going through a phase. Meanwhile, when I got caught smoking weed, my parents threatened to kick me out. James lost his scholarship and dropped out of college 3 different times, but he's still perfect. I graduated a semester late and didn't try hard enough. James still lives in the state where he attended college, and I live in my home state near my parents. He doesn't work and is not currently in school. My parents buy him flights all the time to come visit, but don't buy me a flight to go see him or go anywhere else. My parents sent him money for rent and life necessities. He bought a $2,000 dog recently with that money. When I got my first big job at age 22, my parents immediately kicked me off their insurance since I had the option of benefits. James was on their insurance until he turned 26. Last year, I got laid off and moved back in with my parents to save money. When I got my new job, my parents told me I needed to pay $10K in back rent, which was never discussed previously. This has been a pattern my whole life. James gets everything handed to him while I have to work my ass off. So now back to the cruise. My parents said they wanted to do this and bought tickets for themselves, James and his girlfriend. They told me to get my own ticket since I have a well-paying job. I was super upset and told them it wasn't fair that I was the only one who had to buy my own ticket. My parents said I was acting spoiled and that green wasn't a good look on me. I am so tired of hearing that phrase at this point. They said it's not like I had to get a nice room since we'd be outside most of the time anyway, which is true, but then why get James a nice room? I decided I had enough and wasn't going. But here's where I may be the I let them continue thinking I was going for months. Then on the night before they left, they said to get to their house by 8 a.m. so we could start the drive to the port. At 8:30 that day, they started messaging me asking where I was. I texted them, since you didn't want to put in the effort to have me join you, I will be attending my boyfriend's Thanksgiving instead. Have a nice trip with your favorite child. Then I muted the chat. I talked to some friends about this. Some said it was petty of me to cancel with no warning, while others said I should have sucked it up and gone since I would have had fun when I got there. They've been on the cruise for a couple of days now, and I'm starting to regret how I handled things. Yeah, I probably would have had fun, and it's not like I couldn't afford the ticket. I also could have handled the delivery better, but at the same time, I'm so sick of them treating me like this. User Uno TrueGen said, not petty, but I suggest that in the future, you have amazing plans whenever they ask about doing anything. Don't continue to subject yourself to people who put you down and don't celebrate your accomplishments. Living well is the very best revenge there is. Your brother is a loser who has been crippled by your parents. Feel sorry for him. You're going to have a much better life. NTA. Claw said, it was definitely petty, but honestly, why would you want to spend more time with a family that treats you like that? I understand them helping your brother since he can't afford it and it's their money, but to imply that you're jealous when they're clearly favoring him all the time, they still went on the cruise, so I don't think it was a big deal. I'd recommend going low to no contact with them since they seem indifferent to your presence and it would save you a lot of trouble too. User Sudden Pomegranate said, NTA, your parents are very likely narcissistic and I can tell you that James will get his dues in some way or another, likely in a few years when we see his girlfriend asking for advice on her over-involved mother-in-law and mummy's boy husband. My in-laws use the same phrases. They would borrow money from my partner, make him pay rent and still refuse to pay him back because I think you've had enough out of us, while simultaneously buying his younger sister a car and then another car when she crashed that one within a month. He was constantly called jealous, faced threats of homelessness, and was treated like a literal slave while his siblings were treated like royalty. I can tell you that this is a form of triangulation. Normal parents don't have a golden child. They pick and choose which one to favor and use it to pit their children against each other. That way, when you finally have had enough of the BS and speak out about it, you just look like a liar and a drama queen because your golden sibling preaches about how the sun shines out of their and how they have amazing parents. They can't treat you all badly because who would be on their side? Update. My boyfriend and I got to the cabin late Wednesday night. I gave his mother a bouquet of her favorite flowers and she loved them. We had a quick glass of wine while talking with his family before heading to bed. I was still a bit uncertain about my decision, so I probably wasn't as peppy as usual, but they didn't seem to mind. That night, I made a promise to myself that I would put my own family issues aside during the trip and just focus on having a good time with my boyfriend's family, who have always been so gracious to me. On Thursday, we woke up early and helped his mom with some food preparation and setting the table. Afterward, we played some cornhole with his cousins and sadly lost due to my complete lack of athletic ability. The Thanksgiving meal itself was delicious and his mom is such a good cook. Everyone was very sweet to me and made me feel so welcome as part of the family, which helped me feel much better about my decision to spend the holidays with them. Towards the end of the night, his mom even said to me that she knows it is ultimately up to my boyfriend, but she hopes I can join the family for real someday. I told her I would be honored if that happens and we hugged. I really do hope it will. I love my boyfriend so much and I want to spend the rest of my life with him. His family is also an incredible bonus. I had such a wonderful time on Thanksgiving and enjoyed the rest of the weekend as well. We went on some great hikes, hung around by the bonfire, played board games, and watched movies. My boyfriend also spent some time looking after his little nephew, and watching them play with Legos together definitely gave me some slight baby fever. We got back yesterday afternoon and I am already missing everything. It was genuinely a blast, and there was no family drama, which made my own family seem like even more of a mess. I feel like I'm rambling a bit now, but I'm just so excited to share what a good time I had during the holiday and that I definitely made the right decision. Unfortunately, this update isn't entirely positive. I wish it could be. My parents reached out last night and they still weren't happy about my choice. I guess the sea air and unlimited drinks didn't do enough to relax them. My dad sent a passive-aggressive text with cruise pictures that said, "Sad that you chose not to be with your family in such beautiful places." I sent back a picture from my trip with my boyfriend's family and replied, "Looks like you guys had a good time, so did we." Then my mom called and said she hoped I regretted missing out on a great family vacation and spoiling their memory due to a petty grudge against my brother. I told her my issue wasn't with James, but rather their unfair preferential treatment between the two of us. My mom said that I was being unfair by comparing our situations since James needs help while he figures out his direction in life, and that I've always been much more independent. I told her the only reason that's true is because they never truly allowed me to depend on them. She said she wasn't going to apologize for raising a self-sufficient daughter and that I should either grow up and be grateful for everything they've done or leave them alone for good and break their hearts all at once instead of doing it piece by piece. She called me cruel for dangling the hope of a wonderful holiday only to snatch it away at the last second. I was really upset by this point and pointed out multiple examples of how they prioritized James, hoping I could finally make her understand how growing up like this has affected me. My mom said I had a lot of nerve to put their parenting under a microscope when I have no children myself and have never had to make tough decisions. I had enough of the conversation and said, "I guess I'll just leave you guys alone like you want since I'll never be enough for this family anyway." I hung up and started crying, but my boyfriend was really supportive as always, and we spent the rest of the night eating ice cream and watching the Hunger Games to cheer me up. It was weird to go back to work today after everything and act like nothing was the matter, but I think it was also a good distraction. Since I chose my boyfriend's holiday plans instead of my family's, I actually came back feeling mostly refreshed instead of drained like I most likely would have been after the cruise. I haven't heard anything more from my parents yet, but I have a feeling they're just bluffing. I'm sure once they need something, they'll reach out or they'll probably try to smooth things over by Christmas so they don't have to explain the situation to our extended family. I haven't decided yet if I'll be open to reconciling. On one hand, I know I deserve better than to be treated as a burden and an afterthought while doing so much for them. I'm tired of trying to live up to their expectations and I'm not optimistic about their behavior ever changing. But on the other hand, they are my family and it's just so difficult to fully walk away. I just want to feel the love and acceptance from my own family that I get from my boyfriend's family. Why is it so hard for them to treat me like I matter? I'm also worried that if I don't make nice with them, they'll twist the story to make me seem like the problem, and my extended family will be mad at me too. There are people I like within my family, but my parents have a lot of influence over everyone's opinions. I don't know if it's worth putting up with them to at least keep some ties to my family, or if it would be better to accept the loss and move on from a dynamic where I am clearly not appreciated. I want to keep my brother at least, but maybe I'm just holding on to the past, and that version of James doesn't exist anymore. I hope that's not true. I just don't know how to get through to him since he is so brainwashed by my parents and thinks they can do no wrong. I'm not sure if I'll ever truly get my brother back. I've got some big things to think about now, and I don't know if I'm ready to make such a major change in my life. I do believe I'd feel much freer and lighter if I at least distance myself from them and maybe even cut contact entirely. I guess I'll just have to see what happens. I'm sure I already know the answer to this, but is it stupid to still hold out hope that things can work out? Update 2. I'm going to try to keep this one brief since my last update was so long. I'm not sure how to link my previous posts since I'm on mobile, but they're available on my profile. I took the advice of some commenters and reached out to my favorite aunt. I told her that unfortunately I would not be at Christmas this year and that I would be taking a break from the family for my own mental health. However, I hope that she and her children enjoy their time and have a great holiday. She said she understood and was proud of me. That made me feel better and helped me feel brave enough to finally cut the cord. On Wednesday night, my mom texted me for the first time since our phone call saying, "If you're done trying to break apart the family, we expect you to be here by 9:30 on Christmas." I told her that the only ones responsible for breaking apart the family are her and my dad, and they should not expect me at Christmas or any future events. I said that I have finally learned to go where I am wanted, and that is simply not with them. I could tell she was ramping up to one of her rants, insulting and belittling me, so I then blocked her and my dad. I haven't blocked James yet though. That will depend on his response when or if he reaches out. I already feel so empowered, like a weight has been lifted off me. And on a much happier note, my boyfriend and I are leaving for a ski trip for the holidays as soon as we finish work today. I truly appreciate everyone who took the time to read my posts and offer advice. It was due to the kindness of all you internet strangers that I finally had the strength to cut them out of my life. Thank you so much, and happy holidays, everyone. Quick PS, I included that side note in my past update about the Hunger Games because I was hoping to talk about the franchise with people. Sadly, no one took the bait since there were more important parts of my post to address. That being said, if anyone wants to talk Hunger Games with me, you know where to find me. This final post was made in the Persona Finance subreddit by a user named Throw342. The post is titled, "Just got out of prison and owe so much money. I went to college and graduated but ended up in prison about 18 months ago. I just got out on parole and am looking at the aftermath of my finances. I'm getting so many letters and calls from different companies that I don't even know where to begin. I know I had 3 credit cards. 2 from Wells Fargo and 1 from Capital One. Apparently, Capital One sold off my debt a while back, but Wells Fargo still has mine. Student loans are all over the place. I know I took out some personal loans through Discover, but I'm lost as to which companies hold all my regular student debt from the university. At some point, my loans started coming through another federal company because of some changes in the law, but I'm completely lost. I just received a big pink letter saying my student loans are about to default. While I was in prison, some student loan company found me and sent me a letter, and I was able to defer my loans for a year, but that time has passed a few months ago. Right now, I'm jobless and crashing at a friend's house, but I'm aware of how serious a student loan default is. This is all beyond what I'm mentally capable of handling right now. I just went through a stack of letters that were saved over the past year, and I'm too overwhelmed to even know what to do first. What can I do? Even if I had a low-paying job, my first concern is a roof over my head and food. I don't even know what to tell these people when I figure out the mess of who I actually owe and what. Please help me. I stayed out of trouble in prison, continued studying, and tried to learn programming to maybe get a web development job on the side. I want to do the right thing and get out of this endless black hole. Edit. I spent the last hour reading through every comment here, and I think getting a free credit report to see who I owe would be a good first step since I haven't really had an address or phone number. I should have mentioned that my debt is mainly student loans, and my credit card debt is about 6 to 7K. I'm really hesitant about declaring bankruptcy, but I will at least talk to a lawyer to learn more about the best route to take. Lastly, I've received a lot of positive messages and comments, and even that small boost from a message from an internet stranger gives me hope when I'm feeling down about all this. I hope one day I can post an update saying I've got a great job, beaten the statistics, and given hope to other felons who are trying to do the right thing. It was definitely a life-changing experience that has altered my views about the prison system in general. Thank you very much. Update. It's been a year since I got out of prison, and I thought about updating for a few months, but wanted everything to be absolutely settled before I did. I ended up moving to a more tech-friendly city, and the job search was still rough. I actually got a job offer 2 weeks after moving and was so excited to start. They asked about my background, and I was totally honest with them. After some discussion, they still wanted to hire me, but then a few days later, I got a call saying HR wouldn't allow it. I was pretty beat up. Over the next few months, I had a few interviews and even job offers, but anytime the background check came up, I was denied. The only thing worse than not having a job is knowing you have the skills to get hired, but that something like this holds you back. I'm not going to lie and say it was easy. I broke down some nights, but picked myself back up the next day and submitted my applications again. I worked at a restaurant to make some kind of money, and it was rough. I was coming home with $10 sometimes and wondered if this was really going to be my life. I continued to get calls from debt collectors but ignored them every time. At the end of September, I was having a particularly rough week, making no money me at work and had a job interview lined up. I didn't really have much hope for this job, but figured screw it. Later that day, they told me I had the job, but at that point it didn't even bring me excitement, as I've heard that line before. I did the usual background check and waited for the fatal call. A call came that Friday and I was told I was to start on Wednesday of the following week. I was confused and in disbelief. Every day for a few weeks I expected someone to call me or pull me aside at work and tell me there had been a mistake. For the first 3 months, I never even brought anything to put on my desk because I figured it would be any moment now. I worked there making more in 1 week sitting at a desk doing what I love than I did busting my butt for an entire month at a restaurant. Finally, one day in January, I was pulled aside. The hiring manager asked me to see him in his office, and he had a pretty serious look on his face. He sat me down and told me I've been doing very well these past couple of months. My supervisors are impressed with how fast I've caught on, and they decided to give me a promotion. I was blown away. So here I was 4 months into a job and I was offered a promotion with a great raise. I still work hard every day there. I study up and learn more and try to improve myself with programming every day. I look back at those few months when I was job searching and know that I made it as far as I did because even on days when I was so depressed that I didn't even want to get out of bed, I still got up and tried. What else could I do? I still worry about the future, but for now, I want to work here for a while, gaining as much experience as possible so my criminal history will pale in comparison to my skills and drive to succeed. I've even managed to get a pretty good girlfriend who knows all about my past, and we've been dating for 5 months. She's supportive and proud of how far I've come and how much I'm doing to ensure my past does not define me. I've helped several people start their programming careers and have even given presentations for newcomers. Have I faced some backlash? Yes, but screw those people. As for my loans, I've saved up an emergency fund for 6 months, and as of 2 weeks ago, I paid off the last bit on my credit card. I still have a mountain of student debt, but I'm paying it off bit by bit. I don't get any more calls about money I owe, and well, life is alright. I hope anyone who is in a similar situation can look at this and know that someone in the same boat has made it through and succeeded. Now, without further ado, let's begin. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My fiance's mom gave me abortion pills as an early Christmas present. How do I navigate this situation?" I typed the title and proceeded to blankly stare at my phone because I can't even process how and why this happened. We were having an early holiday gathering hosted at his parents' house. It wasn't a small gathering either, and not everyone there knows we're expecting, except for his brother, mother, and father. Right before we got ready to leave, she gave me a small gift box, which I initially thought contained jewelry, and told me to tell her or my fiance what I thought of it. All of this kind of happened in a rush, and there wasn't even a gift exchange between everyone because it wasn't that kind of party, but everyone thought she was being sweet to me because we're getting engaged soon. I was honestly tired and opened the gift at home, where I discovered this wicked woman had given me pills, mifepristone and misoprostol, which are used for medical abortion. I understand she wasn't too happy about the news and obviously doesn't like me for reasons I can't fathom, but she kept it civil and so did I. But reaching this level, I genuinely don't know why she doesn't like me when the rest of the family is completely fine with me. I assume it's either because of my ethnicity or because she has a superiority complex and believes I'm not good enough for her son, since he graduated from a very prestigious university and has been financially privileged his entire life while I haven't been. Even though now I earn my own money and we are pretty much equal, I simply don't know. I obviously told him about it and showed him the pills. He saw how visibly upset I was, comforted me, and said what she does or says to me doesn't reflect my worth and that he would talk to her. I don't understand why he doesn't do something about it immediately. It has been almost 24 hours. We are happy about this pregnancy, and even though it wasn't exactly planned, it was welcome if it happened. That is something he and I discussed over a year ago. Edit, to those wondering how she could have gotten abortion pills without being pregnant. They can be ordered online and delivered discreetly. You don't have to go to a clinic. Or she could have paid someone to get them. Either way, they are accessible, and honestly, I don't care how she acquired them. It's what she did with them that matters. If you need any further adjustments or assistance, feel free to ask. Update. To start off, I didn't talk to any friends or family. I know the situation best and I tried to view it from everyone's perspective. I want to provide some background so everyone can understand a bit better where I'm coming from. My partner is from a wealthy background while I am middle class. My family has gone through periods when our electricity would be cut off and my father would do any job to get vegetables, fruits, and bread. Meanwhile, my partner has had everything handed to him on a silver platter and had seen the world by the time I had traveled further than neighboring countries. I remember at the beginning when I met him, I mentioned an experience of staying at a hostel. He asked if it was like going with a school group. Yeah. Anyway, I have traveled a lot, staying at hostels, and truly loved it, especially when I traveled alone. I met so many amazing people and had late-night deep conversations. At one point, I was even convinced I had met my soulmate. On that note, the soulmate person, I dreamt of him again last night. I woke up before I got to speak to him. My partner was born into wealth. Several generations of his family attended one of the top 5 universities in the world and traveled extensively. You get the idea. I decided to do something manipulative. I know it's probably even illegal, but I had to do it in order to get him to open up. I told him I saw a cool hack on TikTok for a whiskey glass where you freeze water in the glass while it is tilted so you don't have to add ice. Whatever, you get the idea. So I told him to try it out, but my main goal was to get him talkative and open up to me. And no, he didn't talk to his mother, but once again, screw her. This is between us. I asked him if it worked well that way and he said yes, to which I replied that I wished I could try it but couldn't drink alcohol now, and he just laughed. I said maybe I should use your mom's gift, haha, to which he only smirked and looked away from me and I just knew something was up. I don't want this to be too long, but his mother is insane. She kicked him out at the age of 11 and called the police on the same day because she said he ran away. She threatened suicide and tried to do it. She is diagnosed with a personality disorder. This is as short as I could make it, because the update isn't really about them. I told him that personally I'm unsure about having a child, and he told me he would support any decision I made. So much for being a happy father. I am leaving the country in less than 2 weeks and will be having a medical abortion. I don't want to be part of this family. Essentially, their opinion is that I'm in it for the money, which I never even thought about, and yes, I'm financially independent. While I do live with him, I'm more than capable of living without his financial support. The leave is for me to take a break from everything that has happened. I put actual jewelry in his mom's box along with the abortion pills that came with it. It's a break is what I said to him because he was in a vulnerable position and I didn't want to distress him further. But I'm leaving and I can definitely provide for myself, so that's not an issue. In less than 2 weeks, I'll be away. Once again, thank you to everyone who commented and messaged me. It has been overwhelming and I can't reply to everything, but thank you very much for being there for me. Edit. The jewelry I put in the box is the ring he proposed with. I didn't buy her anything. User coming in the Nile said, the world of the wealthy is a truly strange place. I used to work in it and around it as a peon, and the norms there are so ass backwards compared to the rest of society. I have so many crazy stories. User going all the J said, I love how so many people assume they are middle class when they are obviously not. It works both ways. So few people admit to being well off. If you grew up having the power cut off with your parents doing low-wage gig work to feed you, you are not in the middle class. User Rohini Rambles said, for those confused about the glass, I think that because it was used as part of the plan to assault her, she views the whole glass situation as a criminal tool. That's definitely a trauma-related viewpoint. I am glad she got out of that situation. She spoke a lot about his money. Even if she was not interested in getting it, she viewed his family's wealth as something that made her inferior to him and them. I hope she has a good therapist and takes the time to be single for a while to heal. This next post was made by a throwaway account in the same subreddit. The post is titled AITA for causing a rift in my brother's marriage by calling out my sister-in-law for lying in front of everyone. Basically, I hosted a big Christmas party at my house last weekend, and what was supposed to be a fun evening spent celebrating as a family turned into a bit of a shit show, all because of my sister-in-law, Hannah. Now, for some context, my wife Jess and I got married this past September. We wanted to keep the wedding small and intimate, so we decided the wedding would essentially be child-free, with an exception for my half-sister since she's an older kid and I had asked her to be one of my bridesmaids. Back when my brother Alex and his wife Hannah had RSVP'd for the wedding, I made sure to call and remind them that sadly their baby couldn't come with them because it was child-free. I also want to mention here that I had told them about this back when we visited my brother and his family in the summer. Anyway, while on the phone, they said they hadn't forgotten and had already planned for Hannah's mom to babysit. However, when the day of the wedding came, Alex and Hannah showed up with, you guessed it, my then 8-month-old nephew. I'll be honest and admit that I'm kind of a pushover, and I didn't want to make a scene on my wife's and my special day, so I regrettably let it go. We got about 2 minutes into the ceremony before extremely loud screaming and crying from my nephew began. The worst part was that they tried to ignore it at first, for about another 2 minutes before Hannah finally excused herself and him. Unfortunately, she couldn't go into another room because we were on a beach. At first, she just tried to walk further down the beach, but the crying could still be heard loud and clear. So she eventually walked back to their car and later decided that she and my nephew would go home and not stay for the reception, and only my brother Alex would stay. Fast forward to the Christmas party. Everything was perfect until Alex, Hannah, and nephew showed up after she had reached out a month prior to tell me they wouldn't be coming at all and would be spending time with her family. I was annoyed and decided to pull them aside when I went to greet them and asked why they didn't tell me they were coming, because I honestly hadn't made enough food to feed 2 more people for dinner, not to mention I had nothing for their son. Alex gave me a confused look and asked why I thought they weren't coming, and when I told him the reason why, all hell broke loose. Alex obviously questioned Hannah as to why she would do this, and her response was to immediately and loudly accuse me of lying and of hating my nephew. Obviously, this got the attention of the room and everyone stopped and turned to look at us like something out of a movie. He then asked why she would think I hate their son, especially considering I agreed to change the policy to allow him to come to the wedding, which, as you already know, I did not do. I quickly told Alex that wasn't true and explained myself and my reasoning behind my choice, that it wasn't personal and that I, of course, love my nephew. I reminded them that I was super cool about the crying and never said anything, even when I probably should have. Jess started to walk over to us from the kitchen, all while Hannah doubled down and tried to make it seem like I was lying, so I lost it and said, well, if I'm a liar who hates your kid, then I guess you should probably get the fuck out of my house. Jess stopped dead in her tracks, and the silence that came after was eerie. Hannah then started crying and quickly left with my nephew, slamming the front door behind her. My brother turned and gave me a sad look before following behind her. It didn't take long before I started to feel embarrassed that I let things escalate like that. Jess comforted me after they left, and we ended the party early because I don't even know how to properly process what just happened. Later, my brother texted me saying he didn't know who to believe. Apparently, Hannah is adamant that I allowed her to bring their son to the wedding last minute because I felt bad for trying to control what she gets to do with her baby. She's also saying I made the Christmas party thing up as well, claiming I've always had a vendetta against her and want to make her look bad. Alex says he just needs time and that he's heartbroken and worried that Hannah isn't who he thought she was. Other family members have been texting me saying they're on my side, but I do kind of feel like an asshole for how I handled everything at the party. I know Hannah is trying to drag my name through the mud, but I feel guilty for making her cry, intentionally trying to publicly humiliate her, and for ruining the vibe of my own party. So AITA for causing a rift in my brother's marriage by calling out my sister-in-law for lying in front of everyone at my Christmas party. User DGF20 said, for trying to control what she gets to do with her baby. That was her real feelings about your wedding request to be child-free. Liars always tell on themselves. Instead of being an adult and discussing any concerns with you, she decided to manipulate the situation and go behind your and your brother's back. She did this to herself. Release your guilt. You shouldn't want your brother married to such a person anyway. I feel so sorry for your nephew growing up with a mother like that. So far, so bad. If he stays with her moving forward, make sure everything related to events and planning is in writing through your brother only or on a group chat, and don't accept phone calls from her. User Pandoratastic said NTA. It's nice that you feel compassionate toward your sister-in-law, especially for your brother's sake. But you didn't create this problem, and if you hadn't called her out on her lies and manipulation, she would just continue doing it. You can't really keep the peace in a family situation like this. Trying to keep the peace is like trying to hold down the lid on a pot that's trying to boil over. You can hold that lid all you want, but the pressure is going to keep building until it explodes unless you do something about the actual source of the problem. And there's no way you could have handled this where no one would get upset. You've probably chosen the path that would lead to the lowest total amount of upset over time, even if it meant an uncomfortable amount of upset right now. User Dachshund Mom said, "You've got to stop being the doormat. She thinks she can lie to everyone because you've laid down and taken it so much. Good for you that you've had enough. Now, don't go back to bending yourself in knots. I'd lay everything out for your brother or send him this post and tell him that going forward, you will not be talking to Hannah at all. Obviously, she can't be trusted, and so all communication will be through him, with confirmations made via text. Make it clear that you will not be called a liar in your own home and won't be extending any invites to someone who treats you this way." Update. I want to start by saying thank you to everyone who read my post and tried to give me advice or just overall help me feel better about the entire situation. I originally intended to look more in depth at the comments and reply to some or answer questions, but I'm too stressed and too preoccupied because so much has happened in a short time. I now have a lot of new information to share that has changed everything. My brother is now going to be staying with my wife and me for the time being. We decided this when he unexpectedly arrived late last night, and we had a long talk where I learned the full scope of everything that had happened with Hannah after the party up until now. He said that after taking some time and space away from her, he asked her to have a sit-down talk. He explained to me that during this time, he realized that she was 100% lying and I was 100% telling the truth, but still wanted to try and give her a chance to fully explain why she would act the way she did, why she would lie, and how she could justify treating him and me this way. Hannah tried to deflect and gaslight him when first confronted, but when he made it clear he wasn't having it, she snapped and admitted to him that she's always disliked me, and the main reason why is because she's uncomfortable with my lifestyle. She went on to say that Jess makes her the most uncomfortable due to her appearance and what she wears, and that she's just so sick and tired of pretending none of this upsets her. There was more, but Alex said that was all he was going to tell me. All of that was, of course, her reasoning for lying to my brother by telling him that I allowed the baby to attend the wedding last minute, and that she had secretly hoped her baby would fuss or cry and ruin part of the ceremony. She explained that she wanted to do something similar for the Christmas party in order to make me look unhinged and like I didn't want them there, making the wedding incident seem like a completely different situation to the family, one where she is the martyr and I the aggressor. I always knew she didn't like me, but fuck. I didn't realize she was so homophobic that the mere fact Jess and I exist at all is detrimental to her. I decided that I'll never tell my wife the details Alex told me, but I'm honestly glad I know all of this now. I'll never feel guilty for calling out shitty behavior from people ever again. Alex assured me that he was extremely disgusted with her and what she said and had absolutely no idea she felt this way at all, but he then told me he wasn't actually done telling me everything she confessed. Here's where shit really hits the fan. Hannah, after going on her homophobic rant, started to get antsy and pace around the room, leaving my brother just sitting there, devastated and confused. After a few minutes of said pacing, she continued to confess to my brother, now explaining that not only is she having an affair, she is also 100% certain he's not the biological father of their child they've been raising together these past 11 months. What made things even worse was, after some prying, she eventually let it slip that the affair has been going on for 6 fucking years. She claimed it was love at first sight when she first met her college friend's older brother Josh at a party 6 years ago, but she also knew she never wanted to lose my brother as he was her perfect match, which obviously makes zero sense all things considered. Also, for some added context, they've been married for around 6 years, meaning she has been having an entire secret, serious relationship with another man for the entirety of her marriage to my brother. Safe to say, I am completely shocked, and all I've been doing is spending time with Jess and also Alex. He has been staying with us as I mentioned above, since things are extremely tense and hostile between him and Hannah. They are obviously going to be getting a divorce, but with Christmas literally around the corner, everything is on pause according to him. I respect this, but also cannot wait for her to officially no longer be in our lives. As for Hannah, she seems to have quite literally moved on overnight with Josh and their baby. Overall, I cannot believe she'd betray my brother like that, and I'm sad to know she's been so hateful towards me because of my sexuality. I don't know if I'll have another update, but maybe. I just feel so depleted after yesterday. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Try Disastrous. The post is titled AITA for not wanting my little brother to call me mom. I took in my little brother Jay earlier in the year. Our mom was sick when he was born and she didn't make it. He barely remembers her now, and our dad was literally only in the picture long enough to make me and then came back 20 years later to make him. So all that Jay has is me and my husband Chris. Last night as I was putting Jay to bed, he was really sleepy and said, "Love you, Mom." He doesn't call me Mom, he calls me by my name. Usually, Chris puts Jay to bed, and he told me that a few days ago, Jay called him Dad. I don't want him calling us Mom and Dad. Yes, we're raising him as parents would, but we are not his parents. My mom is his mom, and it would be disrespectful to her to take that title. I'm not going to erase my mom. He's not adopted, he got taken in by his big sister. It's a thing that happens. We wound up having a huge argument about it before he left for work today. Am I the asshole? User bboon55 said, "It sounds like you are still really grieving for your mom. Have Jay call you a different name for the time being, maybe sis or sissy. As time goes by, you will all figure it out." User Arrow Eagle said, "I think you are making a bigger deal of it than it is. You and your husband will be the only parental figures that he will know. If you are uncomfortable with it, then you can stop him from calling you mom, but it really isn't worth arguing about." User Economy Rutabaga said, "Answer, let him call you what he calls you, but also take time to educate him about his birth mom with pictures and stories. Right now, he is a kid and does not know the difference, but repetition and education about your mother will make it easier as he grows up." Update. A few days ago, I posted about my little brother calling me mom and the fact that my husband had been letting him call him dad. My husband and I had a few bad arguments about it even after I posted, but he apologized and admitted he didn't know what it was like because he hadn't lost his mom and his dad had been around. He told me that he loved taking care of Jay so much that he didn't want to wait anymore to be a dad. I asked why it was so important to have that title, and he said he didn't know. It just felt like it made things mean more. We didn't really get a resolution then, and he got his mother roped into things, and funny enough, she actually sided with me and told him it was disrespectful to my mother. I didn't expect that because, well, my husband's always been kind of a mama's boy, but she did ask him if it was the title of dad that mattered or any title, and he said he wasn't sure. Then she went and talked to Jay all alone. He admitted that he was confused and that since I look so much like our mom, he sometimes gets confused and thinks I am her and that he didn't mean it and would stop. My mother-in-law told us that Jay was clearly worried about not fitting in or wanting things to fit in how they used to be and hadn't been adjusting to living with us like we thought. Pretty much, she said he doesn't feel like he has a place in our house. I don't know how she realized that, but she's a resource teacher and she suggested that maybe him calling us titles would work. I told some people in the last post that maybe I'd consider Chinese titles because we are Chinese, so I brought that up and my mother-in-law suggested that Jay call me what is pretty much big sister and my husband what is big brother. It's only been a few days, but he's taken to it right away, and maybe because my husband was an only child, but he has this huge smile whenever Jay calls him by it. I know this wasn't a spicy update like some people might have been expecting, but I'm glad it wasn't. Thank you to everyone who posted sincere help. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the Ask Managers subreddit. The post is titled, "Just received an unsolicited spicy photo from employee," followed by an apology. "I'm the general manager for a corporate franchise breakfast restaurant. It's basically just me in management in-house. I have 2 kitchen managers, but they are more lead cooks than anything. I handle all the scheduling, hiring or firing, disciplinary actions, etc. It is corporate owned, so I have a regional director and there is an HR department at the head office. One of my kitchen employees just sent me a picture of her breasts, followed by an apology and saying she won't be coming in tomorrow. What do I do from here? I'm thinking I should obviously call HR on Monday morning and report this through them. What should I do beyond that? How do I fully protect myself in this situation?" User Fun Breadfruit said it was a genuine accident. Reply back, photo deleted, won't discuss it with anyone. This never happened. Feel free to come to work tomorrow. I once mistakenly sent a photo of my to my accountant on a night out. Her reply the next day was, "Yes, you can expense the dinner recipe, but no, you can't expense penis enlargement surgery." We never spoke of it again. User Cyberlick said, "I'm a senior manager for a very large corporation, and I've had this happen to me. HR is always there to protect the company, not the employees. Regardless of what everyone else is saying in this thread, only you know your company and the people involved. While the correct answer is to go to HR, it could lead to trouble for both of you. As a manager, one of my responsibilities is to protect my employees, and honestly, in my view, that includes protecting them from HR. Is this lady trustworthy? In my personal experience, the person this happened with was very trustworthy, and I 100% knew it was an accident. I spoke with her directly, saying that I knew it was an accident, but that I needed needed to protect myself. I planned to send a text saying, "I know this was an accident and I've deleted the picture. Please be more careful in the future," and I asked her to reply acknowledging all of that. I took a screenshot, blurred the name, and scheduled a meeting with HR. I told HR that I wanted to ensure there were no repercussions for my staff member, so I was not going to reveal her name, nor was I making a complaint. I continued by saying that I wanted to ensure the company was protected just in case, so I retained screenshots of the exchange and brought it to their attention. My HR rep acknowledged the embarrassing incident, agreed that it seemed to be an accident, and assured me there would be no follow-up. They thanked me for letting them know. If you think you can trust the lady and trust HR, it's not a bad idea to proceed like I did. It protects everyone in this case. If the lady isn't trustworthy, definitely go to HR first thing. If HR isn't trustworthy, then you're in a bit of a pickle because they may overreact. However, not telling them leaves you exposed in the future. Update. I made a post a few days ago asking for advice about having received a picture from an employee of her topless, followed by an apology. I got a lot of great responses. Most people said what I was thinking: cover yourself and report to HR. Many suggested I let it go and simply inform the employee that I knew it was an accident and had deleted the photo. There were also a handful of people who didn't understand why anyone would report that, saying I was a bad person for even considering it. Additionally, there were a bunch of comments and questions about the photo itself, asking to see it if it was nice, etc. You know, pretty much par for the course on the internet. I felt like I should update you all. I ended up emailing HR the next morning to let them know what happened and to ask for advice. This was on a Sunday morning. I also sent a text to my HR rep informing them that I had sent an email. HR got back to me soon after. The gist of the email they sent me was that I should meet with the employee in question with a witness present and let her know about the possible consequences of her actions. They advised me to explain the risk of sending pictures like that over the internet, remind her that they last forever, and that once they are out there, she has no control over what happens to those pictures. I was also instructed to discuss the potential repercussions for the person receiving them if someone else, like a partner or a boss, sees those pictures on someone's device. Finally, I was told to inform her that I would be placing a disciplinary notice in her file to emphasize the severity of her actions and that there would be consequences if this happened again in the future. To preserve the employee's dignity in front of her colleagues and to alleviate some of the embarrassment from the situation, I didn't want to involve one of the kitchen managers, especially since they are both male. So I arranged for my HR rep to come down and meet with her on her first shift back after the weekend. My HR rep is also female, which felt more appropriate than meeting with another man. I asked HR to meet me at a cafe across the street to avoid any questions from staff or any chance of being overheard. There isn't much space in my tiny office for 3 people, and I didn't want to sit in the dining room and risk being overheard or making the employee feel more embarrassed than necessary. The employee was admittedly embarrassed, but very receptive and appreciative of how we handled it. She was convinced I was going to let her go. We reiterated that we were not, just crossing the T's and dotting I's. I couldn't not report this, but I also didn't want to involve anyone she has to work with, hence HR's presence. I showed her my phone and reassured her that it had been deleted right away and not shown to anyone. However, being corporate, I had no choice but to have what happened documented. She had no issues signing her warning. Overall, it was a good way to bury the hatchet and eliminate any awkwardness. I feel much better knowing that the situation is entirely above board. I think everyone sleeps better tonight because of how it was handled. But let me tell you, I lost a lot of sleep over this in the last few nights. I imagine she must have as well. Thanks everyone, keep it classy. This story was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "My wife says I don't have the right to be upset about losing our child. My wife and I have been together for 6 years and married for 2. We have always wanted kids but decided to wait and not rush at the start of our marriage. The pregnancy came as a surprise, but it was a very welcomed and happy one. Everything went smoothly throughout the pregnancy. There were never any signs of issues. We decorated the nursery together and put up the furniture. We were so excited to meet our baby and become parents. She carried to term, and on the day of the birth, everything seemed okay. However, when she gave birth, we didn't hear any crying. We were so confused, and you could see in the doctor's eyes that they were very concerned. I can't begin to explain the heartbreak when we were told that our little girl didn't make it. We were able to hold her, and she was so beautiful. A funeral home offers a free funeral service for little angels, so we buried ours, just the 2 of us. I have never seen a casket so small. I have been trying to be strong for my wife. I only cry when she's not around, so when she needs me, I'm there. It's been hard to stay strong when she's crying in my arms. Seeing her like this adds to the pain. Last night, I couldn't hold it in any longer and started bawling with her. She didn't like that at all. She began saying that I was trying to make it about me and that I should be the man and support her. She also said that I don't have the right to be so upset because I wasn't the one carrying her and giving birth. Then she went to bed and left me there. I know she has it worse than I do because she carried our angel and gave birth to her. I just didn't expect her to react that way. But I lost my daughter too. I wanted to be a father. I didn't get to change her diaper for the first time or spend my first sleepless night with her crying. I lost her too. I understand that my wife is hurting, which is why she's reacting this way. How can I support her better while also letting her know how I feel in a way that doesn't seem like I'm taking away from her? User Amanda B said, "First off, I want to say I am so sorry that you and your wife are going through this. I think you have been supporting her while trying to be discreet about your own pain. But sometimes the grief is too strong. I even think deep down she knows that you also have every right to be just as sad. You are carrying the grief for both yourself and your wife. I don't know what it's like to lose a child, but maybe talking to someone separately to express your grief might help. Then perhaps a session together when you're both feeling stronger. I wish nothing but the best for you two." User Fancy My Church Pants said, "Your story sounds so similar to mine. Full-term pregnancy, delivery, no crying. My baby didn't make it. It was the hardest, most traumatizing experience of my life. There was probably a short period when I felt that nobody could possibly feel the pain I felt. After all, this child grew inside of me. I felt his kicks and pushes. I could almost determine personality traits just from his time in my womb. This didn't last long though. I realized that my boyfriend was grieving too, and grieving in a different way than I was. It was hard to deal with someone else's grief when you are so filled with your own. I cannot express how important it is to seek therapy, individually and together. This is something that will affect you as a person and as a couple, and the best way to navigate it is with the help of a professional. My heart hurts for you both. You will never get over this, but you can learn to live with the reality and find ways to lean on each other. This will always be an experience shared between you two, and you need each other. Blessings to you, friend. You are in my prayers." Update. First of all, I want to say thank you for the help and advice. I tried reading as many comments as I could. It's a lot to get through, and I appreciate the support. I read a few comments that sort of blame me for my wife's reaction and assumed that I treated her pregnancy and the birth as if it weren't a big deal. I'm not sure where I implied that. When I say that the pregnancy went smoothly, I meant that the doctors never found any medical problems and that both of my girls were healthy. I have never once dismissed that experience, and I never will. If I treated everything she went through like it wasn't a big deal, I wouldn't even be here asking how I can make things better for her. I also never equated our pain. I believe what I wrote is, I know she has it worse than me because she carried our angel and gave birth to her, and I know that my wife is hurting, which is why she's reacting that way. How do I support her better while also letting her know how I feel in a way that doesn't seem like I'm taking away from her? I'm not sure where I equated our pain. If anything, I am diminishing my own pain in order to support her, or at least I tried to. Even after what she said, I wasn't mad at her. I was hurt, but I wasn't angry. I know she said it out of pain. It still hurts. I didn't need to read that I'm a piece of *T husband who doesn't care for my wife because I'm also grieving the loss of our daughter. I see her every day. I see the pain that she is in. I hear it. I can't begin to imagine it, and I will never fully understand it. I know that what she is going through is worlds different from my experience. If I could take all her pain and put it on myself, believe me, I would. No question. What I also didn't need to read is how my wife is evil and other countless mean words. That wasn't the point of my post. It wasn't to boost my ego or bash my wife. It's incredibly rude and unhelpful in every way. I asked a question because I was at a loss and didn't know how to proceed. My wife isn't a bad person at all. She's an amazing woman who honestly deserves the world. She doesn't deserve this at all. Thank you to those who acknowledged what she said, but also didn't speak ill of her. It doesn't make me feel any better having people say those things about her. She's not abusive or a monster. It made me sick reading those comments. It's upsetting that I even have to say this, but it's the internet, I get that. Apologies for the rant. I just wanted to let off some steam. I've always felt the need to be Superman. When I was 16, I lost my father, and it was extremely hard on my mother and me. I had to be her rock then, or I would have lost her too. This caused me to act out in ways people would call evil toward others around me. I've lost friends because of that. I held it in at home for my mom, and it came out in an ugly way. I can understand why my wife is reacting this way, and I'm not gonna leave her over this. That was never my plan. I want to be there for her, but I don't think I can be there for her the way I've been before. I can't carry the weight of both our pains on my shoulders anymore. I'm barely holding on right now. It feels like I'm in a speeding car with no steering wheel or brakes. I haven't mentioned anything to my wife about her comments, and I don't think I'll do so right now. I'll be looking into counseling to deal with this type of situation. I also want to look into some counseling for postpartum depression for my wife. I've heard stories of how heartbreaking it can be when it isn't taken seriously, and I don't even want to imagine it. I hope we find the help we both need and that we can come together eventually. Our friends and family have been by her side as well. They call and text her often, and her mom and sister come over too. I'm happy that she's getting extra support. I wish I were doing more for her myself. It didn't occur to me how me crying in her presence could make her feel worse. Now I feel guilty, like I'm failing her. It would be nice to get a check-in from our loved ones once in a while, but she needs it more, so it's okay. I want her to get the most help possible. As stupid as it may sound, having strangers tell me that it's okay to cry made me tear up a bit. The only person in my life who has told me that is my father. Whenever I'd get hurt as a kid, instead of telling me not to cry, he'd say that it's okay to do so. He's the type of man and father I aspire to be. Hopefully, with outside help, I'll be stronger for my wife. Thanks again. I love my wife and want us to get through this and come out stronger together. I love my daughter, and she will forever be my firstborn. This final post was made in the relationship subreddit and is titled, "So it turns out it's not that my father didn't want to have anything to do with me. He didn't even know about me in the first place." The story I was told at 14 was that my dad wasn't my biological father. He was the man who married my mom after I was already born. My mom and dad thought at the time that I deserved to know this because a few people in our environment kept saying how I didn't look like him, and I was asking them if I was maybe adopted or something. Yeah, I know. Very little was said about the man my mom got pregnant by, but the basic gist of it was that he didn't care about her being pregnant, didn't want a child in the first place, and then she didn't want anything to do with him any further, so she cut all contact. I won't lie and say I wasn't hurt, but I got over it quickly enough with the help of my mom and dad. Sadly, mom and dad got a divorce last year. They just felt like they didn't love each other that way anymore, I guess. They're still good friends with each other though, no drama, for which I'm grateful. Still, this sort of prompted me to think about my biological father lately, and I ended up looking him up online. I don't know what I expected to see really, but he's just normal, I guess. I might have been thinking he'd have this kind of asshole look to him because of how he rejected me before I was even born. Anyway, one night after drinking more than I should have with some friends on a night out, I did a stupid thing and sent him a message, basically accusing him of being horrible, evil, and using other less polite words because of how he abandoned me. The next morning, after I actually remembered what I did, I saw his reply to me. It was polite but confused. He had no idea who I was or how I'm supposed to be related to him. He concluded by saying that I probably got the wrong person and wished me the best. I don't know, it just pissed me off, even though I was sober. So I fired off several paragraphs to him about who exactly I am, who my mom is, and what he did to us. His reply came in the evening and was quite extensive, but I'll sum it up for you. They broke up on bad terms after being together for a little over a year. He said she never mentioned any pregnancy to him, and when he tried to contact her later because he felt terrible about how it ended, she rebuffed him and blocked him. That was the last time he tried getting in touch with her. Needless to say, my anger toward him disappeared in a flash, and now my father was the one angry at my mom for doing this. I wondered how to talk to my mom about what I found out, but I didn't have to bother because my father contacted her first and confronted her about hiding me from him. We're getting to know each other slowly, mostly over the internet, though we've talked a few times over video chat because he doesn't live in the same country as us. It'll be time soon enough to meet in real life, and I'm nervous as hell. But by all accounts and the way he's talked to me and held back on sharing me with the rest of his family, I think I'm going to like him a lot. Why the hell did she do it? She says she has no idea why she really did this. She blames it on pregnancy and stuff, but I don't see how the pregnancy could have influenced her decision for my whole life. I love her, but there are times when it's just the two of us, and I can't help but hate her for denying both of us a chance to know each other as I grew up. I can tell my father has heard about this, though he doesn't talk about it directly. My mom probably can guess how I feel since she starts tearing up whenever she sees I'm angry or being curt with her. I'm split in half, happy when I'm talking with my father, but furious when I talk to my mom afterward. I want all this to get better, but at the same time, I want her to hurt. What do I do now? User NoNo1000 said, I'd actually suggest that you and your biological father take a DNA test to verify things. Your mother knows why she made the choices she did. It was only 17 years ago. Your dad who raised you might know something too. Did you ask him? User Little Miss Rye said, these kinds of things can become sticky and tricky. I would sit your mom down and talk to her about this. Tell her what you know, express that you're angry, rightfully so, and let her know that you don't want to be angry at her forever, but you don't know how to get past this. To this OP said, I did talk with her, though I'll be the first to admit it was less of a talk and more me just throwing out one question after another with her not answering and crying. I just want to know why, and she's not telling me anything. I asked her if he was abusive to her, if he cheated, or if he did anything to deserve something like this, but no, apparently he didn't do anything wrong. My father says they were just people who clicked poorly at times and didn't communicate well, so it kept escalating until it blew up in their faces. Then again, they were teenagers, so that's no surprise. Update. I found out why she told me the lie that my biological father didn't want me. It's maddeningly simple and stupid. She was basically getting to know my dad, and he wanted to know about my father's involvement in our lives. Put on the spot, she made up this ridiculous story about how he didn't really care about having a child, that they didn't keep in touch, and over the years it evolved into a theater play. My dad, I guess, didn't want to rub salt in the wound, so he just avoided that subject in the future until I asked about it. That's it. That's the whole reason why I didn't know my father for my entire life until recently. No, really, because she didn't want to look like some spiteful, crazy woman who neglected to tell someone they were a father. She made this up. Which is some bitter irony for her because she does look like a crazy and spiteful woman with the lies she told about my father. I am so mad at her. I can still barely control my anger around her. All I want to do is hurt her until she feels as hurt as I was when I found out I missed out on knowing my father all along and him getting to know me as well. I restrain myself more often than not, but god damn, this isn't something that's going to be just pushed aside. I don't know what we'll do, and I know that sometime in the future I'll probably reestablish a good relationship with my mother, but right now it's just not happening. But on the brighter side of things, I met my father. Some people mentioned in the last thread that I should be careful how, when, and where I met him, but given how everyone who knew him back then and now had nothing but good things to say about him, I gave him a few dates when we could meet, and he picked this last weekend. He flew back on Friday, visited his parents, and then we met up. I really don't know what I was expecting. I mean, yes, we talked and he seemed very understanding, kind, and genuinely interested in meeting me, but I guess there was just that messed up fear of him not liking what he actually saw and leaving. It didn't matter in the least. As soon as we met, there was this moment, I don't know how to describe it. I don't really think I've ever had anything like that before. He just hugged me and I could feel him shaking and I started crying for no real reason. Then we talked and spent the rest of the day together. We pretty much spent the whole weekend together. From the moment I got up, we talked, and by the time he was boarding his flight, I didn't want him to leave ever again. He wanted to know everything about me, and I literally mean everything. What really made me love him was when he asked to meet my dad, checking if that was okay with me, and then thanking him for his part in raising me. They talked some more while I was busy with something else, and I think they became sort of friends. So to all of you who helped me deal with my messed up situation, thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Even if it seemed like I was just venting out loud on the internet, thank you. Thank you all. Except for those 1 or 2 people who thought my father is a rapist and an abuser. Seriously, what the f***? This story was posted by a throwaway account in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITA for telling my daughter she will have to move out of my house if I get a divorce. It's because of her lies after her stepdad saw her naked. I created a throwaway account due to the situation, but I need to know what to do because I'm receiving calls and texts from family members calling me an ass for not being on my daughter's side. My husband and I have been married for a little over 5 years now. My daughter, who is 19, has an okay relationship with him. It's not exactly a father-daughter bond, but more of an advice-giving relationship. I have never picked up on anything weird from my husband towards my daughter, and my daughter has never said or insinuated anything inappropriate either. On Thursday, my husband and I were watching a movie in the living room. We paused the movie when he got up to use the bathroom. I heard him knock on the door twice, literally 3 knocks each time, a couple of seconds apart. It was loud enough for me to hear him knocking from the living room. The next moment, I heard screaming. I rushed to the bathroom and saw my daughter completely naked, covering herself and yelling at my husband to get out. I didn't see everything that happened, but what I did see was my husband literally tripping over his own feet while struggling to close the bathroom door. I asked him what happened and he said he knocked but nobody answered, so he went in and saw my daughter naked in front of the mirror. He tried to get out as quickly as possible. After my daughter calmed down, I asked her for her side of the story. She said she was changing when my husband walked into the bathroom. I asked her why she didn't answer him when he knocked. She claimed she didn't hear it because she had her AirPods in and was listening to music. We sorted out the situation. My husband apologized to her and explained that he thought the bathroom was empty when he walked in. She even hugged him and apologized for yelling. The problem now is that my daughter got family members involved and they are now calling my husband a creep. I received a call from my sister berating me for still having my husband in the house. When I asked her what she meant, it turned out that my daughter spun a completely different story, leaving out the fact that she was listening to music with her AirPods. She told everyone that she answered him and that he still walked into the bathroom to look at her. We have cameras in our hallway that prove my husband did knock. You can see it on video, but the cameras have no audio. I sat my daughter down and asked her about it, but she denied saying anything like that or telling anyone anything. I got upset and asked how her aunt knew what happened if she hadn't said anything. She fell silent and then admitted that she talked to her niece about it, who must have told her mother. I asked her why she lied about what happened and made my husband look bad when he did nothing wrong. Again, she denied lying about anything until I told her what my sister had said. At that point, she started to cry and apologized, saying she was just talking and making up scenarios with her niece. The whole day yesterday, I received calls and texts from my family members as the story spread. The wrong story is circulating and my husband is being portrayed as a creep to everyone. I sat my daughter down again and had her read some of the things being said about my husband. I told her she needs to fix this because her lies are what caused it. She refused, saying she didn't spread this information and that she only told her niece. She doesn't want to say anything to anyone because she fears they will think badly of her. She insisted that they know my husband and that this will just blow over. However, everything escalated when my husband walked into the living room with his bags packed and said he was going to stay with his parents for a while because he doesn't want to be in this situation anymore, where he is made out to be this kind of person. My daughter broke down and apologized repeatedly, saying she would fix it, but my husband still left. I told her that if I get divorced because of her lies, she will have to move out of my house. I made it clear that she better fix what she did and tell everyone what really happened, because I will not lose a man who loves and cares for me like my husband does over lies. She asked me to help her, but I told her no. She isn't a child anymore, and her lies for attention caused this situation. This is on her. I've already tried, and now I'm also being accused of taking my husband's side and not providing a safe space for my daughter. I don't know what to do. My husband has asked for space, and my daughter is inconsolable at the moment. I am not in the best state myself. Sorry if my post is all over the place. I don't even know if my title is correct. I have reread and reread it, and it still doesn't make sense to me. User Yoshi and Ames said, I would never move back to a home where someone has spread false sexual misconduct stories about me for no reason and still lives there. I'd never be okay being alone with that person, even if they said it straight, even if they were sorry, even if I fully forgave them. Those kinds of rumors can and will ruin a person's entire life. There is no guarantee in any way the rumors won't continue, spread further, get twisted, or that the person won't lie again, starting it all over. What's to stop her from setting it straight, but in an effort to save face, leaning on, I don't want to have to move, so I have to take it back. No, I don't know why I'd lie, that doesn't make sense, just trust me I did lie though. People will talk, the horse is out of the barn, what's done is done. No matter what happens now, people will always question it, suspect him, and suspect you are protecting him. However it plays out, your daughter needs to talk to a professional. Being sorry and learning the hard way isn't enough. She needs professional help to figure out why she chose to lie, why she told her niece this, and why she repeatedly doubled down when she was caught. User JJD said, "If I were your husband, I would never come back. Lies like this are severely damaging." User Perpetually Exhausted said NTA, "But you should be aware that even if she does come clean, your husband has every right not to want to live in the same house as her again. You may still have a very hard decision to make." She lied and had him labeled as a predator and saw nothing wrong with allowing that to continue as long as she didn't look bad for lying. Update. Sorry for only updating now, but I'm not in the best of places at the moment, and it has taken me a couple of days to get my thoughts together. I don't know what to do anymore. My husband has asked for a divorce. First, let me answer a couple of questions that came up repeatedly. We have locks on every door in the house. I don't know why my daughter didn't use the lock on the door. The cameras inside the house aren't pointed at any door except for those at the front and back doors. The other camera is at the end of the hall, and you can see every door in the hallway from that camera. We have a bathroom in our room, but we can't use it at the moment because the water is completely shut off due to renovation. My husband asked for a divorce. On Friday, he came back home and asked to talk. During our conversation, he showed me his phone, and some of the things my family members were saying about him were just outright horrible. They were calling him a pedophile and asking how many times he had taken a peek before. I don't recognize my family anymore. I understand if he had actually done something, but he hasn't. The hatred they are showing over a stupid mistake tells me they refuse to listen or have hated him from the start, and are now using this to try and get rid of him. He said he can't ever come back, and this has now started to affect his work life as well. He was called into HR to explain, because some of my family members have called his office. Luckily, they haven't done anything and refused to do so until a case is brought against him. They know my husband very well, and I think believe him because he is still working. During our talk, he explained that he does love me and still does. He is happy I stood up for him, but my daughter's actions have caused too many problems, accusations, and made him scared. He explained that he sat at the office and at his parents' home every day, just waiting for the police to show up and arrest him. He said her lies broke him and he can't see a way to come back from it. I asked him to reconsider and suggested we could go to counseling, but he refused, saying everything is too broken to fix. I told him that I would kick out my daughter and explained everything I did and told my daughter to do. However, he said I'm missing the point. His life could have been completely ruined because of a lie. My family will never trust him again and will always harbor hatred or suspicions about him, especially now that my daughter wants to clear things so long afterward. They will think we forced her to do it, which will just make things worse. He said he will always remain the creep in their eyes. I asked what if I cut off my family and we moved away, showing him the messages I had sent to everyone who refused to listen and whom I had blocked. He asked about my daughter. I told him again that I would be kicking her out and she would be staying with my parents from now on. He asked if we moved away, would I abandon my daughter then, because he doesn't want to be near her or be alone with her at all. I asked him to reconsider and suggested we could go to counseling, but he refused, saying everything is too broken to fix. I told him that I would kick out my daughter and explained everything I did and told my daughter to do. However, he said I'm missing the point. His life could have been completely ruined because of a lie. My family will never trust him again and will always harbor hatred or suspicions about him, especially now that my daughter wants to clear things so long afterward. They will think we forced her to do it, which will just make things worse. He said he will always remain the creep in their eyes. I asked what if I cut off my family and we moved away, showing him the messages I had sent to everyone who refused to listen and whom I had blocked. He asked about my daughter. I told him again that I would be kicking her out and she would be staying with my parents from now on. He asked if we moved away, would I abandon my daughter then, because he doesn't want to be near her or be alone with her at all. Before I could answer, he said again it's better for us to get divorced. He said, I will never ask you to abandon your daughter. I will never expect you to do something like that, but I don't want her anywhere near me. If you abandon your daughter, I don't know if I could ever look at you the same afterwards, even if it was for my sake. The only solution here is for us to get divorced. My daughter came running down the hallway into the living room crying. I think she was listening to our conversation. Before she could get a word out, my husband jumped up from the couch and put his hands out, asking her not to get near him. He said, before you say anything, I will start to record the conversation now, and took out his phone. I think I saw something break in my daughter's eyes at that moment when the realization of everything hit her all at once. She asked my husband to forgive her, saying she never meant for things to get so out of hand. She was just making up scenarios with her cousin, and her cousin was the one who ran with it. My husband asked her why she didn't clear it up immediately. She said she didn't think it would go this far and thought it would just blow over because everyone knows him. He showed her his phone and asked her to read some of the messages, and my daughter went completely silent. We talked for about 4 hours. In the end, my husband said he will give us 3 months to move out of the house because it is his house. My daughter can keep the car because it was a gift, and he will finish paying this year's tuition but will not pay anything going forward. He said he hasn't gotten a lawyer yet, but told me to get one. He would like to do this without a lawyer, but said I can get one if I want. He said he will be fair in the divorce and doesn't harbor anything against me, but he can't stay in the relationship. My daughter was just sitting on the floor looking like a ghost, and I couldn't just say anything while listening to him talk about divorce and what would be split. He was talking like the last 5 years were nothing and it was just easy to move on. The best way to describe it was like he was returning something to a store. He left the house and I just sat on the couch. I don't know if I was crying, talking, or what. I can't remember much as everything was muffled around me until my daughter started to full on cry, saying sorry, sorry, sorry over and over again, lying on the floor. I don't know how long I sat on the couch, but when I got up, I saw my husband's car still in the driveway. I looked out the window and could see him full on crying in the car. Seeing that completely broke me. My daughter and I haven't talked since my husband was here on Friday, not a word to each other. My family members have shown up to the house to apologize because apparently my daughter has suddenly cleared everything up and shared the camera video with family members. Every time they show up, I just close the door in their faces. I have gotten Facebook, Instagram calls, and texts from them, and when I block them, they keep making new accounts or use different numbers. I don't want to lose my husband. I really don't. He is the first man I have ever met who has actually treated me with kindness, respect, and love, and now it's all over. I have tried to talk to him and convince him to go to counseling with me, but every time I've tried, he sends back, I can't take the risk. I have tried to meet him in person, but he just says it won't be a good idea. I have gone to his parents' house, but they refuse to let me see him. I have gone to his work to talk to him, but I was told he was sent home by his boss. I truly don't know how to fix this. Having my daughter move out now won't work because I need to be out of the house as well. I don't want anything from my husband. I just want him. I haven't talked to a lawyer yet, but I don't think I can keep the house as he owned it before we moved in. I really want to fix this. I still want to kick my daughter out of the house, but will he still give me a chance to fix it, even after what my husband said about me abandoning my daughter and not seeing me the same afterwards? I don't know anyone. Am I really going to lose a wonderful man? Edit, I forgot how Reddit fixates on one thing, the comment about the house. I have no intentions of trying to take his house or anything like that. It's not my house. I had questions in my previous post about the house, and I think I just answered it. I'm not going to try and take the house. He owns it and has owned it before we got together. I have no right to the house and will not try to take the house. I hope this clears it up. Update 2. It's been a while and I see a bunch of people asking for updates. I wasn't in the mood and I've been crying myself to sleep every night. I don't know what to do anymore. I've lost my husband, my family, and my daughter. Thank you to everyone who has reached out. It's official. I'm getting divorced. I was served with the divorce papers and my husband wants nothing to do with us anymore. I have moved out of the house and am currently staying with a friend until I can get my life back in order. I have cut all contact with my family, but they still try to reach me from different numbers or profiles on Facebook and Instagram. I don't know how long I can continue staying with my friend because her life is now being impacted as well, with my family members showing up at her apartment. I would like to find a different place to stay, but my salary won't cover everything I need. My husband covered all our bills previously, but now I have to manage everything myself. My daughter packed her things a little over a week ago and moved away. I don't know where she is at the moment and her friends are refusing to tell me anything. She tried to talk to my soon-to-be ex-husband and he got a restraining order against her. She violated the order and was arrested. I don't know what went on in her head. I tried to talk to her, but she admitted that she would fix everything. However, as I mentioned, my ex got a restraining order against her and then had her arrested when she kept approaching him. My daughter will have to drop out of college because my ex is now refusing to continue covering any expenses for her and has retracted his offer to pay. He sent me a message saying he's done. Since I didn't respect his wishes, I had to leave his house immediately, and my daughter also went against his wishes, so he is retracting everything from her as well. She is on her own now. He said if either of us continues harassing him, he will open a case against my daughter for defamation. I don't have enough money for myself at the moment with my job and all the bills, so I definitely can't assist her. She packed up in the middle of the night and just left after I told her she would have to drop out and get a job. My soon-to-be ex-husband became completely emotionless and cold in the last couple of weeks and refused to talk to me about anything other than the divorce. He said he would have been supportive and assisted me for a while until I could get on my feet, but it's clear we only want to use his generosity, so he is done. He wanted to void the prenup we have, but will now follow the prenup to the letter, meaning I will basically get nothing in the divorce. I don't want anything. I just want him back. Even with everything that happened, I still want my husband, the kind, caring, sweet man I had. I want him back. I need him to come back. I told him my daughter moved out of the house and asked again if we could try to fix our marriage, but he didn't even respond. The last message I got from him was him asking if I signed the divorce papers yet or if I got a lawyer to look over the divorce papers. He wants to be done with this and move on because it's clear to him that no one in my family, including me, respected him at all. In that message, he also said I should get my family to back off because they are still harassing him with messages, calls, and emails, and he is sick of it. If they don't stop, he will report them as well. To the people who keep asking why I didn't do anything when the lies started to spread, I did everything I could. I was accused of protecting my creep of a husband, and the video didn't help because I did send it to some of my relatives, but it has no audio. It only shows him knocking and then walking in. My daughter said she answered him and he still went in. This next post was made by a throwaway account in April of 2021. The post is titled, "My boss is having an affair with our assistant, and I'm friends with his wife. I work as a project manager at a small business with about 25 employees and have been in this role for more than 6 years. I was referred to the position by Katie, a friend from a hobby club I belong to. She learned I'd been laid off from my last position and offered to introduce me to her husband, John, who owns a consulting firm in my field. After a standard interview process, I was hired and have been here ever since. About 18 months ago, we were looking for a new administrative assistant for the business. Instead of advertising the position like we normally would, John hired Tammy, the daughter of a family friend. She was supposedly a recent grad who was very eager, would need some training, but would be a great addition to the team. From her first day, it was clear that she was not the right fit for the position. Her computer and communication skills were quite poor. She took forever to complete basic tasks, dressed inappropriately for an office environment, and frequently played on her phone. She was also coming in late or leaving early every day. Every attempt to provide her with instruction or feedback was met with confusion or eye-rolling. Another manager even asked her for help stuffing envelopes for a promotional event, and she laughed in his face. I went to John and asked him what exactly Tammy's role was supposed to be since she was refusing to do much of anything. He said not to worry, he would have a word with her. The next day, he told me he would be managing her directly from then on and that if I needed something that fell under the assistant's umbrella, I could email him and he would see to it that it was done. He had never taken over management of an assistant before this, which felt suspicious. Within a few weeks, it became clear that John is having an affair with Tammy. John has never admitted it to me, but they drive in together every day, have hours-long meetings in his locked office every afternoon, and whenever she is at her desk, she is shopping online or browsing social media. If anyone asks Tammy to do something for their team, she goes straight to John's office, and a few minutes later, he sends a message saying that someone else will need to handle that task. My emails to John regarding my team's administrative needs just get ignored, and I wind up doing those tasks myself or handing them off to one of my team members. I've tried talking to John about how this is impacting our workflow and how we really need a true assistant, but he snaps that these tasks are not so urgent that we can't handle them ourselves within our own teams. His reliability as our CEO and decision maker has plummeted as well, leading to low morale. I've been quietly trying to find another job since early 2020. COVID threw a wrench in those plans, and I currently have very few prospects. My dilemma is what to do about Katie. I am very confident that they don't have an open marriage. She truly thinks Tammy is an assistant at our workplace. I have not told her about the affair, partly because it's not my business and partly because I need to protect my job. I am the only person at work who would possibly tip her off about this, and it would be obvious it was me if I were to tell her. I feel absolutely awful keeping this secret and guilty when she earnestly asks me how work is going at our hobby group. What do I do? Update. I tried to keep a low profile at work as much as possible and continued plugging away at my job search while trying to ignore whatever was happening with Tammy and John. Eventually, the affair came to light. John was poorly covering his tracks at home, and my friend, his wife, eventually figured out that something was going on. They have now separated and are going through a very contentious divorce. John and Tammy are openly a couple now and are expecting a baby this summer. My friend was understandably devastated, but she did not ask me if I knew or suspected anything. She told our hobby group, which has rallied around her with support. I am happy to report that I accepted a new position a few months ago and am now working in a similar role with a different organization. The new company is larger and much better managed, and my new boss communicates transparently and views hiring as a process for meeting business needs rather than doing personal favors for people. It is such a relief. I do not know anyone here personally and have resolved not to mix friendships and business again in the future if I can avoid it. A deleted user said OP did the right thing by keeping their head down and staying out of it. Reddit loves to concoct grand tales about being the hero of a story, but you have to eat. Don't ever jeopardize your livelihood for another person, to be honest. User Nodeless said, one thing I have learned over the years is to never become outside work friends with anyone you work with if possible. Don't share social media or give them more than the bare minimum about your personal life. Enjoy your friends and family outside of work, you'll be less stressed. User Alpha Geek said, I saw something similar happen at the first company I worked for about 10 years ago. It was a 40-person office and a project manager was having an affair with our receptionist. The project manager, his wife, the company president, and a few other senior staff members all went to college together and were very close. The project manager's wife also did consulting work for us from time to time and knew pretty much everyone in the office. One weekend, the wife found out about the affair and told the president. It basically became an ultimatum and they fired the receptionist first thing Monday morning. Of course, gossip started flowing. No one knew anything at first, but after people found out, they began connecting the dots. Apparently, the project manager and the receptionist were having rendezvous during work hours at the hotel next door. They were also flirting through email, deleting emails in their inbox but not in their sent items. This final post was made in the Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Efficient East. The post is titled, My husband is having an affair and I'm okay with it. My husband Frank is the most caring, loving, and attentive man I've ever known. The problem is, I love him like a friend or a brother. I care for him. I want him to be happy, but I don't love him romantically. He knew this and still married me to save me from my abusive family. He did hope I'd develop feelings for him, but I never did. At least, not in a romantic sense. We are great partners otherwise in life and business, and I enjoy having sex with him. We talked about the possibility of a divorce, but I never wanted one. I'm perfectly fine the way things are, and a divorce, even the most amicable, would bring problems to our business and life that I really don't need at the moment. That said, I didn't want to make the man who literally saved my life feel trapped, so I gave him the freedom to be in a relationship with other women. For 2 years, he didn't do anything, but 3 months ago, he came to me and confessed there was a woman he was developing feelings for who reciprocated those feelings. He was feeling ashamed about this, but I hugged him tight and reminded him that I want this for him and want him to have a partner who loves him the way he loves them. It feels perfectly fine. I was afraid he'd neglect me from then on, but he's as attentive, affectionate, and caring as ever, and I can see this relationship is really doing him good. She knows he's married and is fine with it. Although I never wanted to meet her, I did some background research and by all accounts, she is a good, well-adjusted woman. So I'm not worried about her hurting Frank or turning him against me. She's not interested in marriage, which is exactly what I needed. Frank is happy, and this makes me happy in turn. I told him I would be open to discussing separation if his relationship with this woman gets more serious. But things are fine now. Update. My husband and I have an open marriage. I opened it because I realized that while I love and care for him as family, I never actually loved him romantically. He married me to get me away from my abusive family, and in doing so, he literally saved my life. Now, we have a life and flourishing business together. He broached the idea of a very amicable divorce, mostly so we could both find romantic partners, but I have no such need at the moment, and I don't wish to have a divorce. It would be too costly and would impact our business and taxes, and I don't want to really lose him. So I opened the marriage and allowed him to find himself a girlfriend. He found someone after a couple of years, and when he told me, I was happy for him. The girl is fine with our arrangement and doesn't desire marriage, so I am comfortable. but I have been thinking recently. I am not jealous and I don't mind at all when he spends the night at her place. Yet I wonder, why don't I really want to let him go? Why do I still want to and continue to have with him? Why am I happy he is happy, okay with another woman having him, but still want to keep him bound to myself? Don't get me wrong, we are all happy and satisfied with our arrangement, but I am starting to wonder if I might be aromantic or if this is really my way of loving him. Thank you all for your opinions. User No, you said, you kind of reminded me of my grandmother. She was asexual and hated sex. She never even kissed my grandfather. However, she wanted a large family. My grandfather's first wife had died and he had 4 small children. They married with the understanding that sex would only be for procreation, and my grandfather could have girlfriends for sexual needs. Well, they had 12 children together and a long, happy marriage. My grandfather had many girlfriends and it was talked about openly. My grandmother was even friends with some of them. My point is that sex, romance, and marriage are complicated. As long as you are getting what you want and are happy, it is all good. Note, this would never work for me, but I respected the fact that it worked for my grandparents. User Professor Shameless said, OP has a best friend who is also a sexual partner. It's a perfectly fine and healthy type of relationship to have. As long as everyone involved is honest, informed, and happy, there's no reason to complicate things by putting a magnifying glass on it. If complications arise, deal with them as they come.